like by putting water in a vacuum, and you turn on the vacuum pump for 3 days, it'll boil at low temperature. Then the water, when it boils, the water goes from liquid to gas, and the vacuum sucks out that gas, decreasing the gas pressure, so the water's boiling at low temperature. So, if you understand the law of cause and effect, the gas pressure holds down the oceans, not gravity. And if you disagree with me, all you have to do is manipulate whatever you think is holding down the oceans, whether it's mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space time. You turn that on and off, and you can make the water go up or down like I can when I manipulate the gas pressure. When I turn the gas pressure off, the water doesn't stick to the bottom of the container, whether it's the ocean or whether it's a vacuum container. So they told you it was gravity, right? Gravity holds down the oceans. How do you prove it?
Right.
How do you manipulate the cause to see the effect happening and not happening? Because it's gas pressure and temperature that holds the oceans down. Because if the temperature gets too high or the gas pressure gets too low or both, the water boils and doesn't stick to the surface of the earth, which would be the abyssal plains or the ocean floor.
Don't things weigh slightly less at higher altitudes though?
Do things weigh less at the higher altitude? I would say no. They'd weigh more because there's less atmosphere and less buoyant force.
Yeah, but they do weigh less at higher like altitudes.
Okay,
Like
so
if
what
you weigh-
weighs? Oh, you're talking about space. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm
So
talking
how do
about
I?
like
How do?
upper atmosphere. Like I'm talking about like if you measure something at sea level and then measure it like say on top of Mount Everest, it'll be slightly less weight on top of Mount Everest.
I don't think that's true. How do I confirm that this is true?
I think it's true. Something I heard at some point.
Didn't they do that gnome
wait.
test where they flew gnomes across the world, weighed them everywhere, and they came?
You got cut off. That came what?
The gnome thing where they were flying gnomes across the world everywhere and weighing them. They in this big briefcase thing, they had a gnome and like as in a garden gnome and a little set of scales, and they were flying this set everywhere, and people would set it up, weigh it to see across the world all the different weights and claims and all that, and it came back that it didn't change. Just Google the gnome test, and there's a company that was something to do with they were trying to prove their scales or something, and they would send this gnome thing everywhere, and they were weighing it. I read about it ages ago.
Yeah, so I'm seeing at the New York Times, someone who weighs 150 pounds at surface, like sea level, will weigh 149.92 pounds at 100,000 feet above sea level.
100,000 feet. Who's going up there?
Guess weather balloons.
See, that's the thing. It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I guess you could hypothetically go to 100,000 feet in a balloon. But when people make claims like that, your average person can't go check it out for themselves. You know, because most people got bills and shit.
Yeah.
So there's always something like that. Like when I make the argument,
there are mountains that have. I just looked it up, like Swan Jaco Peak in California. That's 10,800. Someone's got to have done it. Yeah, there's like a bunch of them in the U.S. I'm seeing. Colorado, Mount Albert, Mount Whitney. Let me try to look up Like someone who's
Okay,
done
so
it.
that's 1/10 of the distance that we need to see 1/10 of a pound difference.
Yeah.
Well, the mountaintops are going to be negligible.
Hmm. Objects. Let's see. Look up study. All I'm getting is like weight loss from like altitude climbing. Like, let's see.
But you see how the argument doesn't actually have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, but it's supposed to
Well,
somehow
I mean,
be
it's hard
proved.
to do with gravity, though.
Yeah,
Like,
we were talking about gravity. I'll give you that.
like it's something where like I don't know how air pressure would explain that if it's true, but I guess I should
Well,
probably.
air pressure gives off more buoyant force. So if the air pressure is higher,
Should be heavier, right? You're less buoyant.
well, you'd be more buoyant, right? You'd be more buoyant with more atmosphere. It's the density of the atmosphere
Mm-hmm.
that creates the buoyant force. So if the atmosphere is water, there's going to be a lot of buoyant force. If the atmosphere is sea level above the water, it's going to be a lot less. And then 100,000 feet up, like you need a freaking mask to survive up there. But if you went up there, you'd weigh 1/10 of a pound less or more. You said more, right? No, you said less.
Less, yeah.
Right. I would think that you would weigh more because there's no buoyant force or not very much buoyant force up there. But the gravity model would say the further you get away from the surface, the weaker the gravitation is.
So the less you weigh.
And
Right,
Larry, how that works with the Dead Sea?
with the Dead
Hmm?
Sea,
Yeah, because Dead Sea has different density than all other seas. How that is working? How gravity pulls different Dead Sea than other seas?
well, specific gravity, yeah, but bending and warping space-time, no. Couldn't be no
Mhm.
different.
I think that it's the same example to go to the high and this that sea and other sea example. It's about density of the air. If air is less dense, of course that something will be, let's say, how to say, weight more. But it's not weighting more. It's that the air is thinner
Right,
because it's less gases there.
right. That makes sense.
It's not.
But yeah,
It's not even nuclear. Yeah.
weight is dependent on the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, not just mass alone. It's mass and volume.
Yep.
That's why steel anvils float in a pool of mercury. Doesn't matter
And
how much mass. Go ahead, bro.
everything demonstrable.
Yeah, everything we're saying is provable, falsifiable, except for the 100,000 feet claim. I mean, I guess we could prove it, right? What's his name? Picard? Augustus Picard? He allegedly went up pretty high.
Yeah, Picard. Yeah.
Who's
Do
Picard?
you know what he said for the surface? He said it's flat from that height.
Mm.
Augustus Picard. Not to be confused with Jean-Luc Picard. Do they hide things like that, bro? That shit is so funny.
He was the first guy to go up in a hot air balloon, and he said that Earth was flat and it seemed to have upturned edges like a bottle top. Yeah, first guy to go up in a hot air balloon. Balls of steel, that dude.
He was the first one to go up that high.
Supposedly.
Right, yeah. I'm really afraid of heights, so he's the ballsiest dude I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I'll give you that. That's a ballsy move because that balloon could have popped. Wait, no, it was a hot air balloon. Those don't pop usually. Yeah, I'm scared of heights too. So when I started lucid dreaming, I started getting good at it about the time that I was doing the flat Earth research. So once I realized that I was levitating in my dream, I was like, "Oh shit, I'm dreaming." You can't levitate in reality. So the first thing I did, I shot through the roof and went up as high as I could fucking go. And then I woke myself up screaming because I was terrified. Oh shit. I was like, I'm gonna go check it out. No, you're not. You don't have the balls of Augustus Big Ball Picard. Lucid dreaming is a recommend to a friend type thing. For sure.
How did you start doing it?
You have to break the laws of physics. You have to do reality checks. So if you set your watch to go off every hour on the hour, and every hour when it goes off, you do the clap off, the commercial from the 80s? Clap off. Well, the lights don't turn off because you don't have a fucking clapper, right?
Yeah.
So in your dream, when you do it, the lights will turn off. At the moment in your dream that you're self-aware that you're dreaming, you can break the laws of physics and fly.
Yeah, buddy.
Also, another way of reality test is if you're swimming in your dream, try to breathe underwater. You can't do that, but in your dream you can. Another way is if you see a dead person in your dream, like if you buried your cat, and then you're like, "What are you doing here, you little son of a bitch? I buried you last year." Oh shit, I'm dreaming. So that's how you lucid dream.
Happened a few times, but I just get so excited I fucking wake up.
Yeah, then you got to have a dream journal and write it down immediately. Don't let nobody talk to you. Tell your wife to shut up. Write it down.
That's the method.
Because it's fleeting. It's running from you. You're constantly forgetting what you just experienced. So the only way to preserve it is on paper, unless it's a fucking badass dream, and you remember it in your permanent memory bank. But it's kind of in your random access memory. It's like in your RAM, and if you're awake for 2 minutes, it flashes your memory and you lose most of it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I always found power napping to be useful for inducing lucid dreaming.
For me, it's a deep sleep. No marijuana, no sunlight, no light of any kind in the room, white noise with a fan. But to each their own. If you get a good power nap and you're actually going into dream state, that's pretty good. But yeah, Helio talked about taking power naps at work. He would take a nap on his 30-minute break and have a dream and go lucid.
But yeah, you're right about the reality checks. That's an important part.
Yeah, that's how you trigger it. Sometimes you'll trigger it on accident.
I recommend counting, just set up a routine and waking life that you count your fingers like 4 times a day at set intervals, and then that can be like your reality check.
Sometimes you accidentally break reality in your dream, like naturally, and you'll have a lucid dream and not realize how special it was once you wake up, and you won't remember it.
Yeah.
It's always been a fascinating area of existence for me. I can only imagine if we really trained these abilities, how they could be utilized in our waking life. You know.
I think it's
There's
there to
some,
teach us.
Because
Go ahead.
you're dealing with a realm that's operating, you know, as far as time goes, differently. You know.
Mhm.
In reality, when you're awake, it takes your body time to buffer out the things that you're trying to do. But in a dream, there's no physics and time holding you back. So as fast as you can think to experience, you can experience rather than having to go through the physical motions and buffering to load the experience in your waking hours. But if you experience 1/3 of your life asleep, imagine how much time jumping, because you're not physically processing all those thoughts. You're just thinking them while you're asleep. How much information you could pull out of the sleep realm if you only wrote it down.
Well, you know, all the greatest artists have always said that most of their stuff came to them through dreams.
One time I had a revelation. I mean, I just had a eureka moment in a dream. I woke up. My wife starts talking to me and showing me TikTok videos because she can't wait to hear me laugh because I'm awake. And I fucking lost it. I fucking lost it. No matter how hard I tried to think about what it was that I was meant to bring back into the waking realm, I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah.
And it was important too. I
It's
was
an
like, oh, I
interesting
gotta bring
mechanism,
that.
isn't it?
Yeah. For a long time, I've been passing out that book, A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga. And there's a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of good stuff. But it talks about the subconscious and how the subconscious is like a supercomputer. So people will tell their subconscious, like, hey, figure out this problem for me and solve it for me. And they stop thinking about it. At the moment they stop thinking about it, then they have the eureka moment.
Yeah, yeah. It's why. What's the advice? You know, when you're struggling with a problem, go away, do something else for a bit, come back to it.
Yeah, you got to program your subconscious to solve it for you, though. Because you got to program the universe with your words and your intent.
Yes, exactly. And this, you know, ties into the idea of prayer and all that as well.
Right? People are
Yeah,
like,
definitely. If you're an artist or something like that, you need to focus on some menial work, and then a lot of ideas come to you because your brain needs to have a break, sort of thing, do something else. Yeah, I find that you're just doing menial work. A lot of things come to me there. It's also good to draw your dreams as well as writing them down. It's a really powerful activity. Sorry, go on, Larry.
so it's crazy because you can't dream something you've never experienced. So I had a dream one time. I was flying around like Neo from the Matrix. And as I'm flying around, I go to the mountain. It was great. And then I'm like, I'm going to go to the desert. So I tried to turn the mountains into the desert. And it was like the first time I'd ever failed to do something that I was trying to do in a lucid dream. So I was kind of frustrated. Oh, it sucks or whatever. And then I look to the right and I see a desert. I'm like, okay, I'm going to the desert now. So I'm flying over to the desert, and because I'd never actually been to a real desert in the waking realm, I created the desert from the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It was a cartoon desert from the video game because I had no real life experience to paint that dream realm that I had just created. I thought that was interesting.
Well, I mean, like, you would have had many experiences of imagery, footage, all this type of stuff.
What?
Like, yeah, you've never directly experienced the desert in your life, but you would have seen imagery, depictions, you know.
Right. But the one that I had that was the most recent in my memory bank was the Nintendo game.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's why I struggled to.
Who knows? You know, the subconscious is a is a complicated beast. You know, you probably had you know, some kind of connection to it, some way or another.
So I told my mind to create a desert for me, and it was like, what do we got?
Well, you didn't qualify it as a physically realistic desert.
Right, but it was a desert good enough for me to fly around in.
Again, it's a world of pure imagination, you know. Anything goes.
Maybe that's why so many people can't see the Earth as flat. They can't generate a flat Earth in their mind's eye because they've been so heavily programmed with the cartoons that we see on TV. Damn, I never thought about that.
Well, they can't understand anything we're trying to tell them because they keep trying to cram it into their conceptions that they have. Yeah. The prevailing one we run into is, of course, the third disc from the sun idea. They just can't get away from this idea, this overarching idea that the Earth must be embedded in the larger universe, you know, the cosmos.
That's why they have to straw man us so hard.
I was talking to Worst or Word. He was a new guy, but it's like a server mod here or something. He's a friend of Amish's apparently. But I had a good conversation with him yesterday, and we touched on aphantasia, the condition some people have where they have an inability to visualize, which I do have myself. You know, I don't visualize in my waking life pretty much at all. You know, so I don't think in visual concepts or anything like that.
You think in words and language.
Pretty much, yeah. Very analytical, you know. But of course, when I dream, I can visualize, you know. That's kind of a bit of the bitch of it, you know. I was saying to him, your brain's happy to go full steam ahead with the capability when you're sleeping, but not when you're waking and you want to use it for, say, drawing a picture or something. But aphantasia is the minority, you know. Most people are visual thinkers, are able to visualize to one degree or another. You know, so that would be the majority of the globers. That they have very strong visual concepts embedded in their psyches. already.
You ever heard of synesthesia?
Synesthesia? No.
It's where you can see sound, right? Or taste colors. So mine is
Yeah, I didn't know the exact name for it, but I've heard of it, yeah.
So mine is I can see sound sometimes. So these sometimes is when I'm teetering in between sleep and awake and somebody makes a really loud, startling noise. Everything lights up bright light like somebody took a picture. So the cat will knock something off the shelf. And I asked my wife, "Did you just take a picture of me while I'm sleeping?" She's like, "No, what the fuck are you talking about?" It's like somebody held a Polaroid, an old school Polaroid, up to my face while I'm asleep and took a picture when I get startled awake. But it only happens when I'm teetering in between awake and asleep. That's some weird shit. That's some weird ass
So
shit.
yeah, you interpreted the sound visually with your visual center. Yeah.
That's some weird ass shit. Took me a while to figure out what was going on too. I'm like, what do you mean you didn't take a picture? What was that light? She's like, there was no light. Like, yeah, somebody flashed a light or something.
Oh,
But I'm usually pretty good at picturing things.
No, it's a big thing when people take psychedelics or stuff like that. You know, they're able to taste colors and see sounds and all this.
But the other 99.9999999% of the time, I don't experience any synesthesia whatsoever. At all. Not even close.
Yeah, you know, you remember that?
You're cutting out.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you remember that big back and forth, however long ago, that dress picture, whether it was blue and whatever, or gold and whatever, I can't remember now.
Yeah, I
white
think
and
that
gold, black and blue.
I think
Yeah,
I've seen.
so like that's kind of like a demonstration to show kind of the different, like how people can be interpreting reality differently, you know, but looking at the same thing. And I think that's just the surface level of it, you know, because when we talk about what was the term, synesthesia, you know, that's it's just a whole nother level to it. And this could be going on across, you know, billions of people, and it just gives you a good reason why we fucking can't agree on anything, you know. It's like, so, like we underestimate basically how vastly different people could be interpreting the same reality, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense because, the psychologist will tell you that your brain is lying to you, or I guess it would be your mind, because of your biases. So people's worldview will dictate how their brains lie to them.
Yeah. But, this conversation leads to the usual place. Are we truly, experiencing an objective reality together? Or is there something more to it?
I got a great example of how your brain is lying to you. Because it sounds stupid, right? Oh, that Slurf just said that your brain is lying to you. Here we go.
Well, the Globers are constantly coming in here telling us that, though.
Here's
Our
a good
senses are
example.
lying.
Well, the idea of your senses are lying to you, that's different, right? Like your brain will lie to you like this. Oh, I can change him. He'll stop beating on me when he gets older. Like, no, you're coping. He's going to continue to beat your ass. Both blocks are the same color.
We don't deny that the senses can be tricked.
Right, of course. But your mind's imagination is far better at tricking you than your senses are.
That's why you go and verify your assumptions based from your senses.
So these two blocks appear to be different colors because the relative contrast of the backgrounds. Or at least that's what I think it is.
It's like that noise you sit and stare at it and you're like, I'm gonna resolve this without having to put my finger in the middle,
Man, the sun is starting to come up. I better go to sleep. It was a pleasure, gentlemen. I guess if there's any ladies in the audience, peace out.
That's right.
Peace, Larry. It was good listening to you speak to them Glowers, man. Have a good night.
I'll come around more often.
Morning. Have a good day at work.
I'm doing keto, so I'm craving them salty tears. Peace.
One legend out, one legend in. Morning, Jedi.
That's an entrance. Morning, mate. How you doing? Good to see you. Morning, everybody else, or good afternoon, or whatever your fucking time is. Hope you're all right.
Everything going well on my end. It's a matrix when you
When I
Matrix, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was going to say when you're booking your anger management class.
thought I was in it. This is not anger management.
Yeah, this is gaslighting. Yeah. So anger management course 102.
Do Australians just live in a constant state of fear?
Why would I live in a constant state of fear from a 12-year-old?
Well, what does that have to do with a 12-year-old?
That's you.
Is it because they've got big scary animals and you don't like big spiders, and therefore you think all Australians are scared of big spiders? So in constant fear, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Australians are a little bit tougher than that, mate. To be fair, they've grown up with these things. I think they can deal with them now.
We keep them as pets.
Might just be worried us British are going back to imprison them again.
I mean, here, a fucking spider is like really nothing, but in Australia, like, gotta amputate your hand or some shit if you get bitten by a little spider.
If the right one gets you, don't worry about the amputation.
Yeah.
You'll wish it got amputated. Actually, if you get hit by a redback, for those who are Gen Xers, if I was to say to you a cigarette lighter smiley,
Yep.
that is how much a redback bite hurts. I've been bitten
Fucking
twice.
hell.
So.
Shit.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yep, that's what they feel like. You'll get a bite mark. I don't know if you've seen an Australian 50-cent piece. You'll get a tiny little bite mark, and you'll get a red welt about the size of a 50-cent piece, and it will sweat profusely from that zone for about an hour, and you'll feel nauseous, and that's about it.
Have you had one?
Yeah, twice.
Oh, god damn. But I mean, you're alright after a few hours, right?
Outside of the feeling like you want to throw your guts up for about an hour, you get a slightly elevated heart rate, naturally, because you've just shit bricks. You're worried that because you've just been bitten by something. Everyone freaks out. But outside of that, yeah, it goes away. It's and it feels like it's on fire. That's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, and that's on the lower end of the scale. That's just your starter shit.
That's just a red
That's
mark, yeah.
you're like fucking you at the airport. Welcome to Australia starter pack. You know. We'll start you off small, and then we'll send you into the outback for the real stuff.
Apparently, I won't say somebody, nobody has died from a redback bite since about 1954 or 56, something like that. So normally the only people that have problems are those with really ultra sensitive skin. Outside of that, the average human should be all right. So that leaves you out, AFK. Sorry.
What do you think Scott drunk when he was, populating Australia?
What was that?
Was he having like a fucking psychotic episode, you know?
Well, considering some of the other animals...
I'm not gonna, I don't know if you've seen them videos on YouTube. This guy does these stupid things like overpowered creatures. He like gamifies it, you know? It's like
No, I haven't seen that.
everything in Australia, flora and fauna, is not balanced, you know?
Yeah, our stuff's all over the place. There's some crazy shit going on.
That's what I mean. God just took the gloves off, you know? That was his testing ground for his more wacky ideas. That's why he fucking put it on the island so none of it would escape, you know?
Day 5, invents plants. Day 6, let's make some fucking animals. Holy shit, that's funny. I couldn't do it. Oh, shit. But that's what it feels like. Some of the stuff, like you look at the platypus and it's gone like, it's a beaver, but not. It's like, what you're running out of parts to make another fucking beaver, or what's the deal, mate?
I got half a beaver. I got a duck's face for some fuckers. Put those together. That'd be fun.
Here's a mad idea. on his fucking paddles or paws or fucking claws or whatever you want to call it. Let's put a fucking spire in there. So if he grabs hold of you, he's going to spike you and poison you. That's a great idea too. Make him look cute. Make him look funny so people want to touch him, but they'll fuck you up if you do.
That's why I distrust koala bears. Well, even though they're not bears, but this is why I distrust koalas, because they're the only animal in Australia that look vaguely cute, but they've got murder in their fucking eyes, I swear. They've probably got a gun or a sword hidden in their pocket or something.
Drop bears. Just got to paint Vegemite behind your ears when it's mating season. You'll be all right.
Oh, really? Yeah.
They don't like it either, apparently. I love that. Oh, shit. Seriously, all koalas are missing is a mad set of fangs. That's it. If they had a whopping set of fangs, you'd look at them and just go, nah, fuck it, I'm out of here. I'm not. Oh, shit.
I mean, like Steve Irwin was like the real true balls of steel man of this world, wasn't he?
Oh, he was a nutcase.
Oh yeah, fucking about with every fucking dangerous as fuck creature from there, man. So you get his equivalent in other countries, you know, Africa and America and whatnot, but still, it's not the same.
When they took the piss out of him on South Park. Oh, wow, look at that. I'm going to sneak up on him and stick my thumb up his bumhole.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Quiet now. Let's get him.
Let's get him. Oh, shit. That's gold.
So yeah, would you rather do what Steve Irwin did or Augustus Picard?
What, stick my thumb up an alligator's arsehole?
No, earlier they were told they were going on about Augustus Picard, you know, first guy to go up very, very high in that balloon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was Tito, actually.
Yeah,
He's like a few balls of steel for doing that, you know.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Rickety ass fucking balloon.
Yeah, it's a pretty ballsy move. Oh, my little mate Booger Smoker's in. How's your cog disc going, mate?
Apparently, it's dumbstruck him, mate, so much so that he can't speak anymore.
Oh, poor chap. Don't worry, Booger Smoker. You'll get over it.
No, he won't.
Well, he better learn to. Hey, Booger Smoker, it's measured flat. Deal with it. Bit of bad luck, eh? He's just signed in. I'll just duck off to the kitchen and I'll make myself up a sandwich. And he's sitting there listening to us. Rag him out whilst he's trying to whiz up a feed.
Good day, y'all. Who thinks they live on the ball and wants to tell us why? Go ahead.
Booger Smoker, most definitely.
Booger Smoker, why do you think you live on the ball? Go ahead. Talkative right now, Matrix. Anybody else on here?
Yeah, I know. I noticed a bit of that. That's a shame. How you been, mate?
Is that even on a ball that's in motion? But it's all relative. Never mind. As far as the rest of the panel is all globe deniers. If anybody is being incorrectly categorized, please speak up. You bunch of globe deniers, what's wrong with y'all?
It happened twice.
You're under no obligation to go and
I
convince
don't need to
anyone
talk
else.
about it.
Yeah, you don't need to go and tell your girlfriends or your friends. You can just
Yes.
quietly understand where you live. Nothing wrong
Or
with that.
just give them a simple I don't know.
Yeah, give them a simple I don't know, or say, well, the horizon's not where the globe model says it should be. So,
Mhm.
I would actually advise against going and telling all your friends and family right away.
Yeah, I still don't know shit, but
Yeah, you need to research. That's what you need to do. You need to think. You just go outside, removing all these concepts of a ball Earth, and just ask yourself, what am I experiencing right now? Am I spinning at millions of
Man,
miles an
not gonna
hour
lie.
through an infinite vacuum?
if the Earth is flat, God exists 100%. Simple as that.
Why do you think they're trying to hide it?
No kidding.
Like instantly, God exists, and we are special.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's why they've worked
Yep.
for hundreds of years to come up with all these mad theories about Big Bangs and coming from fish and then monkeys and then man.
It's
So that
Satan
people don't
right
understand
there.
that.
Don't leave out the rocks. Don't leave
It's
out the
fucking
rocks.
Satan.
Yeah, you started out as a rock. You're a complicated rock.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you think
it's
you live
just a
on a
giant-
ball, if you think you live on a ball, you can get away with anything because you won't have to worry about anything when you die.
Yeah, so when the government tells you to go and kill someone on the other side of the world, you don't have to worry about any consequence. You can go and do it. And the government love that.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
nothing,
you know why it
nothing
doesn't
matters,
matter?
right? It's
Because
just
when
a
you go to the
ball.
other side of- You know why it doesn't matter? Because when you go to the other side of the world, you're upside down, so it doesn't count.
So there you go. You figured it out. It's just one giant attempt to push society into atheism and statism, worship of the government, because they know human beings are going to worship something. If it's not a creator, it's going to be the government, celebrity, themselves, society, whatever the government
Ironically,
and
he
media
was
steer
doing
them
it.
into.
Ironically, he was doing it himself. He was doing the Magic Science Guy fallacy, and he was doing it, just out of reflex.
Yeah, that's what 99% of people are doing. Just assuming that someone else is taking care of it, because how many people believe it? Someone would have called it out. Well, here we are.
Also got rid of kings in many parts of the world, so you can't worship them either.
So let me ask you this: if there is no God, who or what is the highest moral authority that you should listen to?
Moral?
Who?
Oh yeah, I've been thinking
Yeah.
about this for the past
No, I'm
months, and
asking you. I
there's
want to answer the
nothing
question.
at all besides God.
Okay, let me ask you. I want you to answer my question. If there is no God, who is the highest moral authority that you should listen to? That when they say
Society?
you should do this,
Society.
just generally or particular people?
Yeah, your little group, like the society that you're in, and it must be different from Japan. Like moral is relative.
No, I say
Without
you
a
can
God.
follow what's on
In
TV.
those societies, there's a hierarchy, right?
Yeah, moral
People
doesn't
at the
exist
top.
with no God. Actually,
But no, well, I mean, it's not moral, right? It's like a utilitarian thing where, okay, as far as like what you should and shouldn't do, there's no God. So how do I decide what I should and shouldn't do? Well, I look to the hierarchy, and then I look up the hierarchy and like, who's the boss of the hierarchy? Oh, the president of the United States. He's the boss. He decides what I should and shouldn't do because
Bingo.
there's no God, right? So some man is the highest moral authority.
that's really true.
Nothing has changed. Okay, so they used to teach you that the pharaohs, like nobody overthrew them because they said that they were descendants from God and the emperor of China and all these kings, right? The divine right of rule, right? So they told you this. They told their people the same things, except for they said, "God anointed me." They've abandoned God and they've said, "There is no God. I've anointed myself."
I mean, with no God, good and evil and bad doesn't exist at all. It's just a concept.
I'm aware of that.
So,
I'm aware of that. That there's no epistemological justification for.
yeah, I agree with that.
I should claim because you can't get a should claim out of anything, right? You just become completely pragmatic. So there's like the humanist view where like whatever is good for all the humans, right? As long as you don't do any harm. That's what you should do. Okay, well, that's subjective, right? One person thinks you should do this, another person thinks you should do this, one person thinks this is harmful, one person thinks that is harmful. You can't come up with any objective truths. You're left in a relative wishy-washy state that drives people crazy as, like, look at the world, dude. Just look at how crazy the world is. Relative moralism. It's a failure.
Yeah, so Arthur, that's kind of the point I was wanting you to understand, because when you're saying, well, what shape it is doesn't matter, and yeah, technically that's true. The physical nature of the surface itself in isolation doesn't really matter, but the larger philosophical, societal, spiritual implications of that question do matter. And they've used this concept of a globe as a weapon against us. You understand? Societally.
Mm-hmm.
So they've changed the power structure, the power dynamic that's been understood through all of human civilization and history, that there's a creator above all, and that men are all equal under him.
Why does God let it happen?
You don't.
Well, then you get into the deep spiritual philosophy there about free will and...
Yeah,
we're not going to get into the question of the problem of evil.
Yeah, that's the flat Earth VC stuff philosophy. I get it.
No. So, look, the problem of evil, we're not going to get into that, okay? It's an ancient question. It's not necessary. Whoever's doing that. Okay, so the problem of evil is an ancient philosophical question that's been debated for, thousands of years. We're not going to cover that here. The topic here is flat Earth. So, fact of the matter is, if you doubt that there's power in this globe idea, that they're exerting power over the masses, the guy that just came in here and spiraled out of here because he was shown a triangle, because he's so embedded, this worldview that he adopted voluntarily, so embedded into his mind, he can't even for 1 second entertain the idea that it's false, because his whole identity will collapse. Okay? This is the fact of the matter. We see person after person after person. I call it spiral on arrival. They come in, they're mad as hell flat Earth is even around. Oh my God, you guys are flat Earth, spazzing out. Why are they spazzing out? It's not their idea. Why would you spazz out over somebody else's idea that they gave you and you adopted? Doesn't make any sense. It's because the powers that should not be have implanted this idea into them as an identity of who they are. Who am I? I'm a speck of dust on this giant ball on a speck, which is also a speck of dust in a giant near infinite universe. And the sun's going to blow up in 4.3 million years anyway, billion years, and we're all going to die anyway. So what I do doesn't really matter. It's a nihilistic, solipsist worldview, and that's why, when you adopt that, it just becomes everything is hedonism and nonsense. So this is a multifaceted, sophisticated idea that's got tentacles all over the place.
Speaking of spiraling globers, I don't think I've seen Ben D. Light out of the VC or out of the YouTube channel before. What's up, Ben? Ben D. Light. All the world's a mirage because the light's bending, because it must be a globe.
Is he one of those?
Yeah, I think that's his whole name. It's all the deal, right? Light must be bending to make everything look flat, to deceive
Moon's not
us.
there. Yep, moon's not there. Sun's not there. You can't shoot missiles from ships to another ship. You can't do any of that because it's all an illusion for these guys. It's just imaginary.
It's all Bendy Light, right? Bendy Light?
All the world is a stage, and the stage is a mirage. And, that's not really an act happening because they're refracted to somewhere else.
You there, Bendy?
Shit, man. Oh, okay. So what do you have to say about the Houthis shooting a missile at a U.S. destroyer, going 10 feet off the water and being picked up 43 kilometers away from the ship? What do you have to say about that? Was that Bendy radar? And Bendy infrared?
Lucky shot.
Lucky shot. Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good, right? Good can only bring you so far. Luck can do anything.
So Arthur, you're still on the fence.
Tristan's mad at Arthur for not being a full glober now, and now he's calling him dumb. All that shit. That's funny. When the globers get hurt, Tristan, you're losing one.
Typical.
That's unfair, Tristan, because you already understand that the Earth is flat. So don't try and stop other people from figuring it out.
Don't join them.
Hey Arthur, what do you think is still good evidence for a globe?
Shit.
Anything?
No. You guys have all the answers for my simple
I
questions.
always unmute
Vinny.
Robert and ask him. He's at the bottom under his new alias. What's his new alias? Oh, his new alias is unmute.
I'm not qualified enough to make more questions because I'm out of bullets, right?
You don't have to be. It's not. I mean, if you're just asking questions, I mean, you don't have to be qualified. Just use your mind. Just be honest and critical in your thought.
And remember, you can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. And because of that, you can't do celestial navigation on a ball.
Like right now, you should be frantically searching for globe evidence to try and hang on to this belief that you think is or should be true. Have you done that? Or are you going to do that?
No.
You going to try and find some globe evidence?
I'll try.
Well, if you're curious about the truth, you would have to.
Oh, your inbox is probably filling up right now. I wouldn't doubt it at all. Bendy Light's here.
If you type Flat Earth in backwards in Google, you'll get the NASA website.
Oh,
So think about it,
you have
Arthur.
already
How
sent
could
me
you-
the link of your guys' Discord. I'll just join again and try to check more stuff.
Yeah, do some research. Think to yourself, how could I prove if I live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum or not? And good luck. Let us know when you want your flat Earth badge.
I wish you guys are right, because
No, we are
It's way
right.
better-
You wish it was a
I
globe
wish-
still, is what it is.
No, I
Yes.
promise you, I wish you guys are right, because
Well, you're in luck. You're in luck because we are right, and there's no
Please.
evidence to the opposite.
please, it's way better to be in a place that was designed for you, especially for you.
Well, lucky for you, that's your situation.
Yeah. There you go. You win. You're a winner now.
It makes me happy, but I'm still not sure. Well, let's check about it.
We are sure. So you
Yeah,
guys
man,
have to
cows
go-
didn't evolve to feed us.
Yeah, you
That's
have to
not
go outside and look for yourself, dude.
Yeah, you can go and test it yourself. That's the beautiful thing about
Way of
this.
survival.
You can go and figure it out. Just go to your local beach or lake. See how flat it is. Has someone shown you the curve calculators?
No.
Go and check the numbers.
I'm wondering if anyone's in his DMs yet. It's been like 30 minutes.
For sure.
Yeah, Arthur, do us a favor. Go and check your DMs and tell us if someone's trying to convince you that the Earth's a globe.
No one.
Okay. They must be sleeping.
Check your notification.
Recharging for the next day. They've been reset.
One of them must have called in sick on this shift or something. I don't know.
No, Professor Phil is busy crashing rockets into the moon.
Yeah, I did. 17 minutes over. 17 minutes past the last hour. So 1 hour ago, 17 minutes past the last hour, I posted the Black Swan, the Twilight Black Swan, and you got the curvature calculator link there as well.
Wouldn't it have
Go
been
check that
easier
out.
to just repost them instead of saying all that?
No, I posted a lot of stuff.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi.
You got questions? Got some evidence that the Earth's a spinning ball?
No, I'm here to agree with everything you're saying because the Earth's flat.
Okay.
Do you guys believe in the ice walls?
Ice
No, we're not really talking about beliefs here. Just talking about reality.
Besides, it's a military thing. The
Yeah, but
military calls it the ice
What's
wall.
the edge of the world? That's a good point. Where is the edge of the world?
If you find one, let us know.
Yeah, when you're out searching for when you're looking for that globe proof, look for an edge, I guess.
I edge all
But
the
it's
time.
a
I don't know
globe.
about that.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to have a edge if it's a globe. But if it's a flat surface, it needs to.
Nope.
To have
See,
one.
that's where you're wrong.
That's where the ice walls come in, guys. Because you can't
Yeah,
really
so
like,
I'll mute
fall off
you.
with the ice walls.
Yeah, I'll mute you then. How's that?
Glober alert.
Yeah, he's definitely a Glober alert.
Wouldn't someone need to claim an edge for there to be an edge?
So the edge of the globe has an edge. It has one edge going all the way around it. So if you hold it up in your hand and you look across the top, you'll see it's curved. That's your edge. So you should be able to do that across water. And there should be a definite edge everywhere, 3 miles away when you're standing at the beach. And there's not. So there you go. No edge. So you guys don't have an edge, and neither do we. Who cares?
I always edge. Sorry.
Degenerate Glober, your interjections aren't required. We know you're a Glober, but you won't be able to tell us why you're a Glober. So you'll pretend not to be a Glober.
I didn't get it. Because what if I go to the limit of the surface? Because if it's a globe, it has no limit. It's just circle. It's repeating itself. But if it's a flat surface, it needs to have a limit.
All right, let's ruin your day. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? How can you have air and water around a ball in a vacuum?
I mean, there's a lot of explanation for this.
No, there's no explanation for it. Zero explanations for it.
Yeah, we're not claiming an edge. We're not claiming an edge, and we're not claiming it's a disc in space that you could fall off. So if
Elijah,
you're curious,
all right.
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the size or the limits of the system.
We were
that we're in.
different because every single flat earther outside of here that I've seen, they are all claimed there is a dome. I don't know how it's called, but there are walls of ice in order to stop the water to go.
Not walls of ice. That's speculation as to what's far south.
Arthur, were you listening when I said the ice walls? That's a military term. U.S. military.
Okay.
Did that. They found it, and then the government, named it the ice walls, not us. I don't know who keeps saying flat Earth with ice walls. It's nothing to do with us.
But yeah, you were speaking to containment of some kind. Yes, we're in a contained system, a closed system, right? Not open to a vacuum on the surface of an object. You ever heard of a terrarium, Arthur? Yes, no?
No.
You should look up what a terrarium is. It's essentially an enclosed system with soil and water and seeds. And life flourishes.
I posted it at 20 after.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, that's basically what we've got going on here. That's why it's called a terrarium. The root word terra means earth.
Okay. Terrar. Okay. I got it.
So it's like a mini earth. Closed system.
Yeah,
So,
it's closed.
yeah,
they don't
logically-
open it. They don't open it to water. he watered it once and closed it, and it's sealed for
Yeah, and it
70
generates
years
its own
now.
gas and water cycle will generate in the
But
closed
what
container.
if we put humans there once they need? I mean, what if they get close to the edge? The edge is a glass in this case.
Then you go knock knock. Who's there?
So
knock. Where's the knock knock of Earth? That's what I'm asking.
Good question. Good question. We don't know, and we're not claiming it.
And you wouldn't be able to go there anyway because you wouldn't be able to follow any route.
And if you guys are right, the military wouldn't let me get close as well.
Well, maybe that's why there's an Antarctic Treaty, which is an international treaty that most of the countries are signed up to, which stops you.
Yeah,
it stops you from going there legally.
A dude just got arrested to get because he got close to Antarctica.
Yeah, they don't want you going south generally.
It just got close
or north. But yeah, that's speculation, and we generally stick to what we can prove. So, good question, but we don't know.
Right.
What's another question? Anyway, I'm going to drop off, guys, but good chats. I'll be listening in for a bit before I drop off. Good luck, Arthur, in your quest.
Yo, thank you. And I gotta go as well. I wish you guys are right. It's way better to live in a place that was made for us. And that's it. See you guys.
Oh, he's gone already? Well, never mind. Don't worry about whether we're right or not. Just prove to yourself whether you live on a spinning ball or not.
Make sure not spiraling. Yeah. Hey, good on the panel. Good on everybody on the panel. Good on everybody that's listening in, and all of the guests, especially the Spiring Globies. We got Twonger on the panel. We got iSphere, Robert, aka Robert. What else we got? Vaxwax. We got Imrail. And yeah, I think that's everybody who's not part of the crew. Yeah, man. Good on you guys.
I haven't had any death threats today for giving the triangle test. Yesterday it happened twice.
Only 2. Come on, you're letting the team down.
Day's not over.
There's nobody on this call right now that thinks you live on a spinning ball.
Yeah, there's people in the call that aren't going to answer you. I see them.
Oh. Why will you not answer me? Tell us why you think you live on a ball. Come on, man.
Oh, I'm sure Robert would tell you, but he's got a sock in his mouth.
Oh, brother, I
No,
could tell you plenty.
Well, he doesn't let you talk, so it's not worth unmuting him. He doesn't let people talk anyway. He just calls people liars.
I've heard plenty of his globe stories, so no thank you.
The sad part is with our friend Robert, you could actually drag him out and sit him there whilst doing a laser transit. You could drive him around the opposite side, hand him the tape measure, and get him to measure the distance where you should have a 500-foot drop and only have 2 foot, because that's how high the laser was shot at the start, and he still would deny it. He'd call you a liar. He'd probably accuse your $40,000 laser of being inaccurate or some other shit. There'd be some crap story he'd come up with just to deny the fact that the laser is pointing straight, as it expected.
Probably start arguing with himself.
Mute buttons in here are a lot nicer than the ones in the real world.
Lasers would all of a sudden start bending.
Yeah, he's just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do. Even if he witnessed it himself, he would still not accept it. He's just one of those, just a full tilt zealot.
Yeah, mate, it seems like one of those guys that won't go below the surface on this subject and just refuses to accept anything we say. Sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Well, he touched a rocket, so you guys know what that means. He went to NASA and touched a rocket.
Katy Perry. That means he's just as qualified as Katy Perry.
When he touched it, he knew it went into space.
It wasn't a dude called Rocket, was it?
No, he touched a dude's rocket.
Probably had rocket tattooed on it. That's how he knew. Something that someone pointed out to me the other day. Isn't it amazing the difference between amateur rocketry and these things that NASA puts up in the respect of how they launch? And
yeah, one goes fast and one goes fast and one launches like you're on a hot air balloon ride.
Like it's in slow motion or something, yeah. Like it's there to put on a show.
You would never even feel it. You could just stand up and drink coffee inside of it. It's moving so slow.
That's kind of the way gravity works.
Say what?
I think he's trying to say if we unmute him, we can make him dance. I dance time. Robert's new name. Well, who's taking on that task? Not me.
Well, since it was me that put the red flag on him for 39.59 minutes, I'm not going to undo it. That was put there for a reason. If anyone wants to undo him, I'm not going to disagree with it, but you're responsible for making sure it goes back on.
For what it's worth, I don't want to talk to him either. So.
Well, I'm glad I can't.
Stone cold silence would be better than listening to him. That's just my opinion, though.
I mean, everybody has a kryptonite when it comes to this discussion. Maybe Robert's kryptonite is Flat Lloyd.
Nah, I doubt it. What's going on, John?
It's up to you, Flat Lloyd, man. If you want to talk to him, go ahead. I ain't trying to discourage anybody. But he's just, it's zealotry. Anyway.
I just taking care of children today, Lloyd. Doing some dad stuff. Listening to some great conversations.
Very good. Yeah, I don't know about Robert. I mean, we're going on like the 800th try.
I don't think Robert knows about Robert.
Well, one thing's for sure, he could definitely break the silence. If you like Jamaican accents, anyway.
But while it's silent and Flat Lloyd's on here, I want to congratulate him and Meg and everybody else. I watched the Rumble podcast. I liked it. Good job. Hope y'all keep
thanks,
going.
Man. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Really just talking about anything and everything that's going on. Myself, I've been kind of thinking about doing my own kind of like architecture, kind of John Levy style, or Levi. But I don't know, it takes a lot of work. A lot of scanning through just looking at different pieces of architecture. And for myself, it's really more of a nothing burger. I don't really like to call it Tartaria because that's more of like this unified belief that maybe it was the Moors, maybe it was this or that. But for me, I just like pointing out objectively what we're looking at. And sometimes it's Griffin. Sometimes it's, from what I can tell, is actually the mathematics of, say, a chord progression in a piano. Is sometimes like the doorway, for instance, or the proportioning system is mathematically the same as, a Hungarian fifth minor chord, which is odd, objectively. It's really hard to say what that means, but
Random argument. Sorry, I thought you was done.
Go for it, Dave.
Man, I could Google this, but what the hell is a gargoyle and why'd they ever start using those things?
Right. And some of them are even worse than you would imagine. Just really grotesque, like entire creatures from what look like they're made out of entirely antlers that are gigantic, and they're at the top of the building, and nobody even sees them from the bottom. So you tend to wonder, if you're going to make all these wonderful visual things on your building, who are you making them to view, right? Is there a large component such as the airships, that have been objectively wiped away in some areas? But just really more questions, which is just different for me, especially on a topic like flat Earth, where don't get me wrong, I have questions, but you come to a certain humbleness about where we all share and what we live and what we can objectively know. And in architecture, I think that's the case, but we're just taught that it's a style and that people are just being artistic. And I do think it's something to definitely look at, and that everybody, if they actually looked inside some of their towns, they would even realize that they have a lot of this unique architecture as well. especially
Yeah,
Australia.
speaking to that point, Flat Lloyd, if you haven't watched it, My Lunch Break episode 3 had some of the craziest buildings I've seen. There's one that's like, I forget, might have been like, I mean, the way it dwarfed the public was just insane. I forget where he even mentioned that one was, but that one piece of architecture, you'll know it because he has to actually
Lunch
like
Break
pan
is
them
great,
for
man.
a while. Oh my gosh! But episode 3, that one piece in particular, you'll know which building I'm talking about because the people look like just tiny, and he has to pan up for a good like minute and a half before he even reaches the top of this thing. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's crazy tall. It's crazy tall, and you're talking massive columns on the top. And yeah, again, the narrative of no cranes, just begging some questions there.
What?
But yeah, it looks like we have Barat. What's going on, Barat? Is that how you say it?
I don't know.
Well, how do you say your name?
John?
Okay, John.
Yeah, what's up,
How's it
guys? It's going well. I was just playing some League with my friends.
Nice. Are you under the impression that you live on a spinning space ball?
I am under the impression that I am living and I don't care about the Earth.
What a particularly odd thing to say.
No, it's not.
Do you want us to call like SAMHSA, like the mental health hotline? Do you need to talk to somebody?
What? No? Why?
Because it's a very nihilistic solipsist worldview right there.
Do you guys really care so much about the shape of the Earth?
Okay, if you're going to ask yourself, what's the meaning of life? Wouldn't knowing where you live help you answer that?
Why should I care about the shape of the Earth?
Because if you answer my question, that just becomes self-evident a question. Because if you want to know why you exist in the first place, you should know where you are.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're walking on top of a cloud, right, you might think you're in a Jack and the Beanstalk book and there's a freaking goose that lays golden eggs somewhere around you, right? That might be your meaning. If you live on a spinning ball, you might think that you've descended from apes and that there is no meaning because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway. So that could be your meaning, right? If you live on a flat earth, you'd know that the whole world is created and that it's unique. It's not like anything else. And you're not like anything else. And that will give you a whole different meaning. So it does matter where you are. It tells you, defines your existence in a way. Was that a sufficient answer?
So if you really don't care, why'd you even click into this channel? I'm just curious.
To tell us you don't care?
Yeah, basically, I was just wondering what you guys are thinking. Like, why do you care so much about the shape of the Earth? Just live your life. You know what I mean?
We are.
It's not actually about the shape, it's about the deception, man. Sorry, go ahead, India.
No, I was going to say we are living our life. This is part of it. Why do I have Deadpool like going through my head with Negasonic Teenage, whatever the last part was. I'd rather be anywhere but here. It's going to be long, sullen silence.
Yep.
You've got a tornado of sound locked in a tiny box. You could always open that up.
failed.
Egypt.
Okay, so guys, Earth is flat or not?
Yep.
Well, yes, it is. Thank you for asking. It turns out it is flat. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, she is. Yes.
Yes, we exhaustively looked for measurements of the curvature for the ball that they claimed, and it's not there, sir.
Why do you think Earth is flat? For real? Can
Somebody else go ahead.
Question? Sorry, I'm just joining, but so the Earth is flat?
Yep. Did you say why do we think it's fun?
Well, why do you think it's flat?
Well, I would say that it's more of a realization, right? It's not a belief. It's not like a new.
Are you for real, guys? For real? Why do you think that? I'm
He's trying to answer your question and you're interrupting him. Why?
Maybe if you let him
I mean, the short answer, we think it's flat because it is.
No, it's not. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous.
I was taught a globe too. You were taught a globe also, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah, I was too.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, so you think it's ridiculous? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If no one told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out all by yourself? Nobody told you.
No, but you know, you have an image from
flat Earth but then flat Earth can't be ridiculous if the globe is not self-evident.
But it is, bro. It's like
you just said it wasn't. You said you wouldn't have figured it out. Can't figure out things that are self-evident. It doesn't even make sense.
Why do you think that? For you?
I think he's broken, dude. Your record's skipping.
Are you able to take in any information, or are you an automated bot or something?
I'm sorry. I don't speak very well English, so if you can send me like simple words, I can understand. But
do you understand the word water?
Can you repeat, please?
Water. You know what water is?
Waters.
Water. WATER.
Water. The water. Yes.
Okay. Speaking of water around the world, bodies of water. Yeah, listen, bodies of water do not curve in reality. And they tell us that the Earth is like 70% water, so it cannot be a ball. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Okay. But what is the problem with? What do you need? Why do you think? I can't understand that. I can't. Why do you think the world is like flat?
5 times now. You asked the same question 5 times.
Yep. What are you doing, man?
We think the Earth is flat because how flat it is.
Why flat?
Okay, ocean flat, water flat. Is water flat? Is the surface of water flat?
No, but bro, you know,
it's a yes or no.
Yes flat
or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
No, the surface of water is not flat. How come we use water to make a flat floor then? If you build a floor and you want it flat, you use water inside of a level to make the floor flat. Why did we do that then?
Bro, are you serious for real? Do you really think
you're just trolling?
Bro.
Oh yeah, he's trolling. It's Stray Cat. Yeah, he's been in here before. I'm sorry, I didn't notice who it was talking.
No, bro, please.
You're obviously not taking the
Don't blame
subject
me
serious.
again. I'm so sorry. Yesterday I was there and I got mute. Please. Don't mute again.
But we'll give you another chance. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll give you another chance. But you're gonna interact like a normal human being, or like we don't need your grief, brother.
Impossible. I'm so sorry for yesterday. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. If I speak very bad yesterday, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, let's move forward and see if we can have a productive conversation. Right?
I'm trying,
We're not
but
going to get very far. We're not going to get very far if you can't comprehend what we're saying. That's kind of the issue too. So we got two problems here: cognitive dissonance and a language barrier. We got like two separate issues going on.
yeah, no, but it's not a point for banning me and mute me from every server because yesterday I was mute on every server, so it was very annoying.
No, and our intention is not to mute you. It's just when you're being disruptive and cussing people out. And yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to disturb
Mute
you.
yourself? No, it's okay. We're not trying to mute you, brother.
Okay.
It's mainly like Indio just told you to try to act like a normal human being and discuss the subject seriously. Can you do that?
I'm trying to be a nice human being, and I listening your point, but I can understand that. Why do you think I can understand? I'm so sorry. I can understand that. Why do you think the hurt is flat? It's not sense for me.
That's like the 10th time you've asked the same question. Point. Somebody else go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if asking the same question like 10 times. Sorry. For me, it's why? Just why? Just why? Okay, I'm leaving, guys. I'm okay with your point, and I'm sorry if I'm disturbing. Sorry. And I appreciate your points. I appreciate the way you answer me, and sorry to disturb. Okay.
Hey, Gary, you're welcome back when you're ready to have a serious discussion about it. Okay. Next, who's next? Anybody? Let me pick one random person here while I'm talking. Apocryphon thinks he lives on a spinning ball and literally nothing, don't you? Let's see if he's at his mic.
What's up?
You do not accept that theory of our cosmology, sir, do you?
No, I don't.
And literally nothing.
As it says in Job, we hang on nothing. And then God's like, later on, he's like, where were you when I built this place? Totally reminds me of man.
Well, thanks for speaking up, Apocryphon. I just randomly picked somebody to pick on. It was you. And good job on that stuff about the military thing. Give everybody a brief synopsis of that thing that proved that there's no curvature over the ocean.
Yeah, you know what's messed up about that though? I even is Kimbo Beats in here? He even said that he's like, what? He's like, I saved that because I had posted it, and he said he saved the article, but it's gone. It's like not to be found anymore. They scrubbed it, and I'm like, what? I just like, what the heck, man? I just posted that just recently. But yeah, it's
Did you have it download on your computer, right?
No, luckily I just had the like a video of it. There was a video that was made. This guy put it together. Like he's not a flat earther.
Really?
Yeah, he's just like a guy that's like he's just kind of like he was into it, you know, like the whole like, and then the drones that were 10 feet off the water, but the USS Carney, like they saw it, you know, using the Aegis A1 spy radar. Like he's just really excited that, you know, like what happened, how it went down. He doesn't have, you know, any skin in the game. So when this guy made this video, like I'm like, cool. So then I looked up for the article. I'm like, I want to see where he got this information from, you know, doing my due diligence, right? And then lo and behold, I found it. I'm like, cool, awesome. So I got that article. I posted it in the other server. I believe I was talking to Indio at that time, and he was like, oh no, and I even asked Indio, like, dude, you remember? He's like, no, he's like, you just showed me the video. I was like, but I did post it though. And then Kimbo Beats, he's like, yeah, you did show it. I'm sorry. He's like, yeah, I saved it. So I'm like, all right, cool, you know, like that's good. That's good stuff. But I guess it's it got taken off, dude. Like it's gone. So that sucks.
Well, scrub from the internet. Imagine that. They would never do anything with that.
Right? It's like that's all they do.
Supercharged.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate, to be honest, because it's like, what the heck, man? Like, why does it go down like that? You know, like, it sucks.
I mean, it's probably because that, like you said, it was made by like a unbiased person. They wasn't discussing Globe or anything. He was just telling you about how cool it was they could do that, right?
Right.
And he accidentally debunked the Globe while he was doing
it. Yeah. Crazy, man. It's just like, wow, like it's messed up because I mean I hate to think like you know, we could have had a that was a good, like that was a good position. Like that's a really good article, like to show people, like, no, look at this is what it is, you know. So it's messed up that they did that. But I'm more curious into like, how did that get like taken out so fast? You know, like what happened?
Yeah. I know it's just hearsay, but I remember back in 2015, somebody, I can't remember the guy's name, but said he was in the Navy on one of the hangouts back then, and he claimed that they could laser target up to like 160 to 180 miles across the water with line of sight laser targeting. But I have no way of verifying that, but that's what he said.
Yeah, matter of fact, like I had said before, there was a guy that was in my old server, and we, like, I remember we were talking about everything, and he whatchamacallit, he came out with well, we were talking about the Aegis system like way back then, and I'm sorry, I was playing chess and I just messed up. I was distracted. Okay, now I can talk. We were talking about the Aegis system like years ago, like I don't know, like around 2020, 2021 or something like that, way back on my old server, and we were saying like it's 150 miles line of sight, and then Globers are like, no, that's a network. They use satellites and planes, and then I'm like, okay, I'm not going to argue that because you're right. They do have a network, but there are also times where they just have the Aegis system on the destroyer or whatever craft they have, and it itself has a 360 degrees of 150 miles line of sight with the radar. They always argue that, like, it couldn't exist, and obviously in their position they're right. That can't be in their globe Earth. So but then the guy, he's like, well, my brother's in the Navy, and he actually says that 150 is what they disclose, but it actually can go twice as far. So that would give like a classified reading of 300 miles, of technology. Like they're able to do that. But, obviously when things are classified, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, here's what we got, guys. You know what I mean? They're not going to tell the enemy like how far they can truly see them from away from their position, because then hello. So, I mean, yeah, this is an old argument. Like, Aegis system is an old argument, but coming across this video was cool. Posted it, and just sucks, dude, that it's gone though. It's no longer online, man. Kembo, were you able to find that? I don't know if Kembo Beats is here, but he said that he saved it, and I guess it's gone from what he saved too. And I couldn't find it for the life of me. I searched. I spent hours yesterday searching for it. But that's definitely a globe killer. It's impossible to have 100, even what they disclose, 150 miles line of sight. And that's not incorporating high altitude of anything, any assistance. That's just the destroyer, just the instrument, the radar itself on the vessel. So they're done, dude. That's like a wrap. Like, that's not a globe.
Yeah, we had a guy.
The military is doing anything practically and trying to deal with Earth's curvature or motion. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, we had a guy come in last night that was talking to Matrix, Paul 77. He had his own Black Swan from, what was it, Matrix? Are you around? You remember exactly what the calculation?
Radio gear. These radio gear, when using radio, and T-Dub looked it up, and instead of us doing our 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and feet, the radio gear is 1.41 something, 1.414 or 1.418, whatever it is, times the tower's height in feet, but the tower at the other end also has the same thing back, so you get like a double horizon effect. And he said that his radio gear with a 50-foot tower, he could hit 130 miles. So 130 miles, I think it's about a 9,000-foot drop that he's got to account for. And no, you don't know what line of sight is. So pretty funny.
He told you you don't know how radio waves work, is what he told you.
Yeah.
You don't know what line of sight is. Like, what? Like, okay, what is line of sight? It's line of sight. Like you can see it; it's right there.
Because he was saying that that's how line of sight works, and that's what we're saying. Yeah, it's a straight line, and yeah, then it's like, dude, you've just black swanned yourself. Well done. Here's some video gear. And he didn't like that much.
So I guess their excuse for that is it follows the curvature of the Earth somehow because of gravity or something, or light refracting or whatever it is. Whatever globe excuse with.
Well, the problem with that though, when they say that it's just curving around because it gets into these like this ducting, right? Like you could send like radio waves or transmission feeds using ducting. And like it just so happens to form this like perfect, going along with the curvature of the Earth. But think about this, like ducting, it's not reliable. It's not 100% because the conditions, like they even admit it too, the conditions can it could throw off your signal so it wouldn't go in the direction that you were intended to, like for it to be like shooting out to. Like it can go a different direction. So ducting, and even this is a problem even in their own, in their own reality, in their paradigm. So think about it. The military is not going to rely on this ducting thing that they say they're using when it's not 100% all the time accurate. Like you're not going to have a missile defense system that's going to shoot a signal that's going to get caught in that ducting, and then travel around the curvature of the Earth. Well, guess what? If it fails, then you fail, and then we lose, and then we get hit. So it's just asinine for someone to think like that. They just throw that out. They always use that as an excuse. Oh, there's ducting, atmospheric. They have all these different excuses of how this is happening, because they'll say anything and everything than just to admit it's just literally just going over a flat planar surface in the ocean. Like they just cannot admit that. It's funny.
Yeah, it's obvious when lives are on the line, the military's doing anything, they're not going to play a percentage with ducting or whatever they're trying to say.
Exactly. It's known to be unpredictable. Like you cannot predict it. So imagine like you're not going to fight a war with an unpredictability. No, that's ridiculous. But that's their excuse. They have to have that be their reality, and that it just so happens to work every single time. Like, come on. Every radio transmission, you're talking back and forth through ducting, and you just so happen to have a full conversation. No, that's ridiculous. That's not even what happens.
Let's check, see if any of the news joined. I heard a couple of noises. Anybody on here want to tell us about your globe beliefs and why you think that?
It's the same old song and dance.
Who's our radius? Did we talk to them?
I think that's Robert. Just morphin. It's morphin time.
It's his latest sock account.
See the Pink Ranger?
He's whatever he wants to be at this point. He can just switch it up. Must be sad existence, Sitting here just hoping you get unmuted. Pick me, pick me.
I don't think there's any part of the globe lore that he hasn't told us already, so what's the point?
It's been just a whole lot of not even any rebuttal to your evidence, just like, no, you just don't understand how it works. Well, explain to us how we're wrong. Well, I can't do that. I'm just going to say, some more. So,
You just don't understand the story they made up, man. What's wrong with you?
Oh, but brother, there's rocket going into space.
It is pretty funny though. Just listen to him go off. It's like lighting off fireworks. Like once the fuse is lit, and he's got to wait, and it's just like.
I would almost say Mike does a better Jamaican guy than Robert does. It's close.
Oh yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, man, it was good. You really did. You nailed it. Great impersonation there.
Well, before I bounce off here, I'll shout out to anybody out there listening on YouTube or wherever. You're interested in this subject, this is the place to come in here and talk about it. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, and bring some 21st century glow proofs.
Good night, bro.
Yeah, cheers, Dave. All right, y'all. I'm heading to the general chat. I'm gonna cast my net. Let's throw out some chum. Get some globers.
Get him. Get him.
Have fun. Hey, Kingsley, I was wondering that the other day. I haven't heard from him for a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And I don't know if he goes into Earth Awakenings, but I'm not even a part of that anymore, so I don't even know. I haven't seen him. I'm not over there anymore.
Is Earth Awakenings just another server?
Yeah.
Okay. To join that.
Yeah. I mean, but he used to go there. I haven't seen him anywhere else.
You there, Indio?
Same with Quantum Eraser. I haven't seen that guy around either.
Yeah.
Mic check. Mic comes through.
Cash
Yeah,
one.
you're good.
So Indio's AFK probably. Damn it.
The encyclopedia is not always available, T-Dub. Sometimes you got to look your own shit up.
We'll make bookings.
I'll tell you something now. If we ever learn how to clone people, I'm getting a copy of him and keep one at home. It's like, dude, I need to know this.
Yeah, it would just be easier to upload his consciousness to the net.
Feel sorry for the current AI models that are being used. They're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, Earth Awakenings is holding a live stream about the Celestial Theodolite update number 7. We got a fair number of people in there. Fif 51 souls.
All right, I casted a wide net. Let's see what happens.
If there's that many people over there, then there's it's probably like Shane and Alan. They usually draw a lot of people in from X.
Yeah, they're doing it a lot like a live event there.
Oh yeah. So then, yeah, if they're doing the celestial navigation with the mountain and the angle and all that stuff. Apparently, that guy that did it did some really good work. Proved quite a
Shane's doing the live thing going on there.
Mm. Yeah. And it's interesting. I don't know. Did you watch Jesse Path of Light go against Alan in regards to that on McToon's channel? I don't know if you saw that or not, but did he go over there? He probably went over there. Because all he did was cherry pick numbers and say "nuh-uh," but it's just pure ridiculousness.
Do you have to have an invite to join that Earth Awakenings?
They might have it as a link that you could just click on the link.
I think there's a if you go into our Discord, there's a link in the partner section. I mean, we could just ban you from our server and you're automatically probably invited.
Wow.
We call the land of misfit toys for a reason. I mean, it's all right. I mean, I've only been there a couple of times. I mean, maybe I just went at the wrong time, but it was total freaking chaos when I went there.
Once was enough for me. The time I went there is when FED went across, and Neil, within about 10 seconds of opening his mind, where are we today? In the land of misfit toys? And that was it. Instant blow-ups. Oh, shit. Instant blow-ups. This one dude piped up, had a massive cry. How can you say that? Whinge, whinge. And I was like, yep, that's enough for me. I got me dose. That's the only time I've ever been there, and I was there for that episode. Fantabulous.
Thanks. I definitely got to check it out.
Hey, Sporag, they apparently did have actual observations that people documented. I forgot the guy's name that said he went out and did them.
Hey, Indio. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so I've just been in the back chats discussing with Amish about Perplexity AI's review of the 3 Beacon 19 combat Hawaii trial, right?
What trial?
The trials, the Becker trials from Hawaii, from the observatories. You know, the one, the 150K one?
The 3 laser one? That one?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's trying to tell me that that the divergence or the separation was greater than predicted.
What does that mean?
Well, you know, so that because I was under the impression that they predicted a certain amount of separation between bandwidths, right?
No. That's not what happened. So they did the experiment. They did the experiment.
Yeah.
And then a guy, for his master's thesis, decided he was going to analyze the experiment. That's part of his master's thesis. He was, he participated in it as intern, student, whatever, right? Just like you're a PhD student, you participate in experiments or whatever, and then you use some of the data for your PhD. So he was doing this for a master's, right? And actually, another person at the same university also did their master's thesis on this same experiment, but they did. I can't remember what they did. They did some. I can show it to you.
The other guys review it. The other guys, yeah, I'll get it. I'm on my cell phone right now. The guys review like what he wrote his paper on was a little different. So this guy Bricker, David Bricker, part of his master's thesis. So what he was trying to do was model. So he was trying to create a kinematic model post-diction, right? Basically a post-diction, getting a model to fit what was observed, right? And so in the course of that, right, he models refraction, he runs some ray trace simulations, and he runs the U.S. standard atmosphere prediction of what the path of light would be. So that's like the first thing he does, right? Because they're like, the question was turbulence, right? But before you even get to the turbulence, how do you know how the beam shifts around if you don't know what it's supposed to do? So he models what it's supposed to do, right? Quote unquote, the globe refraction, U.S. standard atmosphere, and he calculated it for 3 beam wavelengths. That prediction showed that the beam should have been separated by 20 meters, but the telescope is 3.4 meters wide. So obviously, according to the globe, they couldn't have picked up the beams. So they'd already done the experiment, right? They'd already done it, the test or whatever, not the experiment. So the test, they'd already done it. And obviously it worked, right? So obviously, if it worked, and the model says the beam should be 20 meters apart, the model's wrong. Got it?
So it was post-modeling. Right, post-modeling. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because they probably would have did something different if they did it first, right? They didn't do any, like, they just, listen, it describes it in the actual test. Like, we just aimed the laser at the spotlights on the other island. That's all they did. They just freaking pointed it. So to get the direction they pointed at, right? They just, like, they had spotlights, like searchlights. You know what I mean? Like on a boat. You know, and they just aimed at that. So, and they, like I said, they picked up and measured the what's called a speckle pattern of all 3 lasers in the telescope simultaneously. Okay, they did this. It's a simultaneous test. The lasers were all attached to a gimbal, right? It almost looked like, kind of looks like, I don't know if they have them in Australia. So if you go to the top of a mountain and they have those binoculars you can stick a quarter in, it kind of looked like that.
Yeah. Yep.
It kind of looked like that. And they just looked through the eyepiece and like basically centered it on the searchlight. The searchlight was at where the telescope was, and they just aimed at that and picked up all the lasers in the telescope. They weren't like, oh, we are only getting 2 wavelengths and not the other one, or we're getting 1, not the other 2. They got all 3 because once they captured it, they split it. Each wavelength was split through a different fiber optic cable and analyzed individually. Okay, so they get it through the telescope. They have, because they use a filter, so it filters out everything but that wavelength that they want to analyze. So they had 3 successive filters, right? So they filtered it 3 different ways. So basically, they take the original input, they split that into 3 paths, right? And then filter each of those paths for the wavelength they want. And then they analyze the speckle pattern to try and predict turbulence, like what turbulence is, right? They tried to use a model to see if it matched the model. So this guy in his thesis, he tried a ray optic model, he tried a wave model, and a mixed wave. Hold on a second. I got a phone call. I got to take this phone call.
Yeah, no problem. I got to dip anyway, but yeah, so I'll catch up with you later. But I think I know where the confusion is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Cheers, man.
All right, bye.
Hey, welcome to the room, Ali Asher. Yeah, welcome to the room, Daniel and Ali.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. So we're asking people. Basically, we were like kind of running this event. It's like the Earth is flat, prove us wrong. You know. What do you think, APOC? You think they could prove you wrong?
What was that?
Said if I told somebody the Earth is flat, prove you wrong, would they be able to prove you wrong?
No. No. There's no way that they can prove like a little. You can't prove something that like. Are they going to prove that they're
Yes, there is.
leprechauns at
There
the
is
end of
only
rainbows?
one way. There's one way and one very simple way. All they've got to do is show verifiable, repeatable proof of measured drop over distance. That is it. It's a very simple call.
Yeah. That's why I said they can't, because that doesn't exist.
Yeah, Robert was here. Ali was here. Basically gave him the rundown. Earth is flat, prove us wrong. They were like, I don't want no part of this noise. I'm not touching it with a 60-foot pole. And they turned around and hit Beat Street.
Yeah. I'm starting to like also their positions they take mathematically, because it's very easy to strike that down. I like when they take that position now. And I'll even not even argue on that. You're right, mathematically, but not physically, not reality. And then they really don't have anywhere to go from there. It's about getting them to the point of realization that it is a mathematical conclusion, because they don't even know that's like the reason why it's proving, quote unquote, itself. You have to like share the truth with them. It's just math.
I love it when they answer the VC muted. It always makes you feel good.
TW back. Test, mic check.
Do what now? You mic checking?
I'm all alone.
He was asking if T-Dub is back.
Oh. T-Dub. He might be AFK. If you really want to go stir the pot, just go post gifs of Venus flytraps in the vegans are better chat. That sounded like a fart. Who farted? I'm gonna get a racehorse and I'm gonna name it Hoof. Hoof hearted. And it's gonna be hilarious.
Muslim. All of them were Muslim, and it had the biggest, most successful. I mean, Old-Spain was considered one of the most successful people in architecture because of Islam and Muslim scientists. But there was a queen, she hated Muslims so much that she burned them alive and she just exiled them from the country. Then she just showed a picture of, oh my god, Muslims are terrorists or something like that. Like America. Dude, America loves to picture how Arab people and Muslims are the bad guys and terrorists, and so it's just stereotypes.
Unfortunately, yeah, but there is some there's different branches of Islam, isn't there? There's some Muslims that even Muslims within their own country do not like these people.
I mean, in everything, yeah, but just search about the realism, like the real deal. Don't just think about the other branches.
Oh, I understand all that. It's all faith-based. It's the same as the heliocentric model. People are just brainwashed into strange ideologies, and they just go along with it. Some go extreme, some not so extreme, in all faiths.
Yeah,
but some are just a little bit more dangerous than others. Obviously, you don't really get too many Buddhists committing atrocities.
Yeah, and most of the stereotypes come from America, like their shows. I mean, like, oh my God, the American warriors are so kind. They're so cute, and then those bad monsters from the Iraq, Iran, any Arab or any Middle Eastern person with a braid on their face are a terrorist. They're considered a terrorist.
Which country are you from, Joe? Are you from the Middle East?
I am from the Middle East, so.
Which country?
Where do you think I'm from?
From your accent, I have no idea.
I don't know if it's a compliment or I don't know, but I'm from Egypt, yeah.
Egypt. Oh, I would never have guessed Egypt.
Why not?
Well, technically, Egypt, that's Africa. No?
Yeah, it's from the North African, but it's like it's in the middle of Asia, Europe, and Africa, so it's literally in the middle of all of them. But
yeah, it's a bit of a tough country to survive in Egypt.
It is what?
It's a tough life in Egypt if you don't have much money.
Really, everywhere. If you don't have money in any country, then it's a tough place. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between walking around the streets of Cairo than there is walking around the streets in like Dubai. You see a lot more wealth.
I mean, please don't get the stereotype of Egypt. I'm not going to tell you that because I'm Egyptian or from literally every country. Like, dude, I'm being honest, but now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Joe. I think any country's tough to live in with no money. I agree with you there.
Yeah, and there are places in Egypt that are better than Dubai. I mean, trust me, it's not because I'm Egyptian. Like, if you know a lot of Egyptians, most of them want to get the hell out of the country. But in general, it's tough. It's tough when you don't have money in literally every country. When you have the money, you gain respect. Respect is forced on you. You'll get most of the privilege when you have money. So it's just a general rule in our world. If you have money, then you respect.
It's because in England we don't live under a caste system anymore. It's a bit like we're kind of lucky in that way.
I mean, England. We have a history with England. Yeah, with the English
but it doesn't matter what shade of white I am to how I get treated when I walk down the street. You know, that's what I'm kind of mean when it's difficult. There's certain people I saw in Egypt that are getting treated a lot worse than others.
I mean, not really, because.
Well, that's what I saw
about the
with my own eyes. The lighter skinned you were, the easier life seemed to be.
But I'll tell you something, as an Egyptian, from ancient history, like from thousands of years ago, we're the same. We don't actually care. Like, we always take, whenever something is happening to us, like, for example, when England came to us and took our country, for example, they tortured us, but we were just having fun. Yeah, I mean.
That's not true.
No, dude. Oh my god. They did.
The same as we enslaved Africa. It's silly lies to make the white man look bad.
It's not the one, but I'm going to tell you something. When a country takes your country, for example, you will see that they're not nice because for example, I took your country. I took England. England people are not mine. They're not from my blood, so I don't care. And I'm taking this country because I want to take something from it. Maybe maybe I don't know, education, for example. So I will take that, and I'm not going to make it nice. I will take that. I think the British Museum have a lot of Egyptian thingies.
Can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a question. Do you think the people that came and took over were nicer to your people than your people were to your own people, or were they worse?
I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat?
So like, before they got there, y'all were killing each other, and when they got there, you killed each other less. So
who's
isn't that a good thing? In Africa, for instance, I don't know if you're from Africa. So Africa. Hold on, let me finish, man. So in Africa and Southeast Asia and a lot of these places, let's take example Korea. Korea has the longest unbroken chain of slavery out of any place in the world. Right? There's no slavery in Korea no more. Who did that?
Continue.
Well, who did that? Did they do it, or did foreigners come and make them stop?
Okay, I got your point.
You think you understand what I'm saying? It's like people were really shitty to each other in these countries, and then white people came and stopped their bad behavior.
Man, you're brainwashed. You're white brainwashed.
It's the truth.
Dude, Africa, we don't kill each other.
First of all, I ain't white. Bro. First of all, I ain't white. I'm Native American. So the things that the Native Americans did to each other was horrible. So one thing they would do is they'd take a person and they'd find an anthill and they'd stake them to the anthill so that the ants ate them alive. Okay, why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? They would stake the people.
Nonsense, man.
I'm Native American. It's not nonsense. No, Indian, Native American, feather in the hair. That. Okay, they would stake a other tribe person to the anthill and let the ants eat them alive. Okay, is that nice? The white people stopped that.
Yeah, white people
they tortured us too, but at least they killed us too. But it was, it's like it's two bad choices, and it's the lesser of two evils, right?
Nah, dang, ruler. So you're saying that, but okay, so you're basically saying that the white men in general are here. They took our country or our countries in general for those people who were taking their country because they want to teach them some good behavior and some good manners.
No. What I'm saying is, what they did was bad. Just 1 second. What they did was bad, but it wasn't as bad as what was happening before they got there.
So torturing people, like innocent people, it's something good for you. Man, no one wants this country.
You did that too.
I got a humble request to get this conversation back to the levelness of the earth.
Yeah,
just a humble request.
I'm with that. Just I can't stand by and listen to you got blinders on anyway. But let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. But let me tell you something that it's just stereotypes. Like, dude, search about history.
Do you want to hear a fairy tale? I'll tell you a fairy tale. Earth is a ball. There's a fairy tale.
Earth is a donut.
No, I want you to search your memory. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. And you're gonna search your memory to see if you remember it. Okay.
No.
Okay, so Earth is a globe. Do you remember that? No, you don't.
You're funny, man. Your accent.
No, I'm being serious. Like, nobody remembers the Earth being a globe, right? They imagine it to be that way, right?
So.
Yeah, it makes you think, huh?
No, it doesn't make me think. I'm just waiting for you to get to your point, like stay to the point.
That nobody experiences the Earth as a globe in reality. You go out to the ocean, on top of a mountain, whatever, and the Earth is flat. It's not a ball, right? You don't remember it being a ball. You've never seen it as a ball. You've never felt yourself spinning. That's just like a TV show. That's all that is.
Okay.
Well, I thought we was making a bit of progress because she understood the education system's flawed. There's lies within NASA. Obviously, we just went on a bit of a tangent down.
Dude,
down
I've always thought that NASA is nonsense. I mean, they left the ocean.
You know what NASA stands for? Never a straight answer.
And Joe, look who founded NASA.
Founded what? Sorry.
Look who founded NASA. Research who founded NASA. Research into the images from space. Research the education system and who started it. Research who thought of the idea of dinosaurs and how they drew dinosaurs before they found any evidence of dinosaurs. They already had the idea. Research this stuff. Find out where the ideas came from, and then put what they're claiming to the test, and it all falls apart.
Nah, man. I have always thought that NASA is nonsense. So.
Yeah, but remember, put these things to the test, and none of what they telling you. They just hope that people are so stupid they won't go out and look for themselves. They've got everybody looking at a mobile phone, thinking about silly celebrities or having sex through pornography, all this crap. Anything rather than looking in nature.
Yeah. But I mean, NASA.
Everyone's living in a concrete jungle.
Originally, especially in the ocean, like they were just discovering the ocean, and then suddenly they left the ocean, which was on our planet, and then they wanted to discover other planets in the space. So suddenly, I mean, they didn't even discover 5% of the ocean.
Exactly, and they're claiming to send all these rockets up to space. Space does not exist. It's just in your imagination.
I once saw a story in Instagram. I don't know if it's like the real NASA or what. They said that they found heaven, which was the biggest nonsense I've ever saw with my eyes.
Well, no, I don't think anybody really knows what's up there. Maybe somebody does, but
how will they know what was up there if they didn't even know what's down there on our planet?
Exactly.
They didn't even know more than 5% of the ocean. How did they just? Oh my God! Let's leave what is on our planet and then see the aliens outside.
Watch when they launch a rocket. Watch what happens to it. It doesn't arch and just falls into the ocean. It's not, and the cameras always change. It's not going into the vacuum of space.
I mean,
just type in now on Google images from space, satellites. Every single one of them is CGI. The only two that claim to be real look absolutely ridiculous. One from like 1960.
I told you that I don't believe NASA anyway. Because when I found out the fact that they were originally searching and discovering the ocean, and then they just climbed from the ocean, then they wanted to change. They went straight to space without even discovering what's on our planet. They didn't even know more than 5% of the ocean that is actually on our planet. And then they just went straight to the point to go to space. Yeah.
Have a look in the side chat. I've put an image. The first image they claim to have put on television in 1960
Can you
with the
give me a
computing
kiss?
power of a floppy disk.
Mm-hmm.
Can this girl give me a kiss?
Whoever it was that, listen, if you keep being rude, I'm gonna mute you, and you'll be muted in every VC on this Discord. So stop.
Stop what?
Okay, I'll just mute you then. You want to be a fucktard?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, big man.
He ran away. Go ahead. Continue, please.
Yeah, Dragonfruit was speaking. You can continue.
Did you see that image I put in the side chat?
Yeah, I saw it.
That's what they're. So this is what they're giving you. It's. Have a look at. I can put some pictures of satellites. This is what you get when you type in satellite on Google Images. You just get some nonsense. And it's just faith-based. You've not seen any of this stuff. There'll be people claiming they see the ISS. Yes, something goes over your head.
Yeah, I already know that. Like, I already agree with you in that. No, it's nonsense.
So
Because,
why do you
but
think
I
the
do
shape of
have.
the Earth is? Why do you think what we think is so retarded? Like you said.
I'll tell you something because I want to be honest with you. I'm the laziest person to actually explain my point of view. Like, whenever I see someone like, okay, man, you're cool. But I do have like a point, but I promise I'm too lazy to say that. But I do respect your other point of view. Like, you're cool.
Aren't the pyramids? Aren't the three pyramids lined up with those three stars perfectly? How have those stars not changed over like 10,000 years?
Okay. I mean, if I know correctly, the stars are always moving, and no one knows their actual location. It's
Well,
impossible.
the ancient whoever built those pyramids knew exactly the star's location because at a certain time of year it lines up perfectly with. I forget the name now. I think it's Orion's belt or something. And
No,
the
ancient
3 points of
Egyptians
the
were
pyramids
actually
line up with the
insane with
three stars.
astrology. Sorry to interrupt you, but about the 3-star thing with the pyramids. I've heard that the ancient Egyptians. I don't know for sure because it's still a mystery for us, and even scientists in the whole world is still a mystery. But I'm pretty sure that the ancient Egyptians were actually insane with astrology. They knew astrology, they knew astronomy, they knew biology. They had a lot of improvement back in the day before corruption came to Egypt and things like that.
Do you not find it strange how we don't learn astrology in school now? We don't learn alchemy, all these things that our ancient people used to learn.
Yeah, man, because there's still a reason they don't want to show us the real Egyptian history. Because, dude, those people were crazy. They built pyramids, it wasn't just a normal triangle. It was a literally pyramid. Like the ancient human, he literally built a pyramid, and it was an amazing architecture process.
Yeah, well, that
And
was my point before, Joe, because if you go visit the pyramids, you've got loads of Egyptians just begging for money, trying to scam you, take you on a camel tour, and look at what their ancestors built, and now look what the behaviour is of the people. They've turned everybody into a degenerate. But people now think, oh, how do we build these pyramids? It's because we're not united. The Egyptian people probably wasn't thinking about money or celebrities or the internet. They just put their heads together and built something cool.
I'm going to tell you something that people who are actually educated are not respected here. I'm not going to lie to you. So, about the people who are scamming tourists about money, those people mostly aren't educated because most of the educated people will. It's either they will just be disrespected in the country and think
I
that
understand.
then you're
I
crazy,
understand.
or
You don't need to
they'll be
explain that.
treated like.
The point is
Yeah, I know.
the difference in behaviour of the times. Look what the people was doing in history, and look what they're doing today. It's a big difference. This is why nothing cool gets built anymore.
Yeah, man, but that was also that because the corruption that came to Egypt. They took most of the education people, and then they brainwashed people that education is nonsense. And there is a saying in the Egyptian slang about it's like putting poison on honey. They're just making you eat poisoned honey, and you just think that it's the most delicious thing in the world. It was actually white brainwashing when because in Egypt a lot of people invaded us, English people, French people, and then those Israeli people, but they didn't succeed in that. So we got a lot of brainwashed. A lot of scientists were killed. They didn't just die naturally. They were killed, and we were told that English is better than our native language, or French is better than our native language because of the corruption and invasion that happened. Because the only way that you could have survived is by learning another language and not your own language. And then there was, I can't remember actually their name, but they went to Baghdad, if you know it, in Iraq.
Mhm.
They burned all books that Muslims have done. They were literally poor, and Muslims were living their best life. I mean, it was a golden era in Iraq and Baghdad in general. They knew about algorithms. I mean, search about it. Search about Muslim scientists. A lot of science that we have today is because of those people. And then they took it and burned the books here. So we were left with nothing. The Middle Eastern were just left with no education, with no books that we could just go there.
Do you want to check those books?
I'm sorry. Let
Listen,
me continue. Let me continue.
You're talking an awful lot, dude. Like you're talking an awful lot. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry.
I just want to say those books said the Earth was flat. I just wanted to.
Okay, I didn't hear you anyway. So we were left with nothing except social media.
You better tell her if she mutes me, she's gonna get kicked out of here.
Did someone mute you? I don't know. Anyway.
I think you cut off at the end. Yeah.
I work with retards.
Okay. Anyway. So we were left with nothing except celebrities and social
You
media.
said those books were what? Indio?
I said those books that she says were destroyed said the Earth was flat.
I never read them. They were destroyed, as you said, so I never read them. We were just left with social media and celebrities and pornography. So that's why we're here now. That's why we're in the third world ranking in countries. So that's because of the corruption and the invasion. You're saying that they were our savior. We weren't saved. We were silenced. So
The reason they could push all this nonsense is because they convinced everyone they came from an amoeba from the ocean and then turned into a monkey and eventually came to what we are today. That's why they gave us that stupid heliocentric model.
that's what an American guy. American guy just said that.
Yeah, but most people believe this now.
Nah, man, this is nonsense. However,
Yeah, but you might have other people telling you Allah or whoever or Jesus. There's many fairy tales.
but I can assure you that most of the Middle Eastern people, that we don't believe that we were from monkeys.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you, young lady, is that there's no good guys in this story. There's no good guys.
I mean, of
They're all
course,
bad guys.
everyone had their own bad guys everywhere. I mean, maybe we're the bad guys in someone's story, but I'm just telling you that the real deal from other point of view, because you're saying that the white men were our savior. No, we're not. They
No,
raped
it's not what
me.
I said. I said that they weren't as bad as the people that were already there.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But they're still bad.
I mean, I'm going to tell you something that those people who believe aliens are real. Oh my god, my phone is 4%. Anyway, I'm going to say that quickly. People that say that aliens are real, they're just saying the same logic as you are. Which they say that, well, aliens or robots, when they, I don't know, make their revolution or something like that, will they be nice to humans? But how can they be nice to humans if humans are not nice to themselves? But I don't think that we humans will love if aliens came to our planet, even if they, saved us from our bad habits. But we wouldn't love that, you know. If aliens came to Earth, we wouldn't love when they are forcing us to leave our bad habits, like, because this is our planet. They disrespect me.
Earth is not a
I
planet.
agree.
Yeah, it's not a planet.
So yeah, it's our planet. So we're not waiting for everyone to save us from our bad habits.
Why are you calling it a planet? It's not a planet.
Oh my god.
What is it then?
There's no evidence to it to be a planet.
Yeah, what's a planet?
Oh man, I can't.
No, can you please explain?
Then what? Where are we? Where are we living? Where are we living if it's not a planet?
On Earth.
Where are?
On Earth.
Okay. What is Earth?
Dirt and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but like, what's Earth like?
I mean, you're the
For
one
example,
that
what
made
is
a claim about
home?
a planet.
What's home? What's a house? It's just a pool of
It's a house.
rocks and things like that.
Right. So, but you're the one that made a claim about a planet.
Because I think. So, if Earth is not a planet and everything is just alive, then what's Earth? I want to feel benefit from your point of view.
But what's a planet? Can you explain to me what is a planet? Because you're
Okay,
the one
what is the Earth? What is an Earth? Explain that to me. I'm an educated
You're
person.
trying to do a proof reversal, and you made the claim that Earth is a planet. How do you know that Earth is a planet? To start with,
How do you not know that Earth is a planet?
because according to I want to figure out what is your definition of a planet for you.
A planet is a thing that we're living in.
It's not a bay.
So
I don't know.
Mars is not a planet because you're not living there?
Maybe the star.
Planet is the word we assign to the bright lights in the sky that don't move like the other bright lights, right? It meant wandering star. That's what it used to mean, right? So when you say Earth is a planet, you're saying Earth is one of them. Like that's crazy talk.
Amen, but okay, guys. Earth is not a planet, but I was actually speaking in another point.
Let's go into
Well,
it because let's get away from the men and actually talk about the subject that the room is about.
Yeah, we always get out of it.
It's like you kind of want to avoid that for some reason.
We talked about everything other than Earth is a flat or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, first we got to talk about.
Correct. In another channel, you do that. Not this channel.
Yeah. And you have some kind of anger issues, I guess.
No, we're not angry. We just want to make sure you get to the point.
You haven't seen me angry. This is just me. I live in a big city.
Gives that you're angry.
Yeah, I understand. I live in a big city. This is how we talk, man. We have bad attitude. I mean, if you were almost getting run over half the day, you'd feel this way too.
Thankfully, I'm not. If that's how you speak because you're a big city, then I hope I don't go there.
You'd fit in. You're rude, so you'd fit right in.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Just my opinion.
Yes, just because you talk softly doesn't mean you're rude. I might talk harshly, but I'm not rude. You talk softly and passive aggressive way, and you're rude, right? So you have a nice soft voice, but you're not polite.
She's still deflecting.
Why I'm not polite?
Like for some odd reason, For some odd reason, she loved the.
Why you're not polite? You just talked over Evo TV. So that's why you're not polite. You just talked over him without a thought.
I mean, you're doing the same thing as well.
Well, that was to point that out, right? She asked me a question.
All right, guys, one at a time, please. Don't go cutting each other off.
No, we have Howard Cosell giving social commentary and meta on the chat. So Howard Cosell, what's the next play? Do you even know who that is? This is
Rapid.
Howard
We do one
Cosell.
speaker at a time. Yeah, rapid. We do one speaker at a time. Please don't interject on other people's conversations. If you have a question, we could get to you separately. So
Yeah, Rapid, this is your
try and have
first
only
and
one
last
speaker.
warning.
You two meet.
It's your first and last
Me
warning,
too.
mate.
Alright, my bad. I'll stop interrupting.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Okay, back to the point.
And so
Earth is not a planet. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, dudes.
No, you're good. She's like deflecting a lot for some reason.
Yeah, everything but flat Earth. I mean, Dragon Fruit is doing a good job of keeping it on topic. Topic is flat Earth, not every other thing but flat Earth. I think her phone was dying anyway. She had to chat. But she's still here.
Be careful because I didn't mean to bring up history because then you start getting into all the bloody sensitive emotions about history and all that. I tried to bring it back to the globe, but people like it.
I don't think your phone. She's very tactical, bro. She's very tactical and deflecting into something else.
Yeah, it ain't you. It's her. History is an important part of this topic. Can't just ignore it. Any other questions from any of the people that just joined?
I've got a question.
Shoot.
So, what you guys are saying is that, you know, telling everyone that the Earth is round or like spherical is like a government conspiracy. Is that what?
No.
Okay.
Who in the government would even know?
Oh no, someone was saying it yesterday. What?
Well, there are people that do know, but like when you say government and conspiracy, that implies like it's some giant conspiracy amongst the entirety of the government or something like that.
Well, not just the government. Yeah, well, could it be between everyone? It's like, what
do you mean everyone? It's not hidden. It's a story that's told to you that you choose to believe or not believe. It's not hidden. You can't hide the Earth. Where would you hide it?
That's true.
So guys, what you are talking about?
Talking about people that interrupt.
All right.
It's a cool topic. I think you're the focus of it.
Okay, what do you think about starting a professional topic and have a conversation about that?
Like what?
Like career, I think.
Well, I mean, why don't you go start that channel? Go start that VC.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the topic. I'll move on. So in regards to, you know, all these images and videos, are we saying that every single video or like image that we see of quote unquote Earth being around?
Scroll up and look at the images. Dude, what images? Post some images you're referring to, please.
Okay, let me find some. Oh, okay. Let's look at SpaceX for example. There's live launches.
Can you now? No, you've just made a claim, so can you now post an image from space, please?
All right, let me go find some.
If you've got any you've taken yourself, that'd be great.
Well, obviously not. Not everyone can just go into space and take a picture.
That's interesting. So we just have to rely on an elite few, yeah?
Yep.
Sounds like a faith to me.
Right, does that mean you get a picture of the flat Earth? Holy shit!
No, we comprehend that it's almost impossible to get a picture of it.
I have a question after the picture.
No, wait, you can ask the question while I find the pictures. It's fine.
So when you go on a plane flight from Sydney to Chile, why don't you hit the dome on the edge of the Earth? And how come you actually reach Chile? And how can you fly from Chile to Africa and then Sydney again?
Right, Mitten, just go into your garden. Go. Have you got like a circle? Draw a circle. Draw the continents and just walk to them. You'll just go in a slight angle. You'll like a small curve. What are you talking about? That's the most retarded question.
No, if you look at Australia on the map and then look to the right.
Yeah, dude, just go into your garden and draw this map on the ground. Just walk. You'll be able to walk from Australia to Chile on a curved line. Just not going around a ball. You're going around a circle. It's the same principle.
Do you think the plane is going in a big circle, and then in the short, I don't know, 11-hour plane flight, they don't realize that the plane has done a complete 180-degree angle or something?
What, so you're telling me pilots think they're actually going upside down?
Not upside down, but they think they're going straight.
Oh, that's because they are going straight, and there's many pilots that understand this.
Well, aren't you saying they're going in a circle?
What? How else do you describe it? Go into your garden, draw a circle, and walk around that circle. That is all the plane is doing. It's flying in a fuck's sake. You have to talk like you're talking to children. Just go draw a circle in the garden, walk around it.
Let me send an image in the chat.
Brother, if you have a point,
I don't know why you're so aggressive.
stick a pole in your yard, outstretch your arms, left hand, right hand. Keep your left hand pointed at the pole and walk. As long as you keep it pointed at the pole, you'll go around it in a circle. Pretty simple.
So I'm not getting angry, Mitten. It's so simple, that question. It's a bit of a waste of time. I'm sorry.
Now, think about how ridiculous the globe is. You think your circle is flipping upside down. Yeah, that's right. Circumnavigation is navigating in a circle, but your circle is flipping upside down. You're doing a somersault, a 25,000-mile somersault.
Have you noticed how long it's taken Rapid to find some pictures of space? Wouldn't you think the greatest achievement it'd be so easy to find some legit pictures?
I put a picture in the chat. I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, I think. But to get from Sydney to Chile, you have to reach the end of the Earth if it was flat, don't you?
Okay, that's a globe. That's a Mercator globe projection. Okay, I don't know what you're thinking. If that's wrong, then the globe is wrong. We don't believe in Pac-Man Earth, and you're just trolling. So, if you keep it up, I'm gonna put a stop to it.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying.
Yeah, like what made you think that we believed in the Mercator map was a map of the world that you can navigate by?
I was literally explaining this to a 6-year-old the other day, and they understood it. They just walked in a circle.
So you don't think that's the map of the world?
Well, how is it a square map of Earth? What are you talking about?
This is if the sphere was stretched out into
that is a Mercator projection. Do you understand what I am saying? Greenland is not that big. It's a Mercator projection. Like, welcome to like 4th grade.
Mate, you can get any picture. That was just the first picture that came up on Google. You can get any of them, whichever one you
Yeah,
think's
have
accurate.
fun on Reddit some more, bro.
I'm just not on Reddit. How do you
Yeah,
get from
it comes from
Sydney to
Reddit, dude.
Chile?
You fly there, or you take a boat.
But the end of the Earth is to the right.
Who said there's an end to the Earth?
Oh, so it's infinite.
No, nothing's infinite. But who said there's an end?
Well, if
I love
there's,
how we ask you a question and you ask us a question as if that's
well,
an
there
answer
has
to
to
our
be an
question.
end if nothing's infinite.
Okay, prove it.
You just said you have to prove.
No, prove
You
it.
said
No,
nothing's
well,
infinite.
so
You said
contrary to
nothing's
popular,
infinite.
hold on, dude. Contrary to popular myth, belief, infinite and finite are actually not dichotomies. They're not opposite things. People just think they are. Okay, infinite is the process of counting, in which you can always count another number, right? Finite is a different word. It's an adjective
Mm-hmm.
to describe the boundary of something. Now, whether reality has a boundary or not, nobody knows the answer to that question, and it can't be proven using logic, math, reason, geometry. And that was proven 2,000 years ago with Zeno's paradox. So that's why I said prove it, because I know you couldn't prove it. It isn't finite versus infinite. It doesn't make sense. What if I ask you, like, what's outside the universe?
Okay.
Well, dude, tell me, what's outside the universe? Is it finite or infinite? Can I fall off the edge?
I don't know.
See, this question don't make sense, right? Does the question make sense to ask what's outside the universe? Or is it incoherent? Weird how you can't answer simple questions.
Mate, I said I don't know.
Okay. You don't know what's outside the universe? What does
Yeah,
universe
what's
mean? That means
outside.
everything, right?
Yep.
So when I ask you what's outside of everything, that's incoherent because wherever that would be would also be part of the universe.
Alright, I wasn't asking a philosophical question. I was just
Well, look, bro. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. We don't think it's an object that you can hold in your hand. We don't think of it that way. We think of it in the sense as the way you would think the universe is. There's nothing outside. There's no boundary. It's not bounded or unbounded. Those questions don't make sense. Understand?
I'm just asking.
It's like asking what time was it before time started.
Do you have a map of the Earth that you go by?
To do what?
Just to know where things are on the Earth.
Well, there is Antonio Subaratz's map, but I mean, know where things are. Like, I don't
Do you
even know how
agree
you
with the
could
map
even
I
test
sent?
that.
Like, do you think that's a map of the Earth? That
Didn't I already answer that question?
Well, I don't know. You started talking about the edge of the universe.
No, you asked me where the edge of the Earth was. So you're going on mute because you're a dishonest fuck. So go fuck around somewhere else. Dude, it's like dealing with an infant.
Oh. Put a picture of that map on with a circle, so maybe that'll help him understand.
He's intentionally trying not to understand.
I got that impression.
I find it very odd that there's just some people that refuse to even entertain some ideas as if somehow like they're gonna melt into a ball of jelly if they think about it.
It's really proved to me, India, how much of a belief it is. It's like we're all just under these religions and these spells, and as soon as they get challenged, something happens in the head. Very few take in the information and actually check. I bet when you post a video in there, none of these people even watch it. Maybe 1%.
Even if they watch it, what's the odds they even understand it? Or that they don't like go into cognitive dissonance while watching it.
Yep, true. Even though some of it's just an observation across a lake, that should be enough evidence there.
Another thing I find strange is like how hard it is for them to even get like the very simple geometry, right? Hey, dude, if the Earth is curving, then if you have a straight line, it'll curve away. That seems so simple to me. It doesn't seem very complicated. Like why does it take 30 minutes to explain that to people? I really don't understand that. And that's why I think in another setting, I've often said this, that like in other settings, they'd understand this stuff, but because, it's flat Earth versus globe Earth, they're automatically resistant and like intentionally try not to understand.
Mm-hmm. But I've watched a lot of auditing videos here in the UK. I've watched a few in America where they go to the police stations and interact with the police. And it's all, I know they're talking about completely different things, but when the auditor and the police officer are talking, to me, it's like a globe earther and a flat earther. One knows the law, and the other one's just making up laws that don't exist to fit their little bubble.
Oh, I can't say because it's kind of personal, but I had an interaction with a cop when I could literally see like the fucking Windows hourglass over his head thinking about what I just said. It like froze him in freaking place. His eyes were almost rolling in his head. It was like something that was obvious, but he had never thought of it before. Not even once. Even though it was obvious. Like,
that's rare for a police officer to think.
Well, I asked him, like, if someone hands you off a prisoner, how do you know they've been lawfully arrested? He's like, well, because he handed them off. Like, well, how do you know that what they did wasn't illegal? Like, don't you have to do some sort of due diligence? You're responsible at that point, right? For that person. Freaking hourglass. Freaking like froze him, dude. Like literally bricked him like a phone. It don't work no more.
That's what you see. To me, it's very similar with the globe because it's just like these beliefs in this legislation and stuff. You see the same things happening, in my opinion. It's like when you can watch it in Speaker's Corner in London when two different faiths are arguing against each other. It's bizarre.
Is that the only place you can speak freely as Speaker's Corner?
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. They got rid of that. Would they do blow it up?
You have to be so careful what you say now, and it's like people can say it's myth, not myth. I know personal people now who've got in trouble for saying stuff online, especially when it's coming into talking about British people first. You start talking about stuff like that, it's becoming a problem.
Well, they've imprisoned like thousands of people at this point.
Yeah, and let out dangerous people to put in people who are putting out a tweet.
Well, think about it. Like, who's really dangerous? The government officials, the people talking, or the people that people that are assaulting other plebs? Right? They don't care about that because like they're just killing each other. Who cares? I just don't want them to kill me.
There's going to be a huge protest on the 17th or the 13th of September. I reckon there's going to be over 1 million people in London. So I imagine some crap's going to go on there. A lot of people get arrested. They have all the police officers out with the orange VAR to get your face.
So any Go-Birthers got questions, comments, concerns? Now's your chance to shine.
I actually live streamed in the home server yesterday from my area of how rough it is, India. I showed the guys in there 'cause they didn't believe me.
That's funny. Culture shock.
Rapid, have you got that space proof yet? You claimed some images, we're still waiting.
Oh, my bad. I'm back. Yeah. Not really a picture, but I do have a video.
I got great pictures of Santa.
Do you?
Still realistic.
Can I see them? Can I see, please?
Oh man, there's millions, dude.
Oh, but you said you've got some pictures. I want to see your pictures.
Oh, Santa, yeah. Well, there's lots of. They can't all be fake, right?
Exactly. See?
That would involve a crazy conspiracy of parents, dude. That would be crazy. How could they all get together and conspire to do such a thing?
India, you only need to watch 3 seconds of that video to see the flawed logic already. Why is the ground curving rapid? Like literally, as soon as that balloon takes off, you see curvature.
Probably the camera lens.
It's the fisheye lens is terrible.
Rapid. So, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall,
yeah,
right, and that's your Earth, right? And we're gonna get the scale of the elevation of like the ISS. How high would the ISS be off the surface of that ball?
Oh.
Do you think?
So the ball is what, 6 feet tall?
Yeah, your height. Yeah.
Okay.
How high do you think the ISS would be above it?
Or probably like 2 feet.
2 feet. 2.5 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, not 2 feet. 2.5 inches. So maybe you can explain that photo.
No, the 2 feet.
Because are you like
Not
a
2.5
tiny
inches.
earther?
I might be.
I mean, you'd have to be a tiny earther because they say the Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles. So you have to be a tiny earther to think that that was a photograph of the curvature of the Earth.
I
Earth
have
would have to
another
be
question.
tiny.
Well,
That's like
okay.
freaking planet Mexico or something.
Rapid, I have a question for you. Do you have elevation profile of that place where the balloon was going up?
I do not. It's probably on the video somewhere or on the description, but It's not my video.
Can you find that on the Google map, that elevation profile?
Again, it's not my video, so I have no idea where it is.
Do you know what is elevation profile?
Nope.
No?
Care to explain? So I can...
That's mountain and hills and you know, the land.
Okay.
How you measure the land?
I don't know.
How you measure the height of the land?
You find sea level, and then anything above
What
that.
if you have 20-meter hill in the middle of USA?
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Is it that 20 meter above the sea level?
Well, I'm assuming, yeah.
But sea level is 2,000 miles away from that hill.
Well, I mean, you could keep track of where the sea level is, and then...
Yeah, you have hills in the middle of USA, 20 meters or 100 meters, it doesn't matter, you know. But 2,000 miles away from the sea.
Okay.
What would happen if you have 2,000 miles away curved surface?
Well, I'm not sure if the scale would be big enough. Probably, well, probably curves, but I'm assuming 2,000 miles. Not sure how much it would curve.
You will still have 20 meters hill above the sea level?
Well, if you treat sea level as in like, I'm assuming, yeah, probably.
So 2,000 miles, it's curving in a flat way, but it's not flat, but it's curving.
Well, very slightly, I'm assuming, like a very slight curve. It wouldn't be exactly 20 meters from.
Very slight curve. I will tell you, 24,000 miles. That means one of 20 of part of the Earth. It's that 2,000 miles. Is that slightly curving? One of 12.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you say it like that, 1 of 20. I mean, still.
I'm not saying like that, man. That is the math. That's geometry. I'm not saying anything. That's what heliocentric model saying. I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
I'm saying that you cannot have 2,000. You cannot have 20 miles. You know, hill 20 meters above the 20 miles. You know, on the sphere, above the sea level.
So it's not possible to have a.
Yeah, it's not possible to have sea level and to have curved surface also, because the name is saying sea level. And everything above it's topography. How many oceans we have on the world?
One big ass.
That's it. Only one, yeah. One sea level. That's why Earth is flat, because of all that water. And only ground it's not flat. But you can find also flat surfaces on the ground. In reality, there are lots of them. Now, you should to believe that what is in reality or that what you posted? Because also what you posted, when you come back to the ground, let's say, you know, you need to come back to the ground. That ground should occur also from the ground, not also from the air.
Okay.
And
No,
every
I'm
time
not
we
understand-
check from the ground, it's never curving. It's only curving on television, that's for sure.
Okay.
And I'm saying, if that is if we are saying, is it that fake? If it's not fake, if it's real, that means it must match with the ground, for sure, on the ground. Not only, look, this is from the space. Yeah, cool.
Well, I mean, the further you go up, the more you can see, and the more apparent the curve becomes.
Well, that's where I'm jumping in to ask you. Hi, brother. Thanks for posting your video. In the first couple of frames, first
Yeah.
10 seconds. Do you not notice the image being a little bit distorted right off the hop?
It's exactly what I said, Killian. 3 seconds in, you notice the problem.
Yeah. Like, I'm just wondering if you've ever like seen life kind of bounce around like that, because it's presenting a very distorted view right off the rip, which makes me think that the lens that they're using is actually presenting more of a drastic curve, if you will, than is actually in reality. So I'm actually questioning their curve, or sorry, questioning their lens use right off the hop. Like a fisheye lens, bubble eye lens, because we don't really see trees curving like that, right? In real life, reality, do we? Do you?
Do not. Nope.
Right. So if you're looking at that video, you're being intellectually honest with the investigation and you viewing this video. Do you think that you should be actually taking on what this video is portraying and actually pushing it as evidence of a curved Earth?
Okay, well, I found one video. I mean, I'm sure I could.
No, because you're looking here, and again, I'm not. This isn't, well, I'm kind of putting your feet to the fire and saying like you're going looking for evidence that suits your argument, suits your belief. But when you look at that video right off the rip, the first 3 seconds shows you that nothing actually presents itself like that in reality. So then the spotlight gets turned to the person that actually produced the video, the person that recorded it, and says, well, what kind of lens do you use for this? Because this isn't how we see in reality. That's all. Thanks for the space.
No, I do understand what you mean. So it depends on how they actually recorded it. I myself didn't record this video, so I can't really 100% guarantee that what they're using, like verify
Right,
that.
but you're presenting it. You're presenting it. And my first question to you, because you're presenting it, that means it's your evidence, so I'm going to ask you about it, is does the first 3 seconds of that video present itself as we see it in real life? That's my first question. And you say, the first 3 to 5 seconds of that video, does it match reality?
To me, yeah. I mean, all I see is this, like a large camera shake.
But do you see in reality trees and things distorting and bending the way that they are in that video, the first 3 to 5 seconds of that video? Do you see that in reality?
Well, no, but I'm like, if you lift the camera from the bottom, obviously there's the initial shake, and when you shake a camera around like that, it does present distortion of some sort every now and then. So you can't really say that just because the camera's distorting, that you're not seeing.
Dude, if you watch it as it goes a little bit higher up, all the clouds are curving and bending. We don't see this in the real world. That's the camera's effect.
Again, I know what you're saying, but yeah.
And even your space deity says that you can't see Earth curvature from that height. So
Say it again. Space data.
Neil deGrasse Tyson admits that you can't see Earth curvature from that height.
Okay, well, he might be right. Yeah. Again, I'm not 100% certain, so it is what it is. Until I do it myself.
Well, at one point in history, you could see the curvature from a plane. Then, no, you couldn't. Then it was spy planes. No, you can't. Now you can't even see it from space. So where can you see this supposed curve? Nowhere, 'cause it doesn't exist.
Hey, welcome to the room. Anybody that's new, you guys have any globe evidence or any questions, please feel free to mic up and ask your questions. If you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and ask your questions in the side chat. Either way, thanks for being here. Thanks for listening in.
Yeah, dude, I muted you.
Thank you.
So try to be a little more serious, man.
I'll ask a different question.
Myton, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you know why these people does not believe that Earth is a globe? What is the main reason?
Sorry, you're asking why they don't believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Assume it's because they went out and tested to try to figure it out and the evidence didn't line up.
Good. Yes, that's why.
Alright, I have a question. How come from New York you cannot see Spain? If the Earth was flat, you should be able to see Spain, unless there's just some random fog in the way, and for some reason you cannot see Spain, but we can see the moon, even though it's 30 times further. Oh, actually, probably even more. I don't know the exact amount, but it's probably a lot further than Spain.
Are you even trying, dude? Like, for real? Open your weather app. Look at the visibility. Why does it say 10 miles? Is it Earth curve? Or is it the opacity of the air?
I mean, you can still see further than 10 miles if you have a telescope.
Okay, you know what? That light comes to the telescope, right? Right. So this is known even within the globe model. The furthest you'd be able to see at sea level in the clearest possible conditions is 296 kilometers. Spain from New York is way farther than that. And never mind the fact that the angular size of Spain, seeing that things get smaller with distance, it would be at best a thin line on the horizon. And whether you can differentiate it from the horizon and the land that's fucking 3,000 miles away, I don't think so. I don't think the coast of Spain is that tall.
But you think that it's because of its curving to the Spain, and because of that we cannot see?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, that means it's curving also near us. It's not only that it's curving to the Spain; it's always curving.
Yeah, slightly.
And how much? What is the scale of the curving?
I don't know the exact amount.
And how it's possible that all flat earthers know and you don't know?
Because I haven't looked into it. I'm just asking.
Can you imagine that you believe in a globe and you don't know, and people who don't believe in globe, they know?
Yeah, because they've looked into it to disprove.
Okay, that means that they have some reason. They look into that, and what they find out?
That it's flat.
And how now will be curved to the Spain because of we can see, because we don't have optics to see, but it cannot work, but it must be flat. We should to see Spain. How is that working now?
Well, I don't understand why we can't see Spain.
Can I ask you something? Do you know that there is a Guinness record of long distance shot from the ground?
From the ground, yeah, but you can go up.
Okay, yeah, it is made from the top of the mountain. Do you know that?
Okay.
And it's, do you know what the distance was? The record, Guinness record, they are saying. About 270 miles. That's the Guinness record. And now you're asking us why we cannot see 4,000 miles, but Guinness record is 275 miles.
Well,
we know also that information. Can you imagine what we look into that? I look also into that. Can you imagine that?
I assume if they get a strong enough telescope.
Okay, how you will know that Earth is curving? Watching the television or going outside?
What? What do you mean by get a better telescope?
To look, I don't know what you'd use to measure from the top of the mountain to try look at Spain.
Right. What distance are you talking about?
It would have to be 3,600 kilometers.
Okay. Have you thought about
miles.
Have you thought about the gas that we breathe, commonly known as the atmosphere, not being transparent at those distances? Do you think that you would be able to resolve and see the light through a medium that's opaque?
Well, the moon is 200,000
Yeah, but we're
miles
looking
away.
upwards, aren't we? Where the density of the atmosphere gets less and less. When we're looking horizontally or from the top of a mountain downwards, that's into the more dense medium. Now, I can give you the mathematics that are involved if you want to tell you how much of the atmosphere you're going to be able to see through. It's about 250 to 300 miles with whatever optical device that you want because the atmosphere is opaque. Understand that?
Yeah.
Good. So we're not going to be seeing 3,000 miles.
Not only that, in order for your eyes to actually resolve anything, that length has to be about 2,000 miles wide by 2,000 miles high.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's without atmosphere.
Like fog. You know you can't see to the bottom of the ocean. The light can't pass down there. If you can go down there, it's dark because the light of the sun can't transfer through the water because the water, even though transparent on small scales, on large scales, the light won't pass through it. Same with the atmosphere. We understand this, yes?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good. Awesome stuff.
All right, and the other question, you've probably heard this one before, but if the Earth is flat, then why do we see different stars depending on where on the Earth we are?
Because you've changed location. The clue is in the question. I've moved location, and now when I look up, I see other stars. Now, the reason why things seem to come up from one horizon over your head and down towards the other horizon, it's just a trick of perspective, right? They're not actually going downwards, but that's, just perspective. So when you walk underneath the ceiling and you look up to the ceiling, you're going to see different things on that ceiling, right?
That's true, but
cool.
Can I say my next part? Okay.
Well, yeah, of course, as long as you understand that.
I understand that.
Cool.
But the stars are a lot further away than the ceiling is. So
Okay, do they still come up from the horizon? When you're out, say, for example, at night time, do you see stars close to the horizon?
yeah.
Cool, awesome. When you look down a corridor, does the ceiling look like it's getting closer to the floor the further you look down the corridor? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's perspective because these things are above your eye line. Right. Now, I know they're very far away, but the distance isn't important here. Right. You can only resolve and see a certain field of the sky from any one position. When you move position, you're going to look up and see different stars, aren't you? It's not hard to get your head around that, surely.
Think about it like this. If there's a pole right in front of you next to you and you're only looking straight, and then you move to the left 5 meters and you're still only looking straight, you then can't see the pole anymore because it's to the right of you. Whereas if the pole was 100 meters away from you, and then you stepped 5 meters to the left, you can still see the pole because it's further away and it's still in your.
Keep moving, change the distance. Eventually, you won't be able to see it.
Okay, but with the distance the stars are away from us.
Sorry, what are the distance to the stars?
Well, there's estimates. I don't know them off the top of my head.
All right. So you're already working within. I don't want to interrupt, but I want you to understand this. You're operating, asking us if the Earth is flat. Why can I see this, that, and the other? But still operating from a cosmology that doesn't exist, i.e., the ones with the distances to the stars and the Earth being a planet rotating around the sun. That's not the cosmology that we're speaking. We don't make a claim to distances to the stars. We just know that when you go to different locations, let's say you get closer to the north or closer to the south, you will see those northern or southern stars. It's not hard.
Right. Okay. Another thing is, if you're a flat earther, does that mean you have to think of the sun as some magical thing that just happens to know how to shut off one half of itself somehow, so that no
Sorry, what bollocks question is this about the sun shutting half of itself off? I'll entertain your questions if they're, good. But now you've got half the sun turning off, Sunshine. Forgive me for being pissed off with you.
Well, that's what the sun. You have to think of the sun as some magic orb in the sky if the Earth is flat.
Sorry, what do you mean by magic orb in the sky? There's a sun. I don't claim to know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you it's a magic orb granting wishes. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, somehow it's managing to shine onto a flat surface, but only
somehow a light source is reflecting its light off of a surface that's there. Wow.
I think this is like super ironic. Him saying, we think the sun is a magic orb. You think the sun is gas inside of a vacuum doing work on itself. Violating the second law of thermodynamics. Now that's magic.
Okay, well, how do you think the sun works then if the Earth is flat?
Who cares? We know your story's wrong.
Okay, well.
What you're trying to say that, like, we think there's a magic sun. You think there's a magic sun that has gas pressure with no container and does work on itself.
Okay, well, I mean,
how do you like? Listen, the sun's made of gas, right? Gaseous plasma. Okay.
Yeah.
How does it have any pressure without a container? Like if you go like toward the core, right? That's also gas. Outside, that's gas in vacuum. So the particle, what's it bouncing off of to create a pressure? And what are those particles bouncing off of? Because they also need a pressure. There's no hard surface from which you create a pressure. Okay? Because you have no area.
Why not?
Don't claim we're claiming it's magic. That's what you think.
Well, there's certain things we can measure about the sun.
Like what?
That
the amount of gas in it.
Nothing inside.
The amount of horseshit in it.
Touching it, but we can measure how bright it is.
Ooh.
I'm sure there's a way to measure how bright it is. So, like, if we can do that, can't we just disprove that the Earth's not flat?
No, because you're going to be talking about the sun and how fucking bright it is. If you want to disprove that the Earth is flat, you measure the surface of curvature, don't you?
And get out of here.
Nothing to do with the sun.
Someone is speaking.
Someone hot mic.
I don't know, but yeah, that's everything I had to ask.
Well, listen, when you were first told the heliocentric globe model, did you ask them any of these questions? Were you skeptical of that? What evidence did they show you?
Well,
I just find it ironic is that we need reams of evidence, and then our evidence is like handily dismissed. But like the globe, no evidence is required.
Mm-hmm. Imrail, I'm satisfied with the New York answer and the sun one as well, though that one's.
Well, think about it. Think
sort
about
of
it. Think about it
relying
like
on
this,
not knowing
okay?
what the sun is.
Okay, but I mean, no one knows, and they'll never know because you can't get there from here. Okay, so they can come up with theories and hypotheses about what it is, but they'll never actually know because they're never going to go take a scoop of the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as like, why doesn't the sun illuminate the Earth? The sun at noon is 23,000 times brighter than when it's at the horizon. You can look directly at the sun when it's at the horizon, but you can't look at it at noon without burning your eyes out, right?
Right.
Why do you think that
somebody
is?
Somebody can.
What do you mean somebody can? Somebody can look at the sun at noon?
Well, when it's noon, when it's bright, it might be bright for you, but someone else looking at it.
Because they're not looking at it overhead. It's only it's only overhead locally, right? It's not overhead everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when it's far away, then it's on to you, it appears to be on your horizon. Right? And it has more air to go through to reach your eye. A larger telescope doesn't fix any of that. Because it's the same amount of light penetrating the air.
Yeah.
So just this fact alone should demonstrate to you that the air is not transparent enough to see reflected light off of buildings in the Spain shore from 3,000 miles away.
That thing you said about it being overhead.
Yeah, noon.
Do you believe that the distance when you Google how far the sun is from the Earth is correct?
No. No, I do not.
Okay, well.
Why should I? Have you ever asked where that number came from? Like how they got it? Well, let me give you a newsflash. They didn't get it from looking at the sun. They got it from looking at other things.
Mm-hmm.
So they presupposed the Earth had a certain radius. And from that, they calculated the chord of an arc. So you have a baseline of a triangle. And then they looked at Venus and they presupposed it's the same size as the Earth. So now they have a distance based upon their two presuppositions. And then based upon how much time it took for Venus to transit the disk of the sun and its distance, you can just do the calculation and come up with 93 million miles. Now, that's all well and good, but the two fundamental steps of that ladder are missing, and they're just jumping up to the third step.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Because by just looking at it, if we try to measure the sun naively from just looking at it and like measuring the parallax shift, there isn't any. So can't use that methodology.
Yeah.
This is always this was like a problem in astronomy for hundreds of years. How do we measure the distance to these objects? All we have is an angular size, and we can't tell their distance without knowing their absolute size, right? Their radius in thousands of miles of something, right? If they have that, then they can figure out from the angular size how far away it is using linear perspective. But they didn't have any of that. So the first one, Venus, they just made it up. Just made it up.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, if you look in there's actually an astronomer, professional astronomer, that talks about this. The way Huygens, it was Christian Huygens who came up with this same size idea. He used numerology, like occult mysticism, numerology.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't theoretical. A lot of these astronomers in the past were also astrologers. and told fortunes and did all that stuff. Only now do we think of them as like scientists. Back then, if you were told what they actually did on a day-to-day basis, you would not think of them as scientists. They were doing alchemy and astrology and gematria and all sorts of weird stuff that today we call non-scientific. But most of what they did, for instance, Newton wrote more about alchemy than any other subject, more than about gravity or light or any of the things we consider scientific. He was writing about alchemy, trying to turn lead into gold, and he died from drinking mercury. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah. So the pinnacle of science and the Enlightenment, Isaac Newton, was so smart he died from drinking. He died a virgin from drinking mercury.
Mm-hmm.
And he played with dolls and a whole bunch of other weird stuff he did. But that's neither here nor there. I don't care what he does in his closet.
Yeah.
He didn't even believe in his own theory.
Content to back you up. Sorry to butt in.
Oh.
Take a look at the text chat. It's from Phil Lake, who
Yeah.
astronomer.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, wait, where is it?
It's in the chat.
As well as a Harvard published article on the same subject.
Yeah, he's like, how far away is Venus? Give me a chicken. Let's cut open his stomach and look at his gut. Oh, it's the same size as Earth. That's what the guts say. What I find interesting
Huygens
is
is a Christian
go ahead.
Kabbalist. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, like, Huygens is a Christian Kabbalist. And so they looked at the planets as corresponding to the Sefer Yetzirah on the Tree of Life diagram. Although the version they had wasn't the same one that you'd see in like Talmudic Judaism, the one they were working off of was actually called the Universal Table by a guy named Martine di Pasquale, who was a Masonic Martinist.
Mm-hmm.
That checks out.
If you know how you can pay NASA to send you to space.
I will.
Really?
Well, I don't know. I heard.
How do you know that?
I saw it. I
I've heard if you buy a wardrobe, you can go through it out the back and you'll meet a talking lion.
Okay, this is something you can prove. I'm sure if you really tried, you could figure out if you could pay NASA to send you to the moon.
To the moon? They can't even get themselves to the moon. How are they going to get you there?
Or at least space. At least, like, out of the Earth's atmosphere a little bit.
How high? Hey, John, did you hear me talk to the other guy? Rebel? Or Rigid? Or what was it, Rapid? How high the ISS would be above a 6-foot ball? So the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So they could send me there, I ain't gonna see shit.
Exactly.
See, what the problem you're having is you've seen pictures. And from the pictures in your brain, you're saying they're fucking far away from the Earth. But if you look at what they say they're only 250 miles from the Earth, which is very close to the surface of an 8,000 mile diameter ball. They're barely above it. Right? But you're interpreting the images, not the math.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying with that, but
that the math don't match the images. That's how we know the images are fake, is that the imagery don't match their own math, and it also doesn't match what we measure on the ground.
Mm-hmm. apparently, there's companies that you can pay $50,000 for roughly to send you 30 kilometers into the air on a air balloon.
And then what?
Something
Even lower. Even lower. What is that going to tell us?
Well, from that distance, you should be able to see the curvature if there is a curvature.
You're just making that up and just completely ignored what I just told you.
Well, can you not see the curvature from 30,000 kilometers?
No. 30,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30,000, sure. Nobody's sending you 30,000 kilometers up, brother. No human being has gone higher than low Earth orbit except for the Apollo mission. You understand that? No one's gone higher than 380 miles, and that was a Hubble servicing mission. Allegedly. It's the highest orbit, manned orbit, other than moon nonsense.
What I'm saying is if there's people offering to send...
I know what you're saying. I know you're saying
Like,
you believe a
wouldn't
lot
they
of things, and you're trying to get me to
concerned?
believe what you believe, even though there's no basis for your belief,
No,
which is very odd to me.
look, I'm here to just ask questions. I don't mean
Yeah,
it
but what I'm
in
saying
an
is,
offensive way or anything.
no, I'm not offended. I'm just saying is you're trying to, like I just said, you don't know what you read online to be true. You don't know you're going to see what you think you're going to see. Do they say that? Hey, dude, you can take this rocket and see the curve of the Earth. I doubt that's even in their advertising.
Mm-hmm.
You realize you're filling in the blanks on your own.
I don't. Well,
because you haven't done that, right?
No, but what I'm thinking, who'd they send out into space recently? It was some famous person. I don't remember the name.
I mean, the Katy Perry. She landed 2 miles away from where she took off. They basically went straight up and fell straight down. And it's disputable whether she didn't even go to the political designation of space. And no, that's also not high enough. Dude, I just told you the ISS is not high enough. Why aren't you understanding? The ISS is supposed to be 250 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Or 100 kilometers. Still not high enough.
Apparently, Katy Perry went 62 miles above the Earth.
Which is less than 250.
Okay.
What's required? Probably one eighth of what the circumference would be. So 1/8 of 25,000 miles.
That it's a circle.
Well, you would see a circle. You'd see a significant portion of the ball that you could say it is a ball.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be above the ball, so you could definitely say, "Yes, I am above the ball." Right, because you're not looking sideways; you're looking straight down.
But is 62 enough to see a curve at all?
No.
If there is a curve?
No.
Okay.
How many times I gotta say that shit? No.
Okay, I understand. No, I thought you meant circles.
Let's say 100 kilometers. Okay, the diameter of the Earth in kilometers is 12,000.
Yeah.
100 kilometers above a 12,000 kilometer ball. Think about it for a second. Like, say you had a ball, and how close do you got to stick your eye to it to be that relative height?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a schoolroom globe. You'd be like freaking like 1/100th of an inch above the surface of that.
Right. Yeah.
It's still very close to how big they say the Earth is. And you know what? But we don't have to do that. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
And why even doing that would be dumb. Whatever you see is subjective. It's not a measurement. To objectively know is to measure, right? We don't go out into the world and like, hey, I want to build a building. Let's eyeball the pieces. Looks 10 feet to me. Just nail it on. Right? We take a tape measure and we measure the length and the dimensions of the boards, and then we nail them to the wall, nail them to the 2x4s, and we make a house. We don't just eyeball the pieces and put them on, because your house will fall down, right? So with the Earth, we can do the same thing. We can just measure to see if the water's curving, and if the water's not curving, then the Earth can't be a ball. Because most of the Earth's surface is water. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if that water's flat, then it's not a ball. It's simple. It's so simple. These conversations should go like this. Why do you think the Earth is flat? Because the water's not curving. I go, oh yeah, the water doesn't curve. Okay, thank you, bye. That's how simple this should be.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
I got that from Heretic, by the way. It was a freaking brilliant, astute observation, quite honestly. No, it is. A girl came in and said, why do you think the Earth is flat? You said, well, because the water's not curving. She's like, oh, you're right. It doesn't curve. I guess the Earth is flat. Bye. It's literally that simple. It's so simple, a caveman can do it.
All right. Well, that's everything I had to ask. And
yeah. So there's just one more thing. There's this thing called obscurantism. It's kind of like a philosophy, right? Where you obscure the truth by making it overly complicated and sophisticated, so that it takes a Herculean effort even to determine what the truth is from it. So that's what the globe is right now. It's like there's so many, so many moving parts and claims and contrary information is that people just they can't they don't want to like investigate whether any of those are true because it's just too much. And it's easier just to accept the narrative than to investigate. Because they don't think it's that simple. Is the water curving or not? They've been taught that it's not that simple. That only like super smart people figured it out, and with reams of equations on a chalkboard, and that they're just like, it's too much effort for them to do it. It's just easier to believe it. And we're telling you, guess what? It's not hard. It's super simple. It's a third grade geometric problem, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
I know, hard to believe, huh? Hard to believe it's simple. The only thing we fight is incredulity. I can't believe it. Like you guys are like Neo in the Matrix when Morpheus tells him he's in when they're in the construct and he's like, they're trying to turn you into a battery. And he's like, I don't believe it. Let me out. Let me out. That's how you guys are when you get in the chat. Flat? I can't believe it. Let me out of here. And Cypher's like, he's gonna pop, but give me that steak.
It's almost harder to believe that more people haven't figured this out yet than it is to accept that the Earth is flat as you experience it. That's another thing.
How easily it is.
Yeah.
To convince people, that's actually shocking. I mean, shocking that I fell for it. Like all of us fell for it. It's not like we're immune and we're special.
How could everybody be wrong? How can the whole world be wrong about this? What makes you so special for figuring it out?
I don't think that's the reasoning, to be honest. I mean, it's okay, everyone can be wrong. At some point of time, like some views were widely accepted, and at some point it turned out it was wrong, and people shouldn't have problem believing it if something is changing like that.
People do have a problem changing. There's people that still think there's these things called atoms, which are indivisible parts of matter, but that's been shown not to be true, right? They're divisible. They're not indivisible, right? But they still believe they're indivisible.
I never saw anyone having problem with like you can split an atom and it would be like okay. I never saw anyone who would defend no, it's not true. You can split it. It's indivisible.
Well, the definition of atom is indivisible.
And it was a definition when they come up with this word, but like once they discovered you can have some smaller parts, everyone was like, okay.
Or those wouldn't those things be atoms then?
When what?
Wouldn't those things, like when you break an atom, like what we call an atom, an element, into pieces, wouldn't those pieces that are indivisible be atoms?
Well, I think people nowadays they think that like you can go further and further, and like even the smallest one, I think they would describe it as like we didn't find anything smaller, but they wouldn't claim that nothing smaller exists. Like at this point of time, yes.
So atoms don't exist, bro. That was my point. Is that atoms, as defined as something that's indivisible, does not actually exist.
Yeah. And why would anyone have a problem with that?
Oh, because people believe they exist.
Well, people believe that something exists, even if they call it atoms, they still don't claim that it's indivisible. Even if it was the word like used as like few thousand years, probably when they come up with this atom stuff.
Maybe you should ask around. You should ask around and ask people if atoms are indivisible. I think you'll find out the average person will say, there are particles of matter that are indivisible.
Oh yeah, I probably might agree with you, but I think that if you would tell them, but actually scientists discovers that atom like is made of these smaller particles, they would be like, okay, they wouldn't become, as you explained, like, no, it's not true. Like we believe this our whole life.
You think they'd accept it without evidence? Is that what you?
Yeah. I think it's not too hard for people to.
Welcome to this topic, acceptance without evidence.
Well, but it's true. Like people accept something without any evidence all the time.
Yeah, and they're fools. So, and how do you know the Earth is a globe?
Oh, now I know that it's a tricky question because
how do you know? Not how you think somebody else might know.
Yeah.
How do you? I'm talking about you.
Yes, I've heard this conversation like 3 days ago with some other person, and I don't want to repeat it.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be better to admit that you don't actually know, and that you're relying on third parties?
Yeah, and like I can explain why it would be so hard to me to change my point of view, because imagine that you live in, like you explained in Matrix, and you had some like amount of information, and now someone is telling you that okay, this one is wrong, and immediately you have to fill up all the other information that is like combined with this first one.
Yeah. Are you saying you're lazy? No, you just don't want to do the mental work? Like, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I've never seen anyone did that. So obviously some work I can't do by myself, and I would love to like have the immediate result from some other work of other people, but you don't have it, so it's hard to like this.
What do you mean we don't have it? Like, what are you talking about? We've done plenty of measurements. We got tons and tons, hundreds if not thousands.
Okay,
of measurements of the Earth. Not looking at the sky with a telescope and imagining that the Earth is like those things. Measurements of the Earth itself. Now, does the globe have that? And that's a big fat no.
Okay, I'm talking about the measurement, like the last person who was asking about, like, why can't you see Spain from New York? And like he gave you the distance from New York to Spain, like 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers, something like this. And I'm not sure that you have all the distances on the flat Earth, because when I look at the map of flat Earth, it just does.
Your distance is calculated, right? Not measured.
Yeah, we granted him that distance because he doesn't know enough to tell him, like, you don't actually know the distance of Spain, and it wasn't the point that he was trying to make. He was trying to make a point about seeing. So we didn't dispute the distance because it doesn't matter. It's more than 500 miles. It's not happening. So We didn't need to dispute whether it was 3,000 kilometers or 5,000 kilometers. It was pointless to even dispute that.
Yeah, I know. I didn't tell, like, I don't think that you were wrong at that point, but my point now is that he had some number, and I have no means to verify this number. I don't know if this number is correct, but like, if I accept that it's not correct, I should have some other number to replace it. And
why? Can you know that number's wrong without having a number to replace it?
Well, if you know,
can I look in a tree? Can I look in a tree and see something furry with a tail and know it's not a fish without knowing what it is? Could be a cat or a monkey, right? I don't know exactly what it is, but I know it's not a fish.
Yeah, except if someone shows you something and say it's a cat, and your whole life you thought that it was a cat, and at some point
I'm talking about. That's not the hypothetical I'm talking about. So don't just try to add shit, okay?
So when you were talking about the tree and a fish, it was not hypothetical. You meant some real tree and fish.
The point is that you cannot know what something is, but know what something isn't. Right? So we can know that distance is wrong without knowing what the correct distance is. You realize that, right?
Yes, but like, why wouldn't you want to know the real distance?
It's a different question.
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter.
Why?
Well, it doesn't matter for some people. It still matters enough for other people to not.
Tell us how it would matter. Tell us how it would matter. If you know the distance from New York to Spain within, say, 300 kilometers, is that good enough for practical purposes?
Yeah, and if you had all the distances like that, you can just look at that, verify if it corresponds to each other. That's what you might do.
Corresponds to each other. What's the other in this each other scenario? What the Earth?
All the other distances.
All the other distances.
When you have a
the other distances that you also don't know, those other distances.
Yes. There are other distances that you don't know, but if you look at it, and if you like, I'm almost sure that you know that, like, if you add up the angles in triangle, you get 180 degrees, but I'm sure that you'd never verified it yourself for each single triangle. You just accept it as true. And that's how we do it.
That's the definition of a triangle. If it doesn't fit that definition, then it's not going to be a triangle. Now, you can measure angles and all sorts of triangles.
It's not a definition of triangle. Definition is 3 points connected with 3
definition of a triangle. 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices, and when you measure the interior angles and add them together, reach 180 degrees. That's the definition of a triangle.
No, the definition is just 3 points connected with 3 straight lines.
That's what I said right at the beginning. 3 straight sides meeting at 3 vertices. And when you measure the interior angles, because angles are straight sides, I don't understand why you're being belligerent, mate.
Because you don't have to add this part with when you measure, you don't have to measure.
Yeah, but we have added that part in the definition. It's a property of a triangle. If you found that not to be true, it wouldn't be a triangle. It would be some other fucking thing.
And what could it be?
Square if it had 4 sides.
Not a triangle.
3 sides. 3 sides, 3 points. You can have
3 sides, 3 points. That's a triangle.
And yes, you don't need to measure the angles. You know immediately.
No, when you measure the interior angles, because, hold on, it's a triangle. That's 3 angles. It's in the word. It's in the definition.
Yeah, so you
like a
count
90-degree right angle triangle. Now, don't die on this hill.
Dude, really? Like, triangles don't have 3 angles. What the fuck?
Dude, they all fail the triangle test.
I don't know. I don't know if you can't hear me. If you just if you 3 of you talking at the same time, it's impossible to. Yeah, I'm saying that you can count the angles. You don't need to verify it's 180 degrees in the
Then what was your first point of have you ever verified that it is or isn't? You were talking about measuring them.
Measuring the angles,
to check to see if you started with 180 degrees. You started talking about angles. Now you're saying it's not fucking relevant to what you started discussing.
I never said it's not relevant. You can just continue talking to each other like it's.
If we had a polygon and we didn't know what it is, right? and I measured greater than 100-degree angles at the 3 vertices, I would know that one of those lines is not straight and it's not a triangle. It's a property of a triangle. It's a mathematical object. Triangles don't actually exist in reality. It's a abstract concept. And part of that abstract concept is that all the angles sum to 180 degrees. I don't need to go check every freaking triangle.
Yeah. I think
Because if I check, it has to be that. Because if I checked and it wasn't that, I'd be like, not a triangle.
So
Embryo, I wouldn't say here's a triangle that doesn't have that property. Well, Embryo, what I'm saying is if I found something like that, I'd be like, whoa, I found something that's not a triangle.
And that's what I wanted to ask Embryo. Like, Embryo, are you under the impression that people have gone out in reality and measured triangles with 390 degrees?
No.
Good answer.
I'm under the impression that definition and property is not the same thing, but like, okay, you can go it your way.
There are different types of triangle, though, aren't there? Isosceles, equilateral, right angle. Those are going to be defined by the measurement of their interior angles. Different types of triangle. Can you have a triangle if one of those lines is curved? Does that fit the definition of a triangle?
No. Once again, straight lines.
Yes, I know.
So why would
can you measure, there's a question of this, can you measure an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? Elevation angle is upwards, right? An adjacent would be a horizontal line. I'm asking if that horizontal line was curved, could you measure an elevation angle up from that curved line?
No.
Awesome stuff. So you require a horizontal line to measure elevation angles. For example, the elevation angle of the sun in the sky, or the elevation angle of any star in the sky. All of those are measured from a horizontal adjacent. That would be the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't measure elevation angles to sun, moon, and stars, would we? It'd be impossible to do so. It wouldn't fit the definition, would it?
I don't know why would you measure the elevation of sun? It's something in the sky.
To know the time, to know your location. It's celestial navigation, right? The utilage of the things in the sky, sun, moon, stars, to figure out your location. In actual fact, the coordinate system of longitude and latitude is based upon the elevation angles of things in the sky, isn't it?
Did it help to create a map?
This is... You understand what I'm saying, don't you?
Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand.
You asked me if this is how you create.
Like you asked me like 5 questions about triangles.
And now you think it's a good idea to talk through me because I don't think you understood what I said. Can you create a map with this? I gave you the coordinate system. Longitude and latitude. You asked me why it was relevant. The time of day, season, depending on location of thing in the sky, and time of day or season will give you your location and time. Right?
So, Jedi, is it just you asking questions, or is
it's me? It's me making statements.
Because it's been
so
like 5 or 6 questions, and if I don't have a turn to ask something you like, why would I enjoy in this conversation?
Jeez, Imriel, the answer was yes, Imriel.
So
the
do you
map
show
was created
it?
from a flat Earth.
So
the map was created off of a flat Earth, is what Jedi.
Can you give the map? Just give it's everything I'm asking. Just give me the map. That would be fine.
He wants a map now. He thinks that I've got a map to the entirety of reality. Why do you think that?
Yeah. Do you know how maps are created, Imriel? What choice is going to making a map? Tell us.
Oh my god. So okay, either you have a
Yeah,
map
this
or
is your
no.
claim. If you don't know what
have a-
No
choice
one's
is
I'm
going
not
to making a
claiming.
map,
I'm
Sorry,
then why would you
sorry.
asking.
claim
I'm
that
getting
maps
annoyed.
support any
Gonna get annoyed.
worldview that you can
Okay.
bring?
Bye bye.
No one's giving you a map. Why have you bought a map? Oh, bye.
Oh,
Fuck no.
he was spiraling in text chat long before he came into VC. He was trying to argue that that you can measure the sun's luminosity at the sun.
Yeah, Imrio comes in here like every day almost. He started off his interaction with us with a buddy of his on a debate about gravity with T-Dub and Matrix early one morning. Yeah, it's been at least 3 weeks now.
And what he knows is indicative of who he's hung out with well before. I mean, he sounds like a McToon acolyte. He knows all the arguments, and he just comes in and wants to give his zingers that he gets from all the anti-flat earthers and the anti-flat earth newsletters he subscribed to.
Well, only because of his research. He's been he obviously went and researched a bunch after his first interaction with us that first day, because he got like pretty well destroyed, and he couldn't get off the gravity argument the first time interacting with us, and it's just been new argument after new argument. So he's obviously been getting hit with the YouTube algorithm feeding him the anti-flat earth rhetoric.
Like MC Toon, McToon, whatever, his seeming number one argument is that flat earthers can't produce a map. It's more of an assertion.
Well, there's a good bit of flat earthers presenting that azimuthal equidistant map, and trying to make arguments based off of it. And again, so it just muddies up the water, and then all of these inconsistencies amongst the community have to be highlighted and clarified. And yeah, so again, it's the lack of curvature that's the main highlight on display here.
That's why he asked for that map. He wanted something to have as a straw man. Just give me a map so I can tear that apart. I can't deal with reality.
Yeah.
That's why they went down to Antarctica, so they could debunk a map.
A large part of what they believe hinges upon things like the 69-to-1 rule being true. I think that there's still room for a flat Earth, even if that is determined to be valid and applicable everywhere that it's tried and measured. Because the next step, is to just say, okay, well, then you're just showing that sky optics are a uniquely thing inherent to the sky itself, and nobody can go up there and test what's happening. But I don't even think that we need to go that far with them. If they're going to claim the 69-to-1 rule is supportive of their spherical geometry that comports with their spherical coordinate system, and they need to demonstrate that to be the case. Because every time we measure the Earth flat, we are invalidating that unless there is some sky optic involved, in which case it would be true. Every distance given in latitude and longitude is a distance that's calculated and not measured. I will argue this point till the day I die.
Please do, man. Because I don't think it's measured either. I think, like you just said, it's just calculated based upon the model that they're using. Which is interesting because you can fudge a lot of distance. You're just going to start calculating and not have the actual, like you say, if it's not the actual measurement, then you can start screwing around all over the place.
Yeah, that's right. I would say, okay, latitude, longitude, based off of which reference data? Because WGS 84 is going to produce something that's a bit different than NAD 27 or NAD 83. And if you add in geoidal undulations from the gravitational unevenness of WGS 84, then you've got all kinds of unfalsifiable distortions. So, the more that they try to cope and be specific, the worse it gets for them. The distances that they calculate are supported by distances that they actually measure. But it's funny that they actually go with their calculations at the end of the day. There are big differences between the distances they actually measure and what's calculated. And these are only apparent over long range. Because a 1 square mile surveyed piece of property on a flat plane is 99.977% as accurate as that same swath that's on a globe. There's no meaningful statistical difference between the two. And this is why bridge engineers are like, yeah, when we do multi-mile bridge spans, we don't have to factor in curvature at all. We just assume it's baked in because our own materials processes provide enough thermal expansion and flex under load that have a greater error than what is required for you to measure the Earth flat. And furthermore, the joints that rivet together these different spans, those are subject to also flexibility. And their flexing is much greater than what is required to determine if Earth is a globe. We've got that email from bridge engineers of the Pontchartrain Causeway that said so.
Hello, Sporadicy.
Hello.
It's been a while since I've talked to you.
What, did you miss me there, big guy?
Yeah, of course.
So when they start measuring distances that are tens of miles and hundreds of miles, then that error starts to grow. That error that spans the gap between the globe and the flat. And it grows at an exponential rate, at the 8 inches per mile squared rate. So something that people talk about in here from time to time is how GPS systems work. Every receiver provides every user with a local tangent plane in ECEF that's flat. Now, these are all chained together to WGS84, and I can tell you how. Go ahead.
Can you explain what ECGF and the other acronym is and how they work?
Sure, yeah.
Not a lot of people understand that.
Right. So for those who haven't been following too closely, there's a coordinate reference system that satellites use for Earth-based, terrestrial-based locations. It's called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It's kind of a sister coordinate system to something called Earth-centered inertial. And the only difference between these two is whether or not you're basically taking a coordinate system that's fixed to the Earth itself or fixed to the stars, so that the Earth can rotate underneath it. So for our frame of reference on the Earth, for receivers, they're Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, and they're expressed in XYZ. And it's planar. It's a local tangent plane. So this means your XYZ coordinates are given exactly as it sounds like. Up, down, left, and right. These vectors do not curve in ECEF whatsoever. So every receiver has a local tangent plane on Earth. How many flat planes are there on a ball is the question.
There's an infinite amount, isn't there?
You could say so.
Depending on what your position is on the plane, there would be an infinite amount of tangent planes according to where a certain position would be, correct?
Yep, that's correct. That's a property of a sphere, is that there are infinite number of tangent points to the sphere. But here's the thing, every tangent plane is flat and doesn't curve. So how do they chain these all together to provide I guess you could say a logistical tie-in to the latitude longitude system, which is actually curving? So how do they do that? There's actually an interesting mathematics trick involved. And this is going to sound nerdy. I've brought it up before, but they actually invoke hyperdimensional geometry to do it, a hypersphere.
What?
Totally serious.
Hello.
Hello. So just to finish up real quick to describe it, they do this because the GPS network needs an absolute frame of reference in order to have the base clock that's running that provides an absolute time, a reference frame of time for all the other clocks that diverge from that absolute reference of time to get their pseudo ranging. So they actually create a hypersphere and they sync the clock to this imaginary point of origin in the hypersphere. And that point of origin in the hypersphere is actually equidistant to every location on the XY of the surface of Earth as given by ECEF. So it's like, how's that possible? How can you have basically a big fat square checkerboard, and how could there be one point either above or below that checkerboard that has the same distance to every point on that checkerboard? Wouldn't a point on the checkerboard near the edges have a longer distance than a point directly underneath it? The answer is yes in 3D geometry, but in hyperspherical geometry, that checkerboard is actually curving in the fourth dimension, and so you've got a radius in the fourth dimension that is equidistant to every point on that checkerboard, regardless of its distance in 3 dimensions. So by necessity, they invoke this point of origin in a hypersphere. They sync their clocks to it, and they do that for an absolute reference frame to track all the assets, as all the local tangent planes are doled out to by all the receivers. And then from there, they're able to do an easy translation into latitude and longitude. They invoke a rotation, and they actually apply a quaternion. I've got the formula that's used to do this from ECEF to spherical coordinate system. Huh?
4D vectors quaternions, right?
Well, there is, yeah. They actually do it in 3 dimensions. The fourth dimension is a WGS84. So what happens is you have two vertical vectors that are aligned with each other in the same dimension. The point of origin extending out into space in the hypersphere is shared as the same z-axis vertical vector in ECEF space and Cartesian space. So you only need to do a rotation in the other 3. All right, I got to go back to work.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add to that? Hello, Sporadic E.
Yo, beaches. How are you doing, everyone?
Hello, people.
Who is the shit?
Hello.
I heard.
Who is that? Like Mike in the picture?
Everyone's
The best
had.
Goi. Is that
Everyone's
like
got
Mike?
in their mouth. No one's speaking here.
Shit, man, they're doing some work, bro. Let's go into some other VC.
Yeah.
Let's go to feminism,
Can you go
okay?
to another thing? Ask a
Bro, come
question.
to
Let's
feminism.
go to ask a question.
What question?
I wake up in the morning waiting for the Glovers to arrive. Yeah, yeah.
Hello there.
Hey, Satoshi.
What's going on?
I heard someone call you that yesterday. I had forgotten all about that. No one can pronounce your name otherwise.
Oh, Grupa Wagnera.
Buga la Guerra.
Grupa Wagnera.
Grupa la Guerra.
Wagnera.
Magnata.
No.
Okay, never mind.
What's going on though?
Not much. I had a few minutes. Just thought I'd pop in and see who's here.
Nothing,
Kind of
dude.
up. Woke up late, so I'm making breakfast, but I got to go soon to an appointment.
There's not even any Globers in here.
Yeah, I know.
How have you been these past couple months?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Have you been these past couple months?
Really good. Pretty good, man. Yeah, doing well. Just had a birthday back in July.
Your birthday's in July?
Yeah.
What day are you?
What's that? July 10th.
Okay, my dad's on the 27th.
Yeah, I have Nikola Tesla and I have the same birthday.
Really, Nikola Tesla was July 10?
Yeah. And he was a lefty and I'm a lefty. And you know what's weird about that? He was born in 1856. We're 102 years apart. And if you take hold on, if you take 102 and you put it together, it equals 3.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, that's kind of odd because, like, didn't Nikola Tesla say the numbers 3, 6, and
Yeah, 3, 6, and 9
5
are
or
very
something?
important.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I'm a reincarnated Nikola Tesla, but I do like to tinker with things.
Have you made any crazy devices?
Yeah, I make devices all the time. I make pedals, guitar pedals, you know. So yeah, I made one that's
Guitar pedal.
Yeah, guitar pedals. Yeah.
No, what is that?
You know, musicians, how we have pedals to make different sounds like fuzzes and wah-wahs and like distortion pedals.
Yeah.
Things like that. Yeah, I make those.
You make one for guitars? Like the whammy board? You know what the whammy board is, right?
Yeah, I have one on my Stratocaster. Yeah, so the pedals, you know, they're on the floor and you have foot switches. You click it on and off with your foot. And you'll see musicians, they usually have like what's called a stomp box, they have like a rack of effects that they use. So that's what I make. I make those pedals.
Okay.
Why is this either, dude? There's no even me
I
either.
associate myself with the rest of mankind and modern technology.
Really. So that automatically makes you an
cherry
expert
pick which
at all things
mankind you want to
space?
associate yourself with, don't you?
Look, there's so much misinformation about science and technology in this space. Right?
Misinformation.
Like yesterday, Shane and the guys at Data Cosmology did a whole bollocksing of what GPS is and how its coordinate system works, and they completely fucked it up.
You're fumbling your way through this argument. How can you know anything about what those guys are doing?
Well, how can you know if they can't do it, Jim? You don't even understand.
Argue with them over there, dude, about whatever they said. We don't know what they said. We're not going to defend them. We don't know what they said.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. He's the misinformation extraordinaire right here. Dazzler. Trying to dazzle us with his misinformation.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, here's the second candidate tonight that comes in here trying to argue with us about what other people are saying. I don't know why they don't go talk to those people.
Take Elderbear with you when you leave, huh?
Yeah, you guys can go on a little quest to find the people you actually want to talk to. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Go have a picnic, and then, after that, go talk to the people that actually are making these bad arguments. Yeah, go talk to those guys.
Yeah, gay little voyage.
Go have a picnic on the not flat picnic table.
Yeah. Overlooking flat water. Yeah. And then you'll argue.
That has a horizon that's not horizontal.
You probably argue with Elderbear, though, because he's going to tell you that the Earth is not an actual curved surface.
Yeah, well, Elderbear and Bev want to run me through their proof, but I'm not prepared to go into an argument about what perpendicular to a curve is. So, but at least I think you guys would accept the notion that I could say there's something perpendicular to a curve, wouldn't you?
Depends on what you mean. If you're going to redefine perpendicular.
Yeah, exactly.
See, there you go.
Well, you were, dude.
What is the mathematical definition of perpendicular? Maybe I'm wrong. What's the mathematical definition?
Yeah. So if I said to somebody that
I want the mathematical definition, not some freaking layman definition.
Okay. Well, but we can talk. We're all laymen here, right? So we can talk in layman.
But when you talk about mathematics, everything needs to be defined very rigorously for it to actually work.
Okay. So in mathematics, the something if you were to loosely call something perpendicular to a curve, it's actually perpendicular to the tangent of the curve at the point.
This is not. You're just describing what you think perpendicular is, but you haven't defined it.
What perpendicular is?
How do we evaluate whether what you're saying is true if we don't know what perpendicular is?
Oh, right. You want to go back to Euclid and get Euclid's definition of perpendicular.
No, I want the property that's described to mathematical or geometric objects of what perpendicular is.
An angle. A right angle, 90-degree angle. Is that what you want?
A right angle.
Straight lines.
I'll look it up, dude, since you don't know. I'll just do it myself.
Oh, I don't have.
I really don't know the mathematical definition, dude. I was asking because I was thinking you know because you're arguing it, but you don't know.
Along with other things he doesn't know.
You have to write down the specific words that you would put in a maths textbook for what perpendicular is, but it's when two straight lines form a right angle, right? Is that good enough, though, that you can understand what I'm talking about there? We can have a conversation.
Yeah, but then we need to define right angle because the right angle, you got two lines that are perpendicular. So we need to define these things.
Oh, right. So you can't even have a conversation about something as simple as a right angle and a perpendicular, or a perpendicular, can you?
Well, you don't have a right angle if you have a curve, right? That's what you're talking about.
Okay. Can we agree on what two straight lines are when they're perpendicular then?
No, you suck, bro.
Well, wait till I get the definition. Maybe we might even be able to
This
agree
is primary
that
school maths, right angles.
No, but we're not doing primary school fucking maths, dude.
Yeah,
you're talking about
a small step above, right?
Yeah. How do you have two right lines on a sphere, a right angle? How do you have that? See how discombobulated it is what you're saying.
There we go. See,
you're on a sphere.
You can't even comprehend the concept of something being perpendicular to
I comprehend it very well, that it clashes with a sphere. How do you have a right angle? Two straight lines, but you're on a sphere.
Given me a whole bunch of drawings showing lines perpendicular to spheres.
Bullshit.
No, he just did. Look at what he posted. All of these things with a G, or every single one has lines perpendicular to curves. That's what that little square means, perpendicular, right angle.
Well,
Now he's gonna
what they
start
would
arguing
call it,
about
what they would call it in geometry is normal to the surface. That's what they would
Yes,
call it. They
that's
wouldn't
right.
call
Normal
it.
to the surface.
They wouldn't call it perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular is
If
different.
you were having a conversation with a professor in mathematics and you said to him, we have a line that is perpendicular to the curve, he wouldn't blink an eye, Lid.
Nah,
know
you might
exactly
get a
what
little
you mean.
irritated that you didn't say surface normal.
But it
Because
doesn't
saying
have to be a
perpendicular
surface.
makes you
It's
sound
to be normal to the
amateurish.
curve as well, right? But yeah, surface normal.
No,
in
we
the case of
apply
sphere.
perpendicular to the Euclidean and non-Euclidean like surfaces. We say surface normal. That's how it is.
Yeah, so the surface normal is perpendicular to a tangent plane, right?
Yeah.
At the point of tangency.
Yeah.
So it's not that hard. We understand what's going on. We didn't need to go through all of that.
No, we do, because those things, tangent plane, tangent point, all those things aren't actually on the thing in question. So the thing in question as a whole, those things you ascribe to them, you're just trying like a mathematical relation of like an imaginary thing to it.
So why did you even post those pictures of geodesy? Because they
Called
have
internal
these
critique.
things in them.
Yeah,
it's called an internal critique.
Okay.
You didn't even know
you
that.
guys
Why
like
can't we have
you guys are just like
level of discussion
internal
about the Earth?
critique. I can analyze your worldview inside for consistency without adopting it. You know that, right?
I'm not here to have you evaluate my worldview.
Well, that's what's happening. Sorry, but that's what's happening. We do that so
You have
that
no
we can keep you.
consistent- I was gonna say,
We
you
do
do
that
have
so we can keep you
consistency in the world. You
consistent
can
on
reject
points that you
everything.
bring up. Daza, your points are not consistent, so we have to take you by the hand and show you what you're missing out. And so when we point it out to you, you're like, "Oh, yeah, that's right."
What about all
That's
the
what
stuff
you-
that you
that's what you
reject
did.
out of hand, Alpha? Like all of those measurements we
Doesn't
talked about.
matter.
Rejected out of
The
hand.
internal critique is meant for your benefit so that you can correct the thing that you're not saying, right? So once it's
What about you?
corrected,
Do you give yourself your own internal
don't worry
critique?
about
I
me,
don't
man.
think so.
Don't worry
I think
about
you're
me because
incapable of
you are
critiquing
saying wrong things when it comes to your paradigm. So when you're internally critiqued on it,
everything
then you
is
have
wrong
to
about your
you
paradigm.
have
We can't
to
do an
be
internal
consistent.
critique. From our
You have to be
worldview, we would do an external critique, meaning we would adopt your worldview and look at us, right?
You have nothing to critique internally other than misinformation, basically.
Dude.
You think the Earth is flat? You've made a ginormous mistake
just
somewhere in your
shift the
assessment
burden off of your shoulders
And
because
here we
right
go to
now
the fucking you guys think this, and you guys are
but
just wrong.
that's his only
You guys
saving
do
grace.
misinformation.
That's his only saving grace is if he shifts the burden right now because he's got his feet to the flames.
No,
and he
he's
doesn't
resorted
wanna
to
admit
drama.
when he's wrong.
He's resorted to drama.
Of course.
I think it's funny, that's all.
Yeah, that's funny.
Why do you
that
get
you don't
cooked in
have
here
the
every time you
answers.
come in here? Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
You didn't have the answers to any of the things that you were bringing forward, so we had to correct you. And now that you're corrected, you're like, oh, well, what about you guys? Why? You didn't know that
Know
your
what your
your
point of
own
view is and
worldview
how
was
you ended up
inconsistent.
where you are.
Hey, don't worry, but why are you You're just leading everybody away from the thing. Like I said, we're pointing out.
So when you and the Bandy Light were in the chat saying geodetic surveyors measure curvature, were you spreading misinformation?
Might have used the wrong words, but the how can I describe it?
And you misinformed people?
So one of the aims of the geodetic
And you
survey
misinformed
is to
people?
determine the
Just
shape of the
admit.
Earth.
And you misinformed people.
Just admit you misinformed people.
See, we could all play this
Admit
game.
it. Yeah, admit it, Daza. We have you on record right now saying that Clipcord got a little snippet of you saying they measured the reference ellipsoid as the best fit surface. You said that. Is that misinformation? Is that
Where do you think
misinformation?
the reference ellipsoid
He
Is that
also said it was
misinformation?
calculated. That's the key thing. He said it was
Yeah.
calculated.
Yes. So what
Yeah, so
you
is
do?
this misinformation
how do
that you
create
said
a
they
reference
measured it?
ellipsoid?
Dude,
How do you
is
create
this
a reference
misinformation?
ellipsoid?
Is this misinformation that you say they measured it?
Alpha, how do you create a reference ellipsoid?
Dude, are you gonna
You
say
just
yes
make
or
it
no?
up, Daza. Daza, you just
You can't
make
just
it
make
up.
it up, Indy. You can't just make it
Yeah,
up.
that's right. You just
You've
make
got
it
to
up because
base
there's a
it
whole
on some
bunch of
measurement.
them. How many reference ellipsoids are there, Daza?
Well, there's a lot because they,
There's
they
a lot.
all have different
How did they
roles, right?
get those? They just made it up.
No, they measured something locally. So there's a whole bunch of reference ellipsoids. You know, there's some that are used a lot in the US. There's some elsewhere. The one that's becoming most common is the GPS WGS.
Okay, the bezel spheroid is the one that was used in the India survey. What did they measure in fucking India to get the bezel fucking sphere?
They would have had some idea of the dimensions of the Earth to create a spheroid. You have to.
Really?
No, they don't have to.
Well, why is it so that you need? Okay. Well, we'll find out what the origin. What was it? The
Okay,
bezel
so
spheroid?
they're incapable. There's a moral duty not to do it, or like is someone holding a gun to their head and they just can't make some shit up?
You're talking about the.
So all of these spheroids are designed to be a best fit of the shape of the Earth at the places you're doing the measurement for geodetic survey or whatever purpose.
The bezel sphere
of the
is an
spheroid
actual
right?
sphere, and it was invented in fucking Europe. So how to get to India?
I don't know what they did in India. I know the history of the WGS-84 spheroid, but that's
I'm telling you that for their survey across India, their reference ellipsoid was not actually an ellipsoid; it was the actual sphere. It was a sphere.
Spheroid, okay.
No,
Well, that's
sphere.
fine. You can use a spheroid. You'll just have lots of deviation from it, won't you?
Okay.
How do they get the
Yeah, but they
dimensions
didn't
of the
get the
spheroid?
spheroid from local measurements in India. They made it up.
From what? What did they make it up from?
From whatever Bezel did in frickin' Europe.
From celestial navigations, maybe? Is it celestial information?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But Bezel was not in India. Bezel's never been to India. He didn't go to India.
Maybe he had information about India, or maybe he had the spheroid that he established somewhere else.
Yes, it was a spheroid he established somewhere else. So they didn't make the spheroid from local measurements. Okay? That's the point. The thing you said is required. It's not required because it's a bunch of abstractions and you can just make shit up, dude. Why do you think that human beings are limited to frickin' I don't know what. I don't even know what you think, dude. You're almost beyond help at this point.
Someone here the other day had a big list of spheroids that we were going through, and they were all almost identical, right? They only vary by a few percent, or more, not even a few percent, a few fractions of a percent. Modern ones, anyway. And it's like the WGS-84 spheroid. That was a combination of geodetic information, terrestrial information, as well as some early satellite observations as well.
Oh, I'm sure. That's exactly what.
And that's how they established that spheroid, and now they've refined it by measuring it more precisely with GNSS.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think
so.
so.
You can do very precise terrestrial
I'm gonna head
measurements,
out
but
and
you can't measure the whole Earth.
You're just claim stacking, dude. You're like a fucking. You're like a Jenga tower of fucking claims. And I can crash the whole Jenga tower. Where like, is there any evidence for what you said? And then you
no
tower hits the ground.
No.
For the GPS one, I don't reckon you'd be able to crash that, mate.
Yeah. Jazza, you can try and hone your GPS argument. The fact of the matter is, you're using your Senator's fixed, period.
Yeah, it's in a fixed. Yep, exactly. So,
not even using
just
a
quickly
sphere.
about Bessel. It looks like he did some meridian arc measurements in Prussia and Russia.
Yeah, not India.
No, but same deal. The spheroid, where you measurements, you get if you measure this, try to interpret the spheroid or get an ellipsoid to describe the Earth from anywhere on the surface, you'll come up with similar numbers because it's almost a perfect spheroid, right?
Is it? No,
Yeah, the
it's
obliqueness
not.
is
It's
very
not almost
small.
a perfect spheroid. It's not a spheroid at all. It's not an ellipsoid at all. It's none of those things.
The best fit shape for it is an oblate ellipsoid.
Okay, that's incorrect. Okay,
What's the
that's
best fit
nonsense.
shape? Yeah.
Because they are simply mapping measurements to it in the way I described in detail. It's no different than texturing a fucking 3D wireframe for a video game.
It is, because all of those things have to line up, right?
Oh, what needs to line up? Line up to what?
I'm
Line
sure
up
you've
to what?
seen this meme.
Line
I
up
don't
to
know
what?
how-
Line
Okay.
up to what?
Each other. So if you make a whole bunch
What
of
do you mean
linear
what is
measurements on the
that?
surface of the Earth, right? Distance measurements on the surface of the Earth and bearings, and you go one way across the United States, down the other way, and then come back again. You've got to make them all line up, right? And they will not line up unless you do that reduction onto the spheroid or the reference body and then back again.
Okay, I already covered this when I say they take the measurements and don't trust the measurements because they're not measuring the surface of the sphere. They're measuring lines of sight in the direction of the plumb line. That's what they're actually measuring. They're not measuring the surface of a sphere. So
They're measuring the dimensions of things on the surface of the sphere, right?
No. There's no sphere.
What's the distance? They're measuring distances.
There's no sphere.
There is a sphere. You just
No, there's no sphere. There's a ex post facto sphere that they take those measurements and put it on.
What?
There's no sphere in the measurements, Daza. No matter how much you wish it to be true.
They have to be applied through a sphere, kind of normalized through a sphere, right? Otherwise, they don't make any sense. You cannot join them together. You cannot use.
You don't know that.
That's how those traverses work. As big triangulation surveys, they need to do that reduction to make them line up.
I'm assuming that you went through the survey data before the reduction of the vertical direction and then saw that they didn't work. You're making shit up. See, this what you're doing now.
I won't talk about that anymore. Then
the other thing you
talk
did, you
about
were
the
just
WBS
wrong.
84
But
scale.
this is misinformation. When you say that it didn't work, when you have absolutely not a fucking shred of evidence of whether it would work or didn't work, and that it would take a fucking Herculean task and gazillions of fucking sums of money to even go back over all the fucking logbooks and not use and reverse all the reductions of the horizontal direction and then try to map them to a fucking flat surface and see that it didn't work. You didn't do that. No one's ever done that. And to say it wouldn't work is just making shit up. You don't know if it would work or not.
All right, I'll leave that one alone then. I'll leave that one alone.
It's fucking always saying.
But anyway, going back to Bessel.
Man, if I had $1 for every time I heard that shit, and never, ever a shred of evidence how it doesn't quote unquote work on a flat Earth.
So Bessel's ellipsoid, 10 meridian arcs, 38 latitude and longitude precision measurements as control points. It's a good fit spheroid for Europe, Russia, and India.
Okay,
so that's a bit of the history of that one.
So we got to think of how did they do this, right? They did reductions of the horizontal direction. They're azimuths, dude, because they assume that their frickin' vertical plane that supposedly goes through the frickin' instrument are not parallel.
Yeah, so we did meridian arc measurements, right? So you measure a distance on the ground very precisely. And
I'm sure.
And then the arc measurement. So the arc is impacted by deflection of the
arc of
vertical,
what?
so you would have had some error.
The arc of what?
Celestial arc.
Oh, the celestial arc.
Yeah,
Sure.
so they do it celestially, right? They measure their lat long celestially and measure
What
the
they're measuring
distance.
is what they're measuring is how much the sky moves, dude. And they're
it turns out to be a really good reference.
Like, what wouldn't you believe?
Which is why celestial navigation works, right?
What?
This is the same principle as celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation has worked before the globe, dude.
Not to the precision that the globe model allows you to.
Nonsense, dude. Nonsense. The Carolinian Islanders could hit freaking 1 kilometer wide fucking rock islands from 600 kilometers away.
Not in the dark.
Yeah, yes, in the dark. You think they can see?
And they can get away with basic what's it called? When you just go down to a particular latitude and then keep going, right? They had very low precision, Indy. That's
not what the literature says.
You're making compared to modern, because their instrumentation wasn't even very good, right? So they couldn't measure angles very precisely. A lot of it was
using
by
mathematics.
local knowledge.
They weren't using mathematics.
No, they weren't. They just sticks and shadows, basically, right?
Oh no, dude! They're using what's called a sidereal compass and following a road in the sky.
Yeah, but they're not very precise, right?
They were precise enough to hit a 1 kilometer island traveling a distance of 600 kilometers.
How do you know that they only have? What if they only have to get within 50 or 60 kilometers of that island until they can see it on the horizon?
The rocks just stick out of. It's a rock island. The rocks just stick out of the sea. It's not an island like freaking Gilligan's Island. We're talking rocks where sea turtles hang out. That they would go there to get the turtle eggs.
Yeah, but the precision is low. But anyway.
You just keep chanting it over and over. The precision's low.
Like I said.
And weird, because the Portuguese demanded them to tell them how they did it. Because they kept finding these motherfuckers in the Philippines. It took them 200 years before they told on themselves.
You can get to the
You're
Philippines.
saying low precision. You don't have any evidence for what you're saying. You just have this religious belief system in what.
No, I have concrete evidence that the Earth is a globe, right? So
you don't have. First of all, you don't know the Earth is a globe. You just think it.
I do.
Yeah. Okay. What is that? What is your primary knowledge again?
My primary information is through GPS, but we won't go through that today.
Now, that wouldn't be primary. So you know that you looked at some numbers on a screen.
Oh no! I've looked at the source code to GPS receivers.
Okay. So numbers on a screen.
So you know nothing about history.
I'm saying that's your primary information.
Right?
I'm saying that's your primary information is numbers on the screen.
And the data that comes with those numbers, yeah.
Okay. The data. So your primary information is numbers on the screen. You can call it data. You can call it whatever. You can call who's a what's this. You can call it whatever.
It works.
You have no primary information at the Earth's globe. Period.
My information is good.
That you think is data
excellent information.
Would be secondary.
The information I use can determine your location to within 1 centimeter.
You just believe that, okay? Because the doctor,
I've done tests.
Trimble. Oh, you've done 1 centimeter test.
Not 1 centimeter.
How did you know it was accurate within 1 centimeter?
No, I haven't done the 1 centimeter once, but I've done tests of GPS. I've verified its operation, and I know how it works.
No, you didn't.
And it measures curvature. I've done long enough distance runs to detect curvature.
Yeah, I don't believe you even for 1 second.
Why?
I don't think you even know how it works, quite honestly.
Okay.
No,
Let's have a bat off on who knows more about GPS then.
Well,
Jin, I just saw your meme there about GPS's ground positioning. That is bollocks, mate. If you believe that, somebody has hoodwinked you big time.
So we already covered this. Okay. You don't have any primary information. You have secondary information. You've already admitted to me many times, well, not many, but enough, that GPS spoofing exists.
Yeah,
and that I can send you into a fucking brick wall.
You can't do it at scale, and you can detect.
How do you know that? The entire fucking country of Estonia is like on fucking GPS blackout. You can do it.
That's a blackout. That is not spoofing. That's a blackout.
Dude.
You can jam it, but you can't spoof at scale without it being detectable.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because I know how it works. You can see it in the design of the system. All you have to do is fix one GPS or know where two GPSs are relative to each other, and you can detect if you're being spoofed almost instantly.
And how would you know that? You would use the GPS, the very thing that's in question, to figure that out.
So if I have a fixed GPS...
Yeah, I wouldn't address what I said either.
So what did you say again? Sorry.
You said you would need to know the relative position of the two GPS. Well, how would you know that from the GPS?
Oh yeah, if you've got an antenna on each wing of an aircraft.
But you're getting a spoof signal. So how would you know that?
If you've got an antenna with independent receivers on each wing of an aircraft, you know that those wings always have to be 40 meters apart, whatever it is, okay? If your GPS at any time says those wings aren't 40 meters apart.
Because the orientation of the airplane would change depending on the orientation relative to the satellite, okay?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, dude, the orientation of the wings relative to some satellite would change.
Yes, but the distance between them doesn't.
The distance that it measures will depend upon the orientation of the plane because the angle changes.
No. With two GPS
because
receivers,
it's a
one on each
timing
wing,
signal. Now
you can measure the distance.
It's a timing signal. So say it's this. Say the GPS signal is going south to north, and the plane's wings are aligned south to north. Okay, that's going to be one timing difference.
You've got to have at least
one timing difference.
Right?
And if you rotate the plane, now they're both going to get the signal at the same time. If you tilt the plane upside down, at a 45-degree angle, you're also going to get a different value. Okay,
so you do realize you have to have.
You're saying the wings are 40 feet apart is crap, dude.
No bullshit. That's how differential GPS works. That's how they do GPS surveying.
They're not they're using static items.
So the GPS satellites, you have to have more than one to start with, right? So if you rotate, the position you measure for each end of the wing is going to move.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, I built a thing that pilots carried onto ships. It had 4 GPS receivers on a fold-out board separated by 1 meter. It was as good as a compass for determining orientation, and you can buy commercial devices like that today.
Okay, I know source. Trust me, bro.
So you can, with 2 GPS receivers.
When I was a gardener in Ice Britannia, I forged unobtainium steel fork and swords.
Can you understand that 2 GPS receivers?
I don't believe you.
Okay, well let's ignore what I've done professionally and talk about what GPS gives you. Right, you get a coordinate.
You in here. I don't believe that you've done anything like that professionally, period. I don't think you've worked in any professional capacity of engineering or anything. I don't believe it. Do you know why I don't believe it? Because I've worked with these people, and I've heard them talk, and I'm associated with them on a day-to-day basis. You don't sound like any of them. You don't think like any of them. You don't behave like any of them. You say stupid shit like, y'all are spreading misinformation instead of just giving the deets, right?
So let's go back to
I don't believe you. I think you're a LARPer, and I think you've been LARPing for about 2 years now. That you worked in this profession. I don't believe you.
So, Indy, if you have 2 GPS receivers, will they both get unique coordinates, right, for their position? You agree on that?
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
And if you had both of those coordinates, you could calculate the distance between the 2 receivers, right?
Hypothetically. Yes.
Yeah. Now, if
why don't you show us you doing this? Sorry to interrupt you. Why don't you just show us where we're going wrong in a demonstrated, illustrated video that we can actually watch you do it? If you're such a professional.
That's a good point, Jen. He's a professional. He must have don't you have some of this shit in your garage from the 80s?
Yeah. Come on, man.
That's a good idea, Jen. I'll make you a video on that one. I'll do that. But Indy, right? So back to the principle here.
He's desperate.
If your 2 GPSs have positions and GPS is functioning correctly, you will always get whatever the wingspan of your aircraft is as a distance between those 2 receivers, right? Plus or minus your error tolerance. Even if the aircraft rotates around, the GPS coordinates will have the same distance between them. That's how it works. That it gives you a geometric relationship.
Okay. The point is that the distance between the GPS satellite, so The receiver is going to get one value, and the other receivers get another value, right? Correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. But the GPS satellite, okay, can't calculate any of that crap. Who's
GPS
calculating the
satellite doesn't
distance
know
between
where
the
you
2
are.
points?
The satellite doesn't know where you are.
I know that.
Okay, so you have, and you need more than one. Okay, so what you're describing is a single satellite fix, which just doesn't work, right? You've got 5, 6, 7, or 8 GPS satellites. You are getting a fix from them as you rotate.
At what altitude are they? What altitude are these satellites?
Talking about Fantasyland shit, dude.
Yeah. What altitude are these satellites at? Where are they?
Look, me and Jen, we both have the Palantir fucking orbs, okay? We used it to find the fucking One Ring. We can sit here and talk like this all day about how me and Jen used the Palantir orbs to find the One Ring. Well, we almost found the One Ring, but we needed the third Palantir orb to find the One Ring. And then we knew the distance from the Palantir orb from each Palantir orb to the fucking One Ring
ridiculous.
to find fucking Proto.
Yeah, facts.
Dude,
That's what you sound like.
you understand that what I just said has the same evidence value of what you said.
But can you not see, in principle, this is how it would work? We're just discussing.
Can you give me the altitude?
Yes, and I just used a Lord of the Rings analogy using the same principle of how it works.
Yeah.
Fine.
You're not giving me any detail as to where are these satellites? What altitude are these satellites? Fucking hell. What altitude are they? How many of them are there?
There's at least 25. Outside here in southern Australia, I get my GPS out. I typically see 35 GNSS satellites.
What altitude are they at?
The Navstar ones are at about 20,000 kilometres. The Japanese ones are a bit higher.
20,000 kilometres.
What's their wattage output?
What's their I think they have about
12,000 miles. You're saying.
How many watts is the radio transmitter? That's what I want to know.
Exactly.
It's not as much as you might think. It's only a few hundred watts, 500 watts or something.
500 watts.
I think so. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a 500 watt antenna?
Have you ever seen an autocorrelation filter?
Have you guys
seen a 500
signal is basically in the noise.
They're very large.
He doesn't want to answer the
500 watts is a lot of power, bro.
It is, but it's spread out over a long distance, right? By the time it gets to the surface of the Earth, the receive power level is very low. It's basically on the noise floor. You can only detect it through autocorrelation.
Okay, that's fantastic. I just said 500 watts is a lot of power. Where does that power come from?
They're solar powered.
The solar power.
2.5 kilowatts
500 watt solar panel for
They have
each
about
one of these
2.5
GPS.
kilowatts
Are
of
you
solar.
kidding me?
Sorry, what's that?
A 500 watt solar panel.
No, they have about 2.5 kilowatts of solar.
Really? That's what you think?
I think so. Yeah.
Ooh. You're more gullible than I thought, bro.
Who's the flat earther here? At home, but okay.
How many square feet do you think that would be?
Oh, it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's about 10 square meters, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I would guess about like half a basketball court.
Oh my god,
At
half a
least.
basketball court.
A 500 watt solar panel typically.
No. It's only 500 watts. The insulation of the sun is 1,000.
Hello, my friend. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. You want to chat? Oh, nope. You left. Anybody else want to just hang out and talk? Otherwise, I'll put the recording back on. Going once.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there was very little mention during that conversation, not having to dig at anyone, but about the method used to determine where satellites are from the ground.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. And I know a little bit about the GPS system's backhaul. Ground stations take azimuthal and elevation angle readings to GPS satellites. And they calculate their position on a ball. So right there, you've got the coordinate reference system baked into it. So the GPS ground stations have a coordinate reference themselves, latitude, longitude, and they send their azimuth and elevation and timing data all the way to a central computing station in Colorado. Here's the fun part. In Colorado, they assemble all the observations from all the ground station data around the world together as part of the network. This is what they claim is happening. I don't believe it. But then they calculate where each of these satellites should be at the time of collection based off of Keplerian orbital elements. So they basically move it from, they basically do a translation from ground-based terrestrial observations into an orbital reference frame that is itself a coordinate reference system and devoid of any meaningful measurements.
Right, and all that's
and so then they
post, right? That's post data, right?
Yeah. And then they tell the satellites where they think they should be. The satellites don't know where the fuck they are without being told where they are from the ground.
Exactly.
That's how they claim this works. So the satellites are told where they think they are, and then they adjust their timing appropriately. And this process happens every couple hours. Now, here's the thing. What if those satellites are actually beacons on the ground? You tell a beacon on the ground that it's up in outer frickin' space orbiting, solving for the mean anomaly and the Keplerian orbital elements and all of that shit. And then everybody receiving a signal from there will think it's coming from outer space.
How do they get it to change its positions then? Like, apparently, because they say it changes their positions, right? How do they manipulate that stuff?
The satellites are at a fixed point in the sky, supposedly. So you got to aim your shit at it. I mean, they're not too fixed, right? I think they're very slow. So they're 20,000 kilometers, so they're not exactly geosync. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, are they potentially on balloons too? But how do you know how far they are? I mean, you know how far they are based off of the clock that's given to you, the time of flight from the packet that's sent and the time that it was sent to the time the packet was received. You don't control when that timing packet was sent and the clock that's on that. Right? That timing packet could say anything. Do you get what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
And who's to say that you and I are actually collecting data from the same GPS satellite in space? If we're at two different locations and we're essentially thinking we're crossing beams up in outer space. Well, not really shooting beams up, but you know what I mean. You're receiving beams from a common center point in outer space. How can we verify that we're both actually receiving these signals from the same fixed location? You know, GPS satellite, whatever, 9312. What if there are multiple ones? Multiple ones with the same identifier. Like, people think GPS is this big open source system, and it really freaking isn't. You know, the front end is open source. Yeah, anybody can build a receiver, and anybody can take their receiver and make these pseudo-ranging signals conformal to any reference system, any coordinate reference system they want. Whether it is WGS84 that matches the globe conception, or the freaking lunar datum that's 1/5 the size of the globe, and it still fucking works. Ain't that interesting? So they commonly use ECEF, but that's at a stopping point. That's actually what the receivers get, and then it's calculated onto any datum you want. But we go back to this ECEF, man, is a Cartesian coordinate tangent plane. Let me show you a picture, okay? This can go back into my previous discussion with you guys. I'll show you a picture of this. This might click. So, India was talking about surface normals. I mentioned earlier in our discussion that every local tangent plane has a z-axis that's normal to the plane parallel surface on the ground in that coordinate system. Well, this axis is shared to the surface normal of the hypersphere on which all of these local tangent planes are chained together. So hang on. All right. Sorry to any user that's got a black background, but you see what I'm getting at. Do you see that green square that's on the ball? Everybody's focused on the ball when they think of GPS. They're like, oh, look, it's a globe. No. ECEF is that green chiclet square. Every receiver gets a green chiclet square, and that square could be as big or small as you want. All these local tangent planes, that's what they're called, LTPs, using east-north up as a reference system, or east-north down if you want. It doesn't matter because in hyperspace, your vector to the point of origin of the hypersphere could be up or down, and it doesn't matter. That's an interesting thing about four-dimensional spatial geometry. So it doesn't matter, but you choose one as a reference. But that globe that people think is the Earth they live on is actually a mathematical construct of a four-dimensional hypersphere that allows them to chain these local tangent planes together and create a tessellating surface. There's no rotational vector in ECEF. Same problem we have with airplanes flying over a flat surface and showing no pitch data when they go from Hawaii to Los Angeles in our example. Satellites have the same issue. They show no rotational vectors measured in telemetry data. The rotational vectors computed afterwards by the means I said earlier. They calculate local tangent planes where they are, they chain them together, and then they apply a coordinate transformation by issuing a rotation. You take covariance, you build a covariance matrix of each of the coordinates, and then you basically rotate the matrix.
So before the coordinate transformation, how do they measure the actual coordinates? It's X, Y, Z, right?
Yeah, those are from local acquisitions of satellites. So to T-Dub's earlier point, right? He's like, well, nobody wants, and yeah, you got to have. So get this.
If it is a ball, why would you need to
elevation
do that
angle.
coordinate transformation? That's what I don't get.
Sorry, you don't get what now?
If they actually thought they lived on a ball, why would they need that coordinate transformation instead of just gathering the data as you would normally?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. So, the rotational vector does not actually exist in any measured space. They rotate it in order to make it conformal to the spherical coordinate reference grid that they're using. So they apply it afterwards. They take everything, they build it up in one spatial dimension in Euclidean geometry, and then they contort and twist it non-Euclidean. Same thing that they do in geodesy, where they take planar surveys and then they basically use that as a texture map and they wrap it around a wire mesh ball. But in this case, it's a bit fancier because that ball is actually 4 dimensions, and this allows for each of the local tangent planes to exhibit Cartesian geometry and yet be chain linked to each other. But the jig is up when you've got some kind of circumnavigation situation. So they can create this coordinate reference system, but to prove that it's actually like this in reality, you need a measurement. So every time you use Euclidean geometry and you get accurate readings of the Earth, and it doesn't exhibit any of the undulations that's required for there to be curvature on this massive scale, you debunk this coordinate reference system as being accurate. So this is why they use WGS84 and chain together local tangent planes as a global asset tracking system. But when it comes to plane every time, they have no way of proving that these things are all chain linked together to the accuracy that they say that they are, because they're actually building this up from gathered data. They're not measuring it. So it's by induction and not deduction. So I got this great document that I've been looking at recently from the Naval Postgraduate School, and it talks about how they're finding not only within the literature itself of surveying, but within their own applications of mapping and target tracking, that it's better to use Euclidean planar geometry and planar coordinate systems than spherical. Let me post the front page of it. You can go find it yourself and read it. It's fascinating. And this isn't anything new. This is not like a conspiracy theory, but it's absolutely true. Planar coordinate systems are more accurate than spherical ones in reality at all scales, especially when precision counts at a small scale. So this invites the question, right? Like, what is the true orientation of all the land masses and all that? I mean, nobody knows. Nobody knows the true size, scale, distance, and orientation of all this stuff on a grand scale. It's absolutely true.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. What's going on? That's it.
The globe, man. It's a toy. It's a way to conceptualize everything together, but we know it's not accurate. Like what they were saying before is you know for a fact that it's not true based off of the measurements that you're taking. So then people say, well, then what is it? What is this whole place? How does it actually look aggregated all together? One gigantic God's eye view of it all, and nobody really knows. Yes, it's 2025 and nobody really knows still. At least nobody in the public knows. I mean, and there could be some qualities to this reality that kind of seem fantastical. Nobody can really explain either. Not just up in the sky, but down here below. Sorry, go ahead.
I like when India was like, dude, I don't believe you at all. You know, you don't sound like anybody who knows or does any of this stuff in real life. And then Jin pops in and is like, why don't you just give us a video and show us how you do all this? Get your stuff from your garage and set it up, you know, and show us in a video. And he immediately moved. He changed subjects both of those times.
Like, sure did.
What about this? And yeah, and then he's like, oh yeah, I'll make a video. I guarantee you we ain't getting no videos from Daza.
Yeah, the problem with folks like him and many who meet us and run into us is they don't know who flat earthers are. A lot of us have really clear memories, long memories. I dare say near eidetic memories, near photographic quality. You know, we've been in this field for so long that we've seen so much, we've applied our skills, we've sharpened and improved our critical reasoning. We remember Daza. We remember so many conversations we've all had with Daza. And we've seen over the past 2 years where the stories of his life, his claims have evolved. I remember when he said that he was just dabbling in GPS systems as a hobby.
Right. I remember that too.
Yeah. That, you know, he built one himself at home and he likes to help other people as a hobby build these things too. And he and I used to have conversations. Like I'd try to educate him on the geometry and mathematics of how the system works, and he'd just be in denial the whole time. It's like he couldn't believe that somebody else might know the stuff better than him. Well, guess what?
Yep.
There's always going to be somebody who knows something that you know about better than you. You might run into them at some point, and that's exactly what happened to him.
Yeah, and if he had any humility and desire to improve upon his wisdom, he would listen. He'd go, oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that. Tell me more about that. You know, how does this work? But instead it's, no, it's this other thing, and you're wrong. It's like, bro.
I got to step out. I'm listening.
Yeah, no worries. That's all I had to say. He's just a bad actor, as they usually are.
Ryan asks, when have I met a Globetard that knows more than me? Well, guess what? I mean, yeah, there are Globers out there that know more than me about a lot of things. Listen, I suck at chemistry. I suck at biology. I suck at some things, computer science. I am not an expert in celestial navigation at the very least. I did sit down to try and figure it out. I built myself a freaking spreadsheet to solve for triangulation and distances using the Nautical Almanac. And that took me several months of working, you know, just here and there at it like a little hobby. But without that thing, I'm freaking useless. So, I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, there are Globers out there that do know more than me about a whole bunch of stuff. That doesn't mean that they know how to think about what they know.
Right.
Okay, stepping away for a minute. Feel free to take the mic.
Yeah, for me, like, I don't have the discipline like a lot of y'all do to just like cram and research. That is not how I'm built. You know, even back in school, studying, and I did not get along, you know. And when I did, like, it would bear fruit, but I just don't have the discipline to do it. I think I'm probably more built to kind of understand the macro instead of the micro. So I understand concepts. I pay attention a lot to, like you mentioned earlier, You can fill your mind with the information, but you don't think critically about how, let's say, a GPS system is built. So for me, it's just easy to go, well, listen, I don't know the ins and outs of how it works, but what I do know is essentially all these measurements are taken from the surface, and they're done assuming that the Earth, or the small sections that they measure, are planar in nature. They're flat. And then they take those and they map them over some kind of arbitrary coordinate system. You could do it like you mentioned before. You could make a rhinoceros, Earth, and plot these points on that sucker, and you could make a GPS system, or a rhinoceros location system, positioning system, because the data is taken from the surface and it's mapped over something that they've arbitrarily created. So the end user is going to get essentially a reading on a screen or whatever coordinate system they decide to give you. It could be a map of any kind. And, it's going to read out, this is where you are on this particular coordinate system. But arbitrary.
Yeah.
So,
if I may
meanwhile,
cut in real quick, a key point to understanding that is that the surface of a freaking rhinoceros is 2 dimensions, just like the surface of a ball is 2 dimensions. Because because you can give your position in an XY axis on any surface of any shape on a 3-dimensional object.
Yep. So the third axis ultimately really never comes into play unless you're looking at a topo map. But even then, it's 2D. So it's just giving you the information of height above the planar surface. So no matter what they do, they're using 2D planar coordinates, or they're measuring 2D planar coordinates. And if they're measuring topo, well, that's height above the plane. So.
Oh, I love that. I love that you brought up topo maps. I used to talk about that. Should talk about it more. It's a flat Earth proof, because a topo map has the scale, the distance, and if you measure peak to peak of elevation on a topo map, it's going to be accurate. But if Earth is a ball, then those peaks should be wider away from each other than the base of the peaks.
Correct.
Yeah, so are all topo maps wrong in this regard? Are they all distorted? Well, how would you be able to tell?
Right. Yeah, Daza, bad actor.
I
Dishonest.
Dishonest so much, but I've seen him talk like in the text chat, and he double speaks quite a bit.
Oh yeah,
I have noticed that.
He hates my guts a lot, because in the text, oftentimes he would make a claim, and I would say, "Okay, can you give me the evidence for said claim?" And I'll give you 5 minutes. And he would never bring it. 5 minutes would go by, and then I'd just kick him. I'd DC him for about 40 minutes, and I would just keep doing that. And so now he's my 5-minute guy. If you don't have the backup, just like Indio, I don't believe you, and then Jin pops in and says, "Why don't you show us? Just show us how you do this." And he never will. And so if he's not going to provide a backup for his claims, when Indio said you've got like a Jenga tower of a stack of claims, I was like, that is a perfect analogy. So I just want the evidence. I don't need to hear how you sound like you know what you're talking about. I want the evidence. And he gets kicked every time.
I started cracking up when Daza said that these satellites have a 500-watt transmitter, and India was like, "Oh, really?" I would have seen the antenna on that MFR, and then Daza had no clue what India was getting at.
No. And how big are these solar panels, dude? We're talking 500 watts.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord 2.0 channel. What brings you by? You ever spoken to a flat earther before?
No.
No? You ever heard of the topic? You ever heard of flat earth? Okay, see ya.
She did that like. Oh no, she's still here. She didn't.
Marwa,
Yes,
you've heard of it? Okay, do you think it sounds stupid?
I don't understand you.
Do you think it sounds stupid, the idea of the flat earth? There's a lot of delay between when I speak and you speak, Marwa. Or did you want to speak in the VC, or you busy? It's okay. I guess she doesn't want to talk. Now she left. Fidel, how you doing? Can you mic up? You just here to listen? What's going on, brother? Or sister? Don't be shy. It's all right. We don't bite hard. Okay. Well, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask us in this silence. Oh, you unmuted. Hello, Fidel. All right, Fidel. Well, if you're not going to talk, I'll talk. The Earth is a flat, stationary, enclosed realm. That's what you experience every day, and it turns out that your senses weren't lying to you. So, if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. Otherwise, you've been brought up to speed, and yeah, welcome. I got to mute up for a second if anybody's got anything to say. Or not.
I'd be willing to bet my arm that sporadic is not on the tap water.
You should stay away from that tap water, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guarantee you sporadic ain't drinking it.
Wow, the app actually saved the text after having closed the app several times and not having been in this particular channel, been on other servers. The app saved the text I had ready to go to ban Robert again yesterday or the day
Which
before. Robert Utah.
Does he still come in here?
Yeah, so
Oh
the,
my
ad,
God, that's
the server owner keeps banning every account he makes, and he just makes a new one and comes back in.
Why? How many accounts has he made?
Well, I've reported him to Discord several times now. He should, that by rights, they should be banning his IP address, but he keeps
They
flying
won't
away.
do that.
They won't. That sucks. Well, it's against their TOS. They themselves say you're not allowed to do that.
Well, afraid to tell you that they're not going to do anything about that. I used to do that kind of stuff myself, trolling in other Discords, so it's not really much you can do other than ban him when he joins.
The garbage man trolleth.
That's right, garbage man troll.
It's about stamina now. Who can recreate their accounts more, or who can ban more? Who will win that war? Is his hate boner so strong that he'll just indefinitely make more accounts? That's the question.
He doesn't hate you, does he?
That's the only way I could explain this kind of behavior, is that he is so disturbed by the idea, and he has to pester us, to feel vindicated, that it may not even be us, but usually it is. After a while, it stops being about the topic, and it's just the messengers, That's my assumption. We got Vinny in here. Vinny, you've been in here before? Welcome, Vinny.
Hey, Vinny.
Hello, could you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep. Hello, Fidel.
That's Fidel. Yeah, we can hear you now, dude. Brother.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a question. So this room for a certain level in English or for anyone?
Well, yeah, this channel's for anybody, and I mean, you can certainly practice your English in here.
So it doesn't matter what the English level. What's my English level, right?
Well, if I think I understand your question, we mostly primarily speak English in here anyway, so we'd like to converse with people in English. I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Do you have a question about the topic, perhaps?
No, because I believe in flat Earth, by the way.
Oh, you're a believer. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think I understand your sentiment. We try to get even the flat Earth believers into the category of just having the knowledge that it is what it appears to be, by measuring it. And, in the cases of, like, let's say the physics of water, water is a great evidence and empirical evidence that the Earth is flat. So you don't even have to believe it. You know that water finds its level, and everything is in relationship to that level surface. So,
yeah, makes sense.
You can stick your chest out when you talk to folks and say, "No, I know the Earth is flat," and go from there.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to bother people even more, which is not my goal, but it seems to bother them even more when you have a knowledge claim. Oh, I know the Earth is flat. How could you possibly know that? And then you figure out that they know it just as well, but they're under some kind of strong delusion or hypnosis that makes it their stationary, flat, enclosed experience is somehow on a ball. You just can't feel it or see it or, all that stuff. Which, at this point, I kind of can only conclude that it is some kind of strong delusion or hypnosis.
Oh, dude, they get mad when you tell them it's flat. I'm telling you, bro.
Instantly. Well, welcome, Fidel.
Thank you.
We got Pavel. Welcome, Pavel. We got Pavel. We got Vinny. You guys are new to me. Maybe you've been here before, but good to see you. We've got Denvias. Welcome. Y'all got any questions? Go ahead and ask. It's quiet. Whoever just joined, you've got a mic that is
The robot.
no
mic,
bueno.
That is an actual robot.
Guess what, KS? If you keep it up with the noisemaker, I'm just going to mute you. We'd like to hear your actual voice if you want to ask a question. How are you? Or you've got maybe the worst mic of all time, KS. I don't know. But I see you lighting up, but there's nothing coming through. So you may have to address that. Silvercut, how are you? If y'all are not native English speakers, don't worry about it. We'll try to push through. You got to practice it somehow, right? Practice your English.
Yeah, I just want to say something about flat Earth. So,
okay.
I believe that the map that everyone who believes in flat Earth sharing over the internet, I don't believe that there is an actual, correct map, something like that, for which we can.
I would agree. I would agree. We're not using that map in here. We don't put forth any quote-unquote models. That azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. Yeah, we don't ascribe to that. We don't promote that here. So the one that's getting tossed around out there, to me, has to be, if I have my conspirator hat on, it's an intentional distraction or straw man.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
They want some kind to control the flow, to have some control on the flat Earth flow, if I'm using the right English word.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me that if there's ever any group or community or whatever that puts forth things that are true, it won't be long before somebody shows up with, or another group of people will start to infiltrate that group and try to destroy it from within, by, let's say, putting forth models of globes. And I think most people were probably hoodwinked by that at the beginning because it looked plausible, the AE map. There are things about it that I can kind of go, that might be true, but the rest of it is kind of a joke, especially when you put like the sun and the moon above it, or claim heights to those particular, lights or whatever. Yeah, it's a bad deal.
Can I ask you guys something? If the Earth is flat, did any scientist can prove with math that it is flat? Or did someone go to the edge of the flat Earth?
Well, number one, scientists don't typically measure the Earth. Cartographers and people that make maps, like the surveyors, they do that. So all the cartographers and the surveyors, they measure the Earth to be flat. So, and anybody who navigates the Earth, they measure it flat. Anybody who builds on it, they measure it flat. The water's flat. All the land is measured against that horizontal datum. So yeah, it's measured flat by everybody. There's actually nobody that has any curvature or globe evidence. Now, going to the edge of said realm, well, nobody actually knows where that is. So if you could tell me where the edge of the realm might be, and also kind of qualify what you mean by edge, then maybe we could start looking there. Where do you think the edge of the realm is?
I think if it is flat, there is an edge. It is not in.
Yeah, there might be a limit.
Okay, limit. Okay, limit the Earth. If the flat Earth is not unlimited or infinity land, there is a limit. What is that limit?
I have no idea. If you know where we should start looking, let me know. But we do know how we have a limit of some kind because we have gas pressure here, the air pressure. So if the air is contained, and so is the water, then there must be some sort of limit to the realm.
Well, I think
what else would be holding in the air,
Wait a minute, just I'm looking for something.
Just one quick question to Abdu. Abdu, have you actually measured the curvature yourself, seen it and photographed it so we can see that curvature you've measured? Thank you.
Temperature? No, I didn't measure temperature. But also I know that a lot of mathematical relations depend on the Earth is circle, so we can build on this concept many things.
Okay, well, that would be affirming the consequent, but could you tell me what relies on the Earth being curved? Who's using the curvature of the Earth in practical purposes, for practical purposes?
Well, I want to give you guys example how circle Earth is. If you on the beach, and there is a ship is going forward to the ocean, to the middle of the ocean, you will see that the bottom of that ship is going down. It's being decreased until it vanished. If was flat.
Okay, let's say, hold on, before you say if, hold on a second. Before you say if, I want you to tell me how you deduced that it is the curvature of the Earth that is blocking out the bottom of the boat, not inferring it, because if you infer it, that would be logically fallacious. Do you understand?
Well, I think because you will see that there is something is coming up from the ocean, and the ship is going to decrease, going to sink. It will be sinking.
I understand that. I understand that. You see the bottom of the boat seeming to disappear behind what you believe, what someone suggested to you, was Earth curve. I want to know how you deduced that, not how you infer it, or someone inferred it and then you took that on board as your own belief system. Because you realize there are many optical effects that could cause that. Did you eliminate all of those optical effects before you ended up at this has to be Earth curve? Or did someone tell you it was Earth curve and you just took their word for it?
What obstacles can be in this situation? Sun?
Well, one of the major ones is what I would call foreshortening or angular size. So when the angular size of the boat decreases and let's say the water or the waves or whatever undulations there might be in the water maintain their angular size, it would appear as if the boat is going behind Earth curve when all it is essentially small waves in the foreground blocking out the bottom of the boat, which is much smaller in angular size in the distance. That's probably the main one. But there are other miraging, or you could say refractive effects, distortions with the light that could cause that phenomena as well. So you have to eliminate those things before you go ahead and come to the conclusion that it is indeed Earth curve. And then if it is Earth curve, well, then that Earth curve would have to have a geometric, like you mentioned math earlier, it would have to have a geometric place that we could measure to establish that this is indeed curvature or a tangent point or a sagitta that is blocking out the boat.
The problem is in this situation, the tangent, the Earth is huge according to human, so that humans can consider it flat. If you, for example, if you have
let's go back to the math then. How big is the Earth? Because the claim is that it was measured on the surface. So certainly we should be able to measure on the surface, especially if we have something called an Earth curve calculator. So it's definitely detectable. It's not as big as you're claiming. If you're claiming it can't be seen, then I guess the Earth curve calculators are just a big joke.
Why it will be a joke?
Well, because you said you can't measure the curvature of the Earth on the surface. It's too big. And I'm going to ask you, how big is it and how did they determine its size? If you were talking about math earlier, let's talk about the math. Where was the measurement of curvature performed? And how?
Well, first of all, you can use telescopes from the space, and you can take image.
It's supposed to be measurable on the surface.
How? I told you it is bigger than the human person. You can't.
So you can't measure the Earth's curvature on the surface. So what you're telling me is that nobody actually determined that they lived on a sphere, but then they did a bunch of calculations to get a rocket into space to orbit the sphere that they didn't know was a sphere? That sounds like a really bad idea.
There is a problem in flat Earth also, not only the measurements and the mathematical, the 4 seasons.
Hold on a second. Why did you skip past the thing that I just talked to you about and then move on to there's another problem with the flat Earth? Now you're poisoning the well. I don't know why you're not having an honest conversation with me. Don't poison the well. Answer the question, how do you measure the curvature of the Earth from the surface? And if you're telling me that you can't, well, I'm going to say welcome to flat Earth. because that means nobody could actually know how to orbit said ball if you can't measure said ball.
Well, I can say that I don't have a lot of information in this particular thing, the measurement of curvature of Earth. But also I just understand your opinion on flat.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. The Earth is measured flat by everybody. Remember the map makers, the cartographers, the surveyors, the navigators, everybody measures the Earth and utilizes it as a flat plane. So there is no curvature to even discuss when it hasn't been measured. And whatever you think about the problems are with the flat Earth, well, I'm going to need some kind of evidence that would substantiate any claims about what everybody is doing is measuring the Earth flat, and now you're telling me there's a problem with that.
I want to add something here. So, going back to your question, Abdo, about the ship. So I think there is kind of experiment that you can do it at home using some kind of lenses to simulate the reflection, and while moving anything to the edge of the table, you can see that portion of or the bottom of that object are going to disappear, and it's quietly similar to what you can see on the ship.
So is correlation causation? Is correlation causation?
Well, he's just saying that you can see things disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I think he was responding to Abdo.
Right, okay.
Abdo, yeah,
right.
he was talking to Abdo.
Sorry.
Yeah, he was talking to Abdo and offering up the coin on the table, disappearing on the level table, that's all. But my question to Abdo is this.
Right.
Abdo, you see, you're making a very big mistake because you haven't measured the curvature yourself, because you keep saying the Earth is too bigger than humans, right? But we've gone out to check it, and we know that the Earth is not curved anywhere. We've to measure it, and we're measuring horizontality. So I think before you say the Earth is not flat and the Earth is a ball, you need to confirm that. You haven't done that. You're just believing other people, but you don't know yourself. You don't know the size of the Earth, the radius, the circumference, the angle tilt. You know nothing of your model, but you're insisting we are wrong. That's the problem I don't like. You're not even checking. I'll shut up there. Thank you.
Why should I believe in your things while in other side NASA? You will say NASA
We're not asking you to believe. I've got to stop you there, right there, Abdo, because you're not being asked from us to believe anything. Like Jin just pointed out, you could go and test it yourself, right? What we're saying is something that you can actually go and do. What NASA's saying is something that you can't do. That's the difference.
Do you have a telescope to prove your thing?
What?
Your opinion?
Yeah, a telescope. Yeah, we see too far because there is no curvature that should be obstructing our ability to see further. So yes, we have telescopes, long-distance observations across the surface of the Earth. Why did you bring telescopes up there?
Because if you have telescopes, it is easy. Take image for the Earth from outside, and you will see if it's flat or not.
Sorry. I thought when you said a telescope, you mean I could put a telescope on a tripod and, from the surface of the Earth make observations. Where am I putting this telescope? Please tell me.
Outside the Earth.
Outside the Earth. And this is something that you've done, I presume. This standard of evidence that you think that we should do, I presume you've done it also.
Look.
Is that a yes or a no?
I asked you before, do you have telescope?
I'm asking you about what you've asked us, the standard of evidence. You're saying if we took a telescope to what I'm going to call space, and I'm asking you, is this something that we can do? Have you done it?
Here comes the
I
spiral.
didn't do. You didn't do it. Okay.
No, did you do it? This
You haven't
standard
done
of evidence that you put upon us, did you do it?
No.
No.
Right.
Okay.
There you go.
So is this like the evidence from NASA that we have to believe, that you believe because you haven't verified it for yourself? Is that the standard that we're at, yes?
Did you verify there is another planet or
Did I verify
anything?
there's other planets? What, begging the question that the Earth is a planet and other things that we see are other planets like the Earth? What? We're trying to prove that the Earth is a planet. Now you're talking about other planets. What the hell?
I said, if you can believe there is another planet, how did you? Why do you think NASA
Don't believe
saying?
in things that I can't verify. Right? If I can't verify it, it's not going to be knowledge to me. Now I can choose to believe it, but I don't believe this story because I can't verify it. Just like you. Right, you haven't been with a telescope to space. You've looked at what you categorize as other planets, but we're trying to prove that the Earth is like those things that you see in the sky. Can we get to the Earth, please? I'm starting to become frustrated. How do we prove the surface of the Earth, its orientation and description? How would we go about doing that?
From images for the Earth.
So again, back to NASA, something that you haven't done and that I can't verify. Are we going to go around in circles, or is there something that we can practically do on the surface upon which we reside? We have access to the Earth, don't we?
NASA is lying about being the Earth is a planet, or
sorry, where are NASA taking their images from?
From the space.
From space, and that's a vacuum, yes? Almost absolute ultra high vacuum, 10 to negative 17 torr. The vacuum of space is where they're taking images from, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, and the Earth is an open system, thermodynamically open to this vacuum, yes? There is no physical barrier making the Earth a closed thermodynamic system in your story, yes?
No. The Earth
no, there is a physical barrier around the Earth.
Physical barrier? No.
No, so it's an open system then. No physical barrier, like a container that's open will be a thermodynamically open system. Yes?
It's open system.
Okay, cool. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Because you have gravity.
Sorry, what's the definition of gas pressure?
Well, if you go on a top of mountain.
No, I'm asking you what the definition is. What causes gas pressure?
The gravity. There is a gravity for the Earth.
Let me explain it to you like this. In PV equals nRT, the ideal gas formula, where pressure is solved by force over area, the gas that has kinetic energy given to it by temperature is in constant motion. The amount of collisions that the gas has with the walls of its container, V, is the cause of the pressure. Now, within PV equals nRT, where's G?
Where's
G?
measure the
Experiments. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law. This is all part of kinetic molecular theory. We're talking about thermodynamic behavior, gas that has kinetic energy given to it by T. I'm asking you, within PV equals nRT, where is the G?
How did they measure the...
no, not measure, cause. I'm asking you what cause is, not measure, cause.
How did they measure air pressure?
Air pressure?
Yeah.
How do you measure it? No, I'm asking you what causes it.
Air pressure, the gravity of Earth.
Okay, can you provide me with a scientific experiment that proves that gravity, whatever that is, causes pressure, please?
Mercury. They used liquid mercury. They have two bottles.
You measuring pressure. I'm asking you to cause pressure with gravity in an experiment. Not measure it.
they measured the air pressure.
Can you stop saying measure? I'm asking you to provide the experiment that demonstrates causal relationship, i.e. gravity causing pressure. You know what an experiment is, right?
You can't use a barometer with a pool of mercury as you're begging the question. No, bro, listen, you can't use it because that'll be begging the question. Right? That's circular reasoning. And besides that, you're giving the example of needing a solid surface or a liquid surface for the gas to press upon. You're trying to prove that gas pressure can be caused without the necessity for anything for the gas to press on.
Look, by using mercury to measure air pressure on the surface.
That's gas pressing on something.
No.
That's gas pressure. That's our argument. No. Listen, bro. You need to demonstrate gas pressure without. Hey. Listen. Stop. You need to show. You need to demonstrate. Hey, bro. Stop talking. You need to demonstrate gas pressure without the necessity for a surface for the gas to press upon. Can you do that? Can you do that? You need to show how gas pressure can happen without a surface to press upon.
Yeah, I don't think he quite understands you, man. He's lost there. He's slightly confused. Say a container or something, because he hasn't got it. He hasn't got it.
Okay, gas pressure is the force that the gas puts on the wall, on the surface, something material. Okay, you're claiming that can happen without a surface to press upon.
Look, there is pressure on any solid thing or anything anything on the surface. Okay.
Yeah.
How you can measure and prove it to exist by using a liquid?
Excuse me. Again, this is becoming ridiculous. I don't care what you do with your barometer, right, and your mercury. What you're going to do with that barometer of mercury is measure pressure. That's going to be measuring it. I want you to cause it. Pressure. Make it happen.
The gravity. Because you
gravity. Make it happen with gravity.
I want to continue. The experiment, no one can say it is wrong. They
it won't be an experiment.
In the surface and air pressure on the top of mountain. They figured
that's a differential in gas pressure.
Can you wait?
Because I know what you're going to say. You need to stop.
Okay.
What you're doing is measuring a differential in gas pressure. It's different up a mountain than it is down here. That's you measuring a differential. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you to cause it. Make it happen. I know you keep saying gravity.
I'd like to add context. Listen, my friend, there is the molar density. The molar density of gas on top of a mountain is less. That's why the pressure is less.
No, not the molecule. No,
the air is thinner.
The molecules of oxygen in top of mountain, it is similar to the oxygen molecules in the surface. Nothing changed.
What are you talking about? We're asking you to cause gas pressure. Sorry.
Okay. There is a lot of oxygen molecules.
What causes gas pressure? I've also provided you with the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT, which very eloquently describes, due to the experiments that have backed it up, that gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas exerting on the walls of its container, like, for example, the gas in a tyre. the gas in a balloon. The gas in any container is under pressure because of the fixed volume. I'm asking you to cause pressure by taking the container away and replacing it with gravity in a scientific experiment. Please, for the love of God.
Can you control on molecules or electrons?
Can you provide me the evidence for your claim scientifically?
If you can, if you say that you can control on element
Why are you devolving into mumbles, dude?
Yeah, you're not answering the question.
Hold on.
Look,
I'm asking you a very specific question. You're not answering me specifically. It's frustrating.
Can you control on electrons by magnet?
Why are you talking about electrons? We're talking about gas. Please forgive me for being short with you.
Because gas
No,
contains
no,
electrons and
no.
protons.
You're supposed to be using gravity, not magnetism. Not magnetism, gravity. You have to use gravity.
What is gravity?
That's up to you. That's your problem. You said that the gravity can. You said gravity can cause gas pressure. All right. So we want to see you do that. Demonstrate that in a scientific experiment.
You don't. You are just guys ignore that.
Can you do it or not? Can you do it, Abdo? Just answer. Just answer this. Can you do that? Can you perform a scientific experiment where you use gravity to cause gas pressure?
Mercury. The mercury. What can I say? Mercury. You just ignore that.
No,
I don't
that's
know why.
measuring, not causing.
Measuring what?
Measuring pressure, not causing it.
Okay.
That's going to be the amount of pressure that already exists that is going to be pressing on the mercury, which is going to cause the convention of temperature. However, we're going to read it because of the expansion or contraction of mercury. Now, that's going to be because of the force of the gas exerting on the liquid of mercury. Okay? Now, I want you to cause it without a physical interaction. I've provided you with experiments, provided you with the formula demonstrating that it's the force that the gas exerted upon the walls of its container that causes pressure. You're saying there's something else. I'm asking you for the experiment that backs that claim up. That's it. If you haven't got it, just say no.
Yes. Can you,
or no?
Abdul? Yeah. Can you show up how
I don't need somebody else reiterating what I've just said. I've spoken to him. I want him to reply. The fuck? Have you got the experiment, dude? Do you know of one?
I'm just looking for it.
Okay.
Well,
what do you think gravity is, by the way?
Instead of looking for it and then being silent, you could have said, I don't know. Can I please go and look for it? You could have answered, Jedi.
I just answered.
What's gravity, by the way, whilst you're looking?
Gravity is the force that keeping you on the ground.
Okay, so you disagree with Einstein then?
What did he say about gravity?
Einstein's the bending and warping of space-time. Mass attracting mass. Newtonian physics violates special relativity because of the time component, right? So mass attracting mass, the force, was replaced in 1915 by Einstein, the German guy with grey curly hair and a mustache, right? Him. General and special relativity is apparently the gravity that we use today. But you don't think is right. You're going to go with the pre-1915 one, yes? Good luck finding an experiment for that.
Did you prove his theory?
Did I prove?
Did he prove his theory? Einstein.
Who? Einstein, scientifically, no. It's a mathematical construct.
Okay.
Well, neither did Newton. Neither did Newton. Newton didn't either.
Every action,
that's nice.
Have reactor.
That's nice.
No,
right. You should have listened to what T-Dub just said. And I'm going to cut to the end of the story for you so you understand. There's no scientific experiment that backs up any quote-unquote. Oh, you're going to start crying. I'll start again. There's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, whichever one you want to think it is. Mass attractive mass or Einstein. There isn't one. So us asking you to go and get a scientific experiment of gravity causes pressure is a fool's errand. Because there's no experiment that proves that gravity, because that's not a real thing, causes gas pressure.
Because you just ignore the weight of molecules are different.
Does gas have weight?
So,
what type of weight does gas have?
Molecules of gas have weight.
Yeah.
If you don't know.
I almost went through this. This is in PV equals NRT. I'm going to lose my temper with you when you say, I don't know this. The molecular mass, that's not that's not the same type of mass, my friend. That's the amount of electrons and neutrons and protons within the molecule. 1, 2, 5, 7, whatever the number is. That number has a value. But that's not the mass that you're talking about now, is it?
Massive molecule are different, and by then the gravity can affect on.
Do you think mass attracts mass?
Also, the equation of pressure equal.
You agree with that equation, then, do you?
On what?
The equation for pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's force over area. The force that the gas has, that has kinetic energy that's in constant motion because of the temperature, colliding with the walls of its container. That's the V, that's the volume.
Also,
pressure equals mass and volume.
One sec. I just posted.
This is
One sec, bro. I just posted something for you in the side chat. Right, so pressure in liquids and gases. The pressure in a liquid or a gas at a particular point acts equally in all directions. For what you're saying to be true, this would have to be not true, and you would be disregarding actual physics and the understanding of fluid statics and fluid dynamics. You would have to say that no, the pressure is greater in one direction, downwards, and it's not. I'm sorry.
Why should I say that? Because the ground is correct.
Yeah, because you're saying downwards is greater than any other direction and causes greater pressure. No, it's equal in all directions. Sorry.
Down in direct of what? The center of Earth? Yeah.
You're saying that if you go to any point, at any point within a liquid or a gas, right, that you can measure the greater pressure in the downward direction than any other direction. But that's not what's true. What's measured is an equal pressure in all directions, not just down.
Because there is a gravity.
Gravity again. Okay, so now you're going to have to back that up.
The Earth is
sorry, dude. If you're going to say things, can you back them up now? You keep saying gravity. Experiment, please. I'll go and get you the experiments that went into PV equals NRT and kinetic molecular theory, shall I? I'll go and get you the experiments that went into Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, all of these experiments. I'll go get them for you. You go get me the one where gravity, whatever that is, causes gas pressure in an experiment. Can you go and get that now?
What is the pressure? The equation of pressure.
You need to go and get an experiment because you said gravity, didn't you?
Wait, the mass or volume equal number of moles and number of mass of molecule, and also Avogadro's number.
Avogadro's number?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. So what happens when you have different types of gas, the same molecular amount in the same volume? Is there more pressure where there's more molecular mass?
Do you believe molecules have
Hello?
weight? Different
That's a
weight?
fucking question. Do I have
Do
to
you,
repeat
do
the
you,
question again that I was at pains to go through with you? I asked you a
now
question so you would go on
if
to
you
understand. You don't want to
if you
understand, I
believe
presume.
if you believe oxygen molecules have weight, you
It's got
must
fuck all to do
say
with
that.
belief. When you
Yeah,
say weight,
because
that's
you are
not the weight that's expressed within PV equals nRT. You're using mass incorrectly. When you say weight, that means a direction downwards. Only downwards. Question, does gas move only downwards?
Why do you believe it going
Does gas
greater
move only
downward?
downwards?
Did you?
Hello, that's a
Why?
fucking question, dude. Ask you again. Does gas move only downwards?
Yeah, only why only that?
Yeah, gas moves only downwards. So when it's released from the
Why?
bottom of the surface of the water, like the seabed, like a methane vent, and it goes upwards in a bubble and disperses into the space above the water, that's gas only going downwards, is it?
What if you added oil?
Excuse
Bubbles in
me.
oil
I've asked you a
in
number of
water.
questions. You have failed to answer any one. Every single time there's a silence, you come back with a question for me. Now you're talking about adding oil. That's got bollocks all to do with gas going in every direction now, doesn't it? An oil, that would be a solid boundary, a liquid solid boundary, yeah, like around a bubble, causing the gas within inside the bubble to be under pressure within the fixed volume. Hello?
Wait, I will.
What will you do now?
I'm getting a headache listening to this, bro.
Deafen yourself then.
I will, if I can share. This is the image of the law of pressure also. You will see G.
Right, now I've got to go to the site. It's probably a good idea that if you're going to post, my friend, I'm going to give you some advice. If you're going to post something that's just a link, in future, along with the link, copy and paste the thing that you are talking about within the link. Can you do that next time, yeah? Right, I'll open your link. And then you're going to need an experiment that backs this up, aren't you? Oh, for fuck's sake. Which one of these multiple Google searches are you talking about, dude?
Atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, good. Now provide me the experiment for it.
They used the mercury. What can I say?
No. That's measuring pressure. There's a G in there. That's going to be the cause of pressure. In science, we elucidate causes of things happening. In this instant, the thing that should be happening is gas pressure. You're supposed to be causing it with gravity. You provided a formula with G in it. I want the experiment went into the formula. You abstract mathematics from science. I do hope there's been some science that's been done here.
They used mercury in different altitudes and different heights.
Mercury.
They figured
that would be the. I went through this. I went through this. That's the gas that's already under pressure colliding with the mercury. That's a physical interaction. Now you need to provide in the experiment where gravity is causing pressure, not you measuring it.
Because if oxygen have weight, so
sorry, does oxygen just go downwards on a scale? Does it?
Because there is a factor.
Sorry, which way does oxygen go?
Down on the surface.
Oxygen only goes down, does it? So when it's produced, by phytoplankton in the sea, it goes downwards, does it? It doesn't fill the area above the ocean.
Because the difference in density in
Excuse
water
me? Hello?
doesn't apply on the surface.
There was a question there, you intolerable man. I've asked you several. You keep going on about nothing that I've asked you. You said that oxygen only goes down. I've pointed to you an example in nature where gas obviously goes up. Now, are you denying what reality does, are you?
Density in water.
Hello? There's a question. Are you denying what reality does?
No. Because
Okay, so gas goes up then, does it? Oxygen goes up. In actual fact, gas expands, doesn't it, to fill the volume?
Gas can expand.
It can expand, and gas does expand because of the collisions.
A barometer's not a set of scales, Abdo. No, Abdo, don't use a barometer. A barometer doesn't measure weight. It does not measure weight. And I told you that the pressure at that point from where you're measuring is equal in all directions. So if you were to be able to turn your barometer upside down, it would measure the same amount of pressure as it did when it was up the right way. So not just down. It's not measuring weight, it's measuring pressure.
Can you explain me why the pressure on top of mountain less than on surface?
Oh, you're not going to understand the answer, dude. Right, the gas is produced at surface level. I just went through the oxygen that was produced by phytoplankton in the ocean. The gas is produced at surface level. There's also more temperature at surface level. Right, so where the gas is produced, it's going to be more dense until it disperses. So more temperature, which causes more elastic collisions. Right?
If gas goes
is gas produced in the sky?
How did the gas at Mount Everest get there? How did the gas? How did the gas get there?
By your explanation, iron in up or top of mountains more than in the ground, right?
What are you talking about, dude?
He's talking about the molar density again. Of course, there's less of it up there because it originates at the surface, just like everybody's been telling you.
By your explanation,
no, look, you've got plants and trees, you got the phytoplankton, you've got geology, you've got gas pockets trapped under the earth, and it's just exuding gas from the surface. You're going to find a higher incidence of molar density where the gas is sourced at the surface.
And by your logic, there shouldn't be any. That's the top of Mount Everest.
Hey, Abdul, let me ask you, do you think different molecular weights stratify based off of molecular weights due to gravity? In other words, should helium separate itself from nitrogen and oxygen?
Well, it can't separate because there is reactions and chemical bonds between them.
What?
But
No, gases don't have bonds. It's unbonded, dude.
If you have a balloon of helium, it is going upwards.
Dude.
Right, because the helium's contained.
Because it's contained, it is going upwards.
If you pop that balloon, the helium goes everywhere.
Who told you? Did you see helium?
Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow.
We have to start dealing with honest speaking partners here. Abdo, I think you're not being very honest with us because we're flat earthers. You're trying to defend your globe position and you're bumping up against conventional physics.
No, you said think I never heard it before. Who told you the helium will going everywhere?
It's filling the gosh damn balloon, dude. It's expanding in all directions. That's why it's, sort of spherical shaped.
The only reason why the helium is in one space is because we've taken expands with that fucking helium. When you remove the container, the gas mixes. Duh.
Who also? Who told
What do you mean?
it will
What do you
mix?
mean? Who?
Did
This
you
is what
see
we
how
all
you?
experience. If you would like to talk about the intricacies of the second law of thermodynamics, ideal gas, we've been doing that for the last half an hour. We're just talking about now the mixing of ideal gases.
You are saying that
You can
helium,
isolate.
if
You can
you
isolate
blowing
one
up
system from another
helium
system,
balloon,
right? You can Hey, bro. You can isolate one system from another system. Put one system within the other system, and then read the pressure of the external system, and then expose the two systems together, and then measure the pressure again, and find that it's different. So that's how you know, like through demonstration and measurement.
I think I must go now. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Who told you that these gases are homogeneous?
Yeah, you can observe it yourself, like
Jeez.
high school chemistry.
Can you see helium? You see helium moving around? You see it?
I think we should always turn that question back around on them. Why is there less gas pressure at the top of a mountain? That's a good question. Why is there still pressure up there? How come it's not all just kind of in a puddle on the ground where, we have to walk around and suck it up? Jeez.
Yeah, the other good question that I thought was really good was, how did the gas get up there? That was a really good question. That question would have sorted him out, but he didn't answer it. I don't think he didn't hear it properly as well. But that was a good question. How did the gas get up there? Yeah.
I was just waiting to present my Journal of Cave and Karst Studies document, but
yeah, that's what's really good too. That throws them off. Again. Oh, yeah, sorry, Jedi. That throws them off because in their worldview, gas pressure should increase in a cave. And we tell them it doesn't. It can go down or up or be neutral. They're like, I wonder why. If your gravity is pulling things to the core of the earth, a cave should be intense. That should be exponentially more intense.
And then he was sent to get an experiment that can show how gravity makes pressure. I thought that was really funny. And whilst you're looking, what is gravity anyway?
It's so funny that this is a common misperception. And I know for a fact that people have been educated to this extent would have answered these questions honestly and got them correct on the test back in school. It's only because they're here talking to flat earthers that they start going into abject denialism.
Yeah, that's right. A very good point you raised there. See, the psychology there now, because they're talking about flat earthers, they're going hell for leather to protect their position. They'll lie to do it. That's what's being demonstrated.
Just Ross looks familiar. Is he a frequent flyer? Does he have a position?
Yeah. He's a frequent flyer. Some other guy that we probably talked to in the past just on an alt account. I wonder if that's Daza or Prototad. What's going on, Just Ross? Whoever you are.
Hello. I have not encountered you all until 4 weeks ago. I forget. I've lost count how many weeks now it's been. But
okay.
Oh yeah, you were going up to.
This is the only account I've ever interacted with y'all.
Great, I believe you. You sound trustworthy.
Yeah, long distance
All right, thank you.
observations. That's where we left him at. Long distance observations. That's where he was at the last time we all spoke to him, I think.
He and I have been talking about this 2024 April eclipse observation. Just Ross, why did you change the perspective when the actual observation didn't?
Okay, so what I was doing, I was demonstrating that the angle can appear different depending on which way you're looking at it. So the image that you showed me. I mean, maybe it can be approximated that way. I guess I'll accept it.
But, I would.
Yeah, I was just showing that depending on which way you look at it, the angle can appear different, and then the drawing of that trajectory, I guess, it was derived from those photos. But those photos look like they weren't looking straight at where the sun, at where the eclipse would be. It was looking at it, off. I don't know how far to the side, but I was just wanting to demonstrate that just changing your angle of where you're looking can change the appearance of that angle. So when they take the photo of the eclipse, right? Yeah, the angle can just shift.
That is a fair point. Now, the observer set up his camera in a fixed location in his backyard, understanding this, and ensured that he was able to, from this fixed position, track the changing trajectory of the sun and the moon over the preceding 2 weeks.
Yeah, actually, I had a question about, because in one of the images, it looked like he had a spreadsheet of the moon's altitude and azimuth in the hours before and after the eclipse, but how could he see it? I don't know how he got that data.
He got it from timeanddate.com because they have a moon.
Oh, okay, tracker. So he wasn't. Okay, so that's why that's why the data was identical. Okay, those weren't his observations. Right. He didn't measure it.
Oh no. Okay. Well, the angle measurements came by time and date, but what was interesting was the visual tracking of this. And this, I got to say is what's really interesting, Ross, is, we read what the model should do on time and date, and it doesn't always match the observation. It happens time and time again. And with eclipses, whether lunar or solar, the errors, I should say the observations don't match the model even worse. And we hear all the time from people coming in that eclipses could only happen under a heliocentric kind of cosmology. And for us, I mean, we just start licking our lips at that because we know from observation that it can't be the case.
Yeah,
I mean,
NASA even calls that argument.
Yeah, NASA calls the Selenelian lunar eclipse the impossible eclipse. They know that there's some very crazy, unexplained geometric complexities at work. Now, of course, they invoke astronomical refraction, but it's not enough to explain how the shadow moves in the opposite direction that it should either. It may affect the placement, but not the direction. So, I mean, it's all this to say that, there's a belief that when we're taught how the universe works, especially as children through high school, that we're taught an idealized system, and it explains almost everything at first glance. But when you start digging into the details, when you start really examining everything, the claims, it starts to fall apart. And it becomes more obvious the more you look that things aren't exactly the way they're supposed to be, the way they're taught. They actually are how they're supposed to be, but the way they're taught to us is how we think they should be, how they're supposed to be. But reality tells us a completely different story. I was discussing earlier how the sun itself is interesting in this regard because, we're told that these objects in the sky, these stellar objects, are of immense size relative to a globe Earth and immense distance. The stars are trillions and trillions of light years or miles away. They're light years away.
and the sun is a mere 93 million miles away. And, we're told that these things are so big relative to a tiny Earth that the light that they cast off from their surface has rays that are effectively parallel due to the scaling factor differential between the teeny Earth and these large objects. So this means you could treat the sun's surface as flat, where the rays are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the sun's relatively flat surface. And the diverging angles we see to the sun, depending where we are at the same time where the sun is due to our location on a curving Earth. And what's interesting is this is the same claim they have for the stars as the sun, and we're taught that the sun is a nearby star. Well, the funny thing is due to the ecliptic of the sun, which doesn't match the sidereal rotation of the stars, the sun has a different angular velocity depending where you are and its apparent location over time. So on the horizon, it seems to move very slowly at 45 degrees north latitude. And then as it moves overhead, it starts hauling ass. It almost doubles, if not 2.5 times, its angular velocity. Meanwhile, from this location, I could see a star, and the star kind of chugs along at a fairly consistent 15 degrees per hour, but that's not really consistent. The point I can get to later if I remember to come back to it. So how can these lights be producing parallel rays, and how could the Earth be turning, and yet we have completely different trajectories and velocities of these stellar objects? And the moon throws in a bigger monkey wrench into the situation, because the moon is so much closer. Is the light from the moon treated as parallel to the Earth? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But guess what? There's a moon light that's bright enough to be captured by a moon dial. The moon dial operates under the same principle as a sundial. The same principle being parallel light to a curving Earth. So something to chew on a little bit as you start to explore and grapple with these topics. Yeah, we're a bunch of nerds here, at least in 24/7 Flat Earth. We're not like the TikToker Flat Earthers that you see or the Facebook Flat Earthers out there. We consider ourselves more academic in a sense. We value academic integrity and honesty and empiricism. We uphold empiricism above all. And if we're found to be wrong, call us out, please do. Those of us who strive to be honest will eat the humble pie best we can and move on.
Yeah, sure. I do appreciate you. That is my impression of you guys, to be honest, is you do have a very strong, I don't know if emphasis is the right word yet, but yeah, you're very much empiricists for the most part, as from what I can tell. Whereas I think Globers, well, at least, I don't know, I've observed many Globers that are not very rigorous in their thinking, but the ones that are, they tend to be more, I guess, rationalists rather than empiricists.
I get along with them just fine. Like, fine, you've not accepted this worldview of flat Earth, but you're striving to be honest, and that's okay. Like most people in our lives around us, I'm sure all of us can say this 24/7. Most people we know are Globers. And there are people that we know and love and trust with our lives who believe in a globe, and that's okay. We just wish they'd see the Earth the way it was created. So to me, if I could offer some more here, is this entire argument is ancient and goes back to the map preceding the territory problem that's spoken of across multiple disciplines in academia. The globe was absolutely fashioned out of the celestial sphere concept by Pythagoras and others to whom it's attributed. The celestial sphere was a choice and a perception that was idealized and construed to be a coordinate reference system. And in order to topologically match the ground to the sky, to make it a coordinate reference system that's easily used, without crazy freaking topological transformative math, you could just treat the Earth as a sphere too to match the topology of the celestial sphere. So the coordinate systems map 1-to-1, and you basically preserve the angles but scale the distance. So we know the celestial sphere in both accounts, whether you're a glober or flat earther, the celestial sphere is a concept. It's something that humans invented in order to assist with navigation, with predictions, and so on and so forth. But even, whether a globe or flat earther, we know that this is not true. I mean, there are things like proper motion, which I think flat earthers and globers would agree on, just having a difference in perspective on coordinate system. So going back earlier, when I mentioned that stars seem to chug along at a fairly uniform 15 degrees per hour, not even that's true. Depending on your position relative to where they are, and depending on their position relative to where each other these stars are to one another, they actually speed up and slow down. They change velocity. It's not obvious, but when you put very finely tuned measuring devices on it, you can see that these things speed up and slow down through the sky. And this is not exactly neatly globular.
Yeah, so when you say they're not moving at a constant speed, like the fluctuations, we are talking about very small fluctuations, right?
Yeah, but still, when they reset the next night, they do the same pattern of variable fluctuations.
Right. I've definitely heard of this phenomenon, but the explanation I always hear is the I guess the layers of the atmosphere are causing refraction and in these variable ways.
Well, they also vary directly overhead at the zenith, and the variation is actually most noticeable at the zenith. Man, Jedi, I don't know. I think I sent you a graph of this that I charted. I took Nautical Almanac data and I put it in Excel, and I was like, hey guys, this is bonkers. Look at this.
I think you did. I'm going to scroll in our conversation and see if I can find it again.
That'd be great because I don't have it. So I actually use navigation stars, which are supposed to be most reliably fixed in their constellation. That's another thing. Celestial navigation, they say, proves a globe, but the stars they choose are the most predictable. And one of the most interesting things that people don't talk about necessarily, but what is interesting to us is one of the choices has to do with the star's lack of variable angular speed relative to other stars that could be used. And secondly, when that star comes out at night and when it goes away in the early morning. Stars don't necessarily predictably come out the way you think they do and go away the way you think they do. If you notice, after sunset, stars start to come out at various times, this one and that one, and it's almost random. And this leads me to another problem. Okay, the magnitude of the sun. The sun's brilliance, its magnitude changes 23,000 times in magnitude from where it is just above the horizon before sunset to where it is at its zenith overhead or relatively overhead. 23,000 time change in magnitude. How much do stars change in magnitude and they're so far away? So we say the atmosphere. Yeah, so we say the atmosphere acts like a fence, a series of fences filtering out all the photons from all the rays of the sunlight. And because it's so low in the sky that the compounding density of this thickness of the atmosphere that we're peering through causes the sun's magnitude to decrease by 23,000 times. Well, how the hell is it that doesn't happen to stars? Right.
I mean, doesn't it happen to stars? Aren't
Not
stars
23,000 times?
20. I was actually doing because I saw your discussion about this in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
And I was kind of working out the math. I think, what was it, 23,000 times is about, what is it, like 11 or 12 magnitudes
Jeez,
of a drop. I forget what the exact number was, but
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It's a logarithmic scale, you know.
Right. It was like, I think every 5 magnitudes was a 100 factor, a factor of 100 drop.
Yeah, I had links to the astronomer who calculated it and his process. It's sound, and I just remember that part. But I mean, he invoked he invoked Laplace and the extinction theorem of light. I mean, everything seemed to be checking out to me. I'm like, yeah, I mean, this also makes sense. Now, of course, there's a difference in detected emission of electromagnetic radiation, and I may have overstated that as luminosity changing, but it also changes by a considerable amount that is not predicted by a globe. And here's the other thing: like these effects that we're observing, if there was a globe, could not have been predicted ahead of time. Which, if we understand the globe the way it is to be, it should be predicted, but this is yet not predicted. Just like sunrise and sunset solar eclipses can't be predicted on a globe in outer space spinning around the sun. The alignment and syzygy of the sun and moon on the horizon should never produce annular and total eclipses seen by observers the way they are. It's going to be off. I mean, it's going to be off by a little bit, but enough. So the globe is off by a little bit in a lot of places, and it just seems to compound again and again and again. And you're like, what the hell's going on? So you couple that then with like the description of outer space and the technology that's being used. You couple that, like what we're talking about in thermodynamics here, of the behavior of gases, kinetic molecular theory. You couple that with like modern surveying standards, and everything is confusing the map for the territory. Everything is about taking an idealized concept of how the universe should be and shoehorning observations into it with ad hoc and post hoc rescuing devices. Sorry, I'll talk your ear off. I'm going to go silent for a minute.
I posted some of your charts that we had in conversation about the azimuth of stars and what.
Oh, yeah, there.
Are those the ones you were talking about, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. Yep. So the globe's supposed to spin, and everything is supposed to kind of stay in place, right? Sidereal motion is about the stars remaining in a fixed reference frame and the globe turning underneath it. And obviously under relativity, you can swap the two and you can say the Earth is stationary and the stars are in motion, and there'd be no way to tell. Einstein was famously describing this, and yet people seem to overlook that. But if that's the case, then there should be some telltale factors over which one is like a true reference frame and which isn't. One of these is going to be more internally consistent for the other, and then so we can evaluate it based off of that. But if we had a chance to leave each other's reference frames and do an external validation, we could, but we don't even need to get that far because we know that the globe and its explanations are internally inconsistent. And we also don't have the technology to leave the reference frames we need in order to externally validate. Because the behavior of gases are internally consistent with what's required for us to leave this world in order to explore it from outer space. I mean, so what does all this mean? Like, is NASA lying? Is the government lying? I mean, there are going to be people that are lying, but I think for the most part, I would dare say that almost everybody in NASA believes Earth is a globe, including the astronauts. even though the Earth is flat. I think they believe the Earth is a globe. I think astronomy assumes Earth is a globe. You know, they're taking their observations of stellar objects and they're shoehorning the data into astronomical units, Keplerian ratios for their orbital periodicity, and they're shoehorning everything that they see from all over the world into a geographic spherical coordinate reference system. It's not just that I think that. I can actually prove by process of what they're doing that that's exactly what's happening. The map is preceding the territory here. The coordinate reference system is seen as the truth, and they are taking observations and shoving it into it. It goes back to Pythagoras. Again, Pythagoras idealizing the stars as taking the shape of a dome, as if we're inside of it and we're on a sphere, and it is watching a sphere around the sphere rotate. And as I said, you and I both know that nobody believes that to be the case, globe or flat. So, you know, so if the celestial sphere itself was an idealized conception that globe Earth proponents will admit is not true, then how come it's being used to create the globe? And there are other ways to conceive of the stars. And there are other ways to conceive the stars that are deemed more accurate. Like if you've played with astronomy software, there's one called like CVV2 or something. It's, I think, freeware. And it allows you to pull in different kinds of ephemera, whatever you say in the plural, ephemeris in Greek. But you can pull in different kinds of ways to calculate the motions of the heavens. And one of them is actually called Gaia. And Gaia is a Cartesian-based, 3D vector-based, observer-centric system that works regardless of the topology of Earth being a flat globe or dinosaur nugget-shaped. And the Gaia system is used in star trackers for everything from equatorial mounts to predator drones to freaking satellites. Not even joking. Satelloons, I should say. You know, we can pull up the specs and show that this is what they say they're using. They're using Gaia. Well, what's Gaia? Let's look it up. Oh, wow, look, no celestial sphere involved. So Stellarium, we're going to set you aside for a minute. We're going to look at this instead. So what this means is you can't triangulate the positions of the stars in any fixed 3D space using this system, just like you really can't with Stellarium either. So it treats all rays of light as a vector shooting out, pew, and then depending where you move on Earth, changes your angle to that vector, that ray of light. And this also means that these lights could exist for multiple observers in multiple 3D locations at once. Well, how does that work? You know, well, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, when I measure Earth flat, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? The alternate explanations say Earth is a globe, and guess what? You still can't freaking triangulate these things because under the globe perception, these rays are parallel. You can't triangulate parallel rays. So, Just Ross, what do you think so far? Is some of this starting to click, like our perspective? We don't sound like complete nutters, just trying to ask some tough questions.
Oh, that was my impression from day one, from talking to you all. I think I was here maybe within the first, I don't know, like when y'all first joined the English Hub server here.
Your voice sounds very familiar now.
I joined y'all like either like the first or second day that y'all were on here, I think. And I've been on here frequently since.
Yeah, I know I've spoken to you before, so I just didn't link your voice to the name, probably because DC wasn't looking.
Yeah, we've also talked about the Sapphire.
Yeah.
I forget the military. Yeah, looking across the Chesapeake Bay.
That's
we
right.
About that too. Which actually, I did mean to mention something to you. Man, this is such a long time ago now. I can't even hardly remember what it was I wanted to point out to you on that document. Because you pointed me to a PDF or actually two different PDFs with, I guess, similar kind of information about. I don't actually remember exactly, but I did see something in one of the charts that interested me, and I wanted your thoughts on it. I wonder if I still have a screenshot of it.
Okay, yeah, it's been a while since I've really dug into it. So I'm admittedly flat with it too, but yeah, if you post it, you can DM me if you want to.
I'm trying to remember what it was exactly your point was with that whole thing. I think, like, I don't remember. You said something about they were looking for curvature and couldn't find it, or something. I don't really remember.
Yeah,
I know the whole point was to calibrate their targeting systems or something.
Yeah, so there was a tower on the opposite end of where the observation point is. So in observer point A, they set up infrared telescopes and TV cameras. And then point B, there was a tower. It kind of looks like a Smokey Bear Ranger tower in the woods.
Yeah.
And yeah, so in front of the tower, they erected a tripod at the shoreline with an emitter. And I forgot how tall it was, but they did the curvature math based on WGS84. And they said, if we put this light down here, we should only see it in super refractive conditions above the marine layer. Because this is behind the curvature of the Earth. I double checked that with Earth curvature calculators and everything, and I got like to the decimal the same calculations that they presented. So I'm like, oh, this is funny. It's like they used the Earth curvature calculator in 2007. They probably did. I don't know, but I mean, it's based off WGS84, I think. So whatever the case may be, I mean, it was close enough, right, for me to say, wow, this is exactly what they did, and I see what their frustration is. And I mean, there are several conditions present where there is both super and sub refraction by their claim happening at the same time, effectively splitting the direction of the optical conditions, such that things that were supposedly behind the curve were lifted up and things that were above the curve were supposedly pushed down.
Oh yeah, that sounds funny. I'll have to try to look for that, but I did. Oh gosh, I think I found it here. This is a screenshot from one of those PDFs. I think. Wait, did it send? I think my Discord is bugging out.
Mine does too.
Hang on, let me try.
Oh, I see it.
Closing it and opening it back up. Oh, you see it? Okay, I don't see it on my screen, but okay. Now I don't know how to look at it. Wait, I can't refer to it if I can see it. Wait. Okay, I opened it up in my gallery. Yeah, because they're looking at the tripod light, but I noticed that they often had to look downward from the horizon line to see it, and as much as -1 milliradians.
Yeah, that's 1,000th. Like 1,000th
right.
of it.
So
yeah.
I actually went onto like a curvature calculator and I tried to figure out what was the dip to the horizon, the geometrical horizon of the Earth at that distance from that elevation, and it was a dip of about, I think, 1.2 millirads. And I was like, wow, that's pretty close to what they saw here. And I'm thinking, like, okay, is there an actual geometric horizon they're looking at here? Because like the tripod light would be visible down to about that far and then disappear, which I assume it meant like it went actually behind the geometric horizon at that point. And that's why you can't see it go any further than -1 millirad.
Well, I mean, we know that that there are conditions, meteorological conditions that are present that can alter the ray path of light. So, I mean, I would expect an image to shift around. But, what's interesting to me here is just the variability. When you look at all the orange and all the blacks where they've got the model and the observation, I mean, you could just shove that in a random number generator and get the same correlation, same R squared.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I am mostly focused on the actual measurements, right? I guess the black lines. To make my point, I can just ignore the orange ones. Like the actual measurements, they saw it go below the horizon, right? The 0.0 is where the horizon line should have been. But they saw it go below, and only to an extent that I would assume is where it actually goes behind something, gets obstructed at -1 millirads. And I'm just wondering if there's any other explanation from the flat Earth side that can explain why it seems to go down to that point and then it just ceases to be visible once it goes below.
I mean, I don't really see the issue. They're looking at a tripod light, which they claim to have been able to calibrate to horizontal within millirads over miles. Was it like, forgot how many miles across it was. How did they know that they were that level over that distance in the first place? Especially if your calibration target is doing this.
Yeah, like I don't know how they set where the zero should be. I assume,
right.
I would assume you can just drop a plumb line and do something. I don't know. I can't think out the whole process right now, but something.
That's a whole other matter. Like plumb line, right? Let's talk about that plumb line. So I hear all the time from Globers, right, who say that they can measure the dip of the Earth using reciprocal zenith angles. Fancy term here, but basically they mean they've got two tripods looking at each other. And the tripods they claim are angled down by a dip amount in millirads, potentially. I mean, if they're in Europe, relative to their plumb line that's extending down towards the center of a ball Earth and out into outer space. This means there must be an angle subtended by the meeting of the two respective plumb lines of observer A and observer B. Here's the fun part. In order for them to get a better dip angle reading, they need to be further away from each other. But when they move further away from each other, in order to minimize the error in their dip angle reading, they're increasing the claim that both of their plumb lines are going to meet at the center of the globe Earth to within a degree of error from which an angle is subtended. So they got a problem. They got a problem that they can't get out of here. They can't have it both ways. So how accurate are their plumb lines over a length of 3959 miles? Well, it's funny, we go into their own literature and they say, well, they can't really claim accuracy because of the uneven distribution of mass throughout the globe, which causes plumb line deflection as well as plumb line curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
I
like,
can
well,
see how, you can have plumb line deflections. Yeah.
The further away they move from each other, the more that they invite this variability in, right? And we don't even know to what degree accuracy they could claim in the first place of having 3959 miles per leg of an isosceles triangle that meet at the center. How close did they meet at the center? To what degree of accuracy, right? I mean, come on, guys. So, but, and this is necessary for them to establish their horizontal deviation from one another. So, guys, they can't have it both ways, and this is the problem. It's like the claims of the globe sound good. You start interrogating them, and they sound bad. And then you're like, how the hell did everybody believe in this in the first place? It's almost like this is a bad dream. Like we all woke up in some parallel dimension. I don't know, maybe we all freaking died and we woke up in a parallel dimension where everybody's believing in this freaking globe shit and we're the only ones that are wise to it. I mean, what the hell is actually going on? I don't know. But it's really interesting. Why is everybody so committed to this idea? And then why do people lose their freaking minds when they talk to us? Like, I think we have enough to present to the world that we need to really rethink our cosmology from the ground up. And we also need to hold people accountable who might be skirting their academic integrity a little bit. So we talk to academics, we talk to so-called actual scientists and engineers with domain experience in their fields, and we ask them, okay, how did you measure the Earth? And everybody plays hot potato with it. Well, it wasn't me, it was this other kind of engineer in this other department. Yeah, it's not me in this department, it's the other academic department. Well, it's not me, it's somebody else did. We go to them, we go to them, we go to them again and again, and it's always somebody else has the actual measurements. And nobody actually has it. So, I mean, it's just kind of like a nightmare, man. We can really take everything we've learned from astronomy and keep it. That's right. You can keep everything you have from the field of astronomy, folks, if you turn into a flat earther, and I'll tell you how. First, you change the coordinate reference system from being this outer space spherical thing, and you turn it Cartesian. Secondly, you redefine the astronomical unit to something that closely matches. You transform Keplerian orbital elements from what they appear to be with the solar system orbits, and it does something freaking else, you know? I can't exactly explain how, but I know that the math exists to do it. We can keep all of these observations. We can say that, yeah, we're detecting nitrogen and sulfur and all this other shit from all these places in the sky, but we just got to bring it closer. You know, that Crab Nebula that you see, that Horsehead Nebula, that's all there. That still exists on flat Earth.
Okay, yeah, actually, I never actually, I think I meant to ask one day about what was the view on, like, all these astronomical, like, deep space astronomical observations, and I never actually got around to asking all about that.
Yeah, ask away. I mean, I'm going to tell you that we see the same thing that people who believe in a globe do. The difference is how we funnel or how we filter that information. Do we filter it through a Big Bang heliocentric globe cosmology or not? We can keep those observations, folks. I tell you, I've got something called a planisphere. For those of you who don't know, it's a piece of cardboard with all the constellations on it and a little window on a top paper, and I rotate it. I rotate this window and it shows me a different view of the sky, the constellations, depending on the time of year and the time of night. It works on a flat Earth. It works on a globe. You can keep your planisphere. You get it for different locations, different latitudes. That's how far away you are from Polaris.
It's kind of funny how it's a flat disc.
Yeah.
I used to have one too. I used to love it. I think I got it out of a National Geographic magazine special edition or something. And
cool.
I treasured it, and then it expired, and it was no good anymore. And I was like, damn.
It expired.
Yeah, they said it was only good up until 2000.
Oh,
something.
I see why.
And then, yeah, because of the.
Depends how accurate you want to get with it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be like precession, nutation, and all that. That's going to.
Right.
But You know, they might be
Yes.
tracking other things on there.
I probably still have it somewhere. You know what? I probably should get it out and see just how inaccurate it is still. I don't know. Maybe it got thrown out.
I bet
don't
it's
know.
pretty accurate. You know, what's interesting too is Spanish and Portuguese sailors used something like this back in the rum line days. So this is before they really used a globe, where they were using rum lines. They had something called a Portolano chart, Portolano, and it was basically a star chart that they had on these paddles. And depending on where they were and what time it was, they'd hold it up over their head and they'd try to match the stars to it to get their reckoning on the map that they had below. So they'd take these things, they'd hold them overhead and they'd match the stars to them. And then they'd bring it down onto the table and they would chart their waypoints on it. I mean, they kind of use something similar today with nautical charts. Nautical charts don't have land masses on them. They have stars on them with the latitude and longitude lines. It feels like you're playing fucking Wing Commander or TIE Fighter. You got the star chart with all the stars on there, and you got your freaking protractor and compass, and you're drawing waypoints from star to star to star to star, noting the times.
Right.
You know?
You could essentially just name the stars by what location they're above, like cities, even.
Yeah,
you know?
like their zenith.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
like
gotta wait
certain
for that
stars at their
time.
zenith are above cities, and you can be like, that's where that is. You don't need a globe for that. What do you think of that, Ross? You don't need a globe for what I just said.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I don't know, I haven't thought too much about all the math that runs behind it, but right at the moment, I don't think, yeah, I think you're right. You don't need a globe for that.
At this time of year, Altair is going to be above freaking, I don't know, where is that? Auckland or some shit. At its zenith. And at that particular time, this other star is going to be above Cairo. So the other thing too is, besides the stars having different relative angular velocities to each other, to each other, not just relative to the horizon. The stars don't really move like a sphere around us. They actually move in a helical fashion, breathing in and out, going from north to south to north to south to north to south, spiraling. So if you watch a star, it's going to blip in, it's going to blink into existence after the sun sets at one location in the sky. And then the next night, it'll be a bit further to the north, and the next night it'll be a bit further to the north, and it'll be higher in elevation, mind you. And then as the year wears on, it's going to reverse course in the opposite direction. This happens with every star except for Polaris, not to a measurable degree. Right. So all of these issues, these inconsistencies we find and document again and again, we're kind of like hackers. So hackers go on these bug hunting expeditions. I mean, consider like the white hat hacker, the good guy hacker, the consulting group that was hired by a bank to go test its banking security software, right? So they start penetrating testing. They start doing all this shit, and they're finding all these bugs, and they just document them. They share them all with their customer and say, okay, we spent the last 3 months doing this. Here's some of the problems we found, and here's what we propose to fix it. You can hire us to fix it. So amongst the white hats might be a few black hats, okay? This would be somebody in that team that may have found an exploit and didn't report it to anybody, decided to keep it for himself. Why? Because on the black market, he could fetch a shitload of money for selling this as a 0-day exploit. So we flat earthers, right? We've got we're like white hat hackers. I mean, we're testing the world. We're finding all these problems. We're documenting them and sharing them with the public. But I'll tell you what, you better be damn sure many of us are kind of black hats in this regard. I can tell you, I've got a bunch of little findings that I have not shared with anybody. And I'm sure many others amongst our community have held them back too.
And let me guess, they don't prove the globe.
You got that right. Damn Skippy. Damn Skippy, I've got stuff I will not share with anybody. Basically, it's a fire extinguisher, break in case of problem. So if they start patching up all the holes, and we watch them do this almost in real time, they start fixing these problems. They start fixing Stellarium. They patch timeanddate.com and other things when freaking flat earthers find problems with their shit, right? But they haven't found all of them, I can guarantee that. Because I can log in right now and I can find a few that I know almost nobody except a couple of us know about. And it's still there.
How the Earth is flat? How the Earth is flat? Please explain.
Great, it measures flat. Water doesn't curve over vast distances with the globe. It's flat.
How the water, the waves, move by the gravitational pull from the moon?
No, but what we're saying is that you can go. What we're saying is that you can, like, for example, you can go to a 20-mile lake and be on one side and see straight across to the other side, or reflect light or emit light towards the other side and hit a target on the other side, showing that there's no deviation in the surface curving down and away from you, as it should if it was a globe.
I see. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You kind of have to know a little bit about what they claim about the globe, like how big it is and what sort of curvature it should display and measure to have, right? So if they say it's 3,959 mile radius, that dictates that over a distance of 20 miles, there must be at least 220 feet of drop, of curvature.
That's a big drop.
Yeah. It also dictates that there would be a horizon based on your observer height of one, and the formula is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. Right, so, and if you don't see that, then no ball.
And he left.
Sorry about that. Dang.
You'll get used to it. Don't worry, T-Dub. It's just the accent.
I might have inundated him with a little too much the details. I should have just kept it simple.
Yeah.
I think it's right to say that there are more foreign speakers of English than native speakers of English at this point.
Yeah, well, you can't class me and T-Dub as speakers of English.
No, I wasn't including you guys. You're Australian. You speak like some Southern Hemispheric Cockney shit. What the hell's that?
I know you've got a list of all the funny speaking people.
But yeah, I got lists for everything. I could probably sell it to BuzzFeed. Just Ross, you still there, man?
24%.
Temperature
yes,
check.
Not for much longer.
Okay. The hardest thing about flat Earth is telling your wife.
I can imagine that.
Don't do it. Don't tell anyone, actually. Don't freaking do it. If you're tempted to, don't freaking do it. Just keep it to yourself.
I think I've already come to that conclusion that if I was convinced, I would probably not tell anyone I was close to in real life.
I would advise against it. We get a lot of people that'll say, oh, it doesn't affect anything in my life. What does it matter if it's round or flat or any other shape? And you want to see how much it matters? Go and tell your family members. Sit down at Christmas dinner or a large gathering of some description and just sit there and go, oh, by the way, guys, the Earth's flat. I've checked it out. And I can guarantee you, for the next 20 seconds, you will hear a pin drop. And then it'll start.
Oh, dude, I have a personal experience with that. I was at my uncle's house once, and I mentioned it. I said the Earth's flat. Like there's no curvature whatsoever. And my uncle, he immediately started saying, he said, just you wait, Rob. The aliens are gonna come. They're gonna bring the technology. And he started fucking going crazy.
What is the topic right now, hello guys?
Flat Earth.
Okay, wait a second. This Russian guy, bro, is this Evgeny Prigozhin?
I know, what makes you Russian?
No, this guy with the... Is this
Me?
Evgeny Prigozhin? Yeah, is this Evgeny? Are you Russian, my friend?
My family
Are you
is.
Russian? Oh, okay, nice to meet you. Привет.
Okay, dude.
Spasiba.
Do you know what that means?
Oh,
it means thank you. It means thank you in Russian.
Or are you from Kazakhstan, Omar?
I'm Turkish, my friend.
You're Turkish.
Turkish.
You understand Russian?
Yes.
All right.
I know 5 Russian sentences.
Oh, so
you might know more when the Russians come down and retake Istanbul.
No, brother. No, brother. No, brother. Make sure that the Russians get Impel destroyed, bro.
You guys can keep the rest of Turkey, man. Just, hand over Istanbul. Let's make it Constantinople. Everything's cool.
No, bro.
Oh, come on, man. Hagia Sophia, that belongs to the West, dude.
No, bro. That is Turkish territory, bro.
No, man. I mean, why is there an icon? Why is there an icon of Jesus and Mary in the top of Hagia Sophia?
Bro, like I said,
yeah. You didn't do that.
This is a former church, but like I said, it is returned into a mosque. But Christians are also welcome to visit this place. There are touristic places there where you can buy there. I mean, for me as a Muslim, I just said to the authorities, bro, I'm Muslim, and they let me in, bro, and I prayed there. I was 2 times there. I mean, it's good. I mean, I love that place. It's my ancestors who got the place. I have no issues with Christians. Like I said, in Turkey, there are Christian villages. Up to 200,000 Christians live in Turkey. They can build their churches under the condition that in this village where they live, there are approximately among a number of believers. And if this is the criteria, then they can build the churches. No,
Yep,
it's allowed.
Omar, I have no problem with you, my friend. Listen, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I have many Muslim friends. It's okay.
Yeah, you know.
Yep, we can live in peace together.
Yeah, I do. You know, the first Christian kingdom who accepted the people who fled from Mecca was the kingdom of Abyssinia. Fun fact.
Yeah, that's true.
And he accepted Islam. The Prophet Muhammad even made a prayer for him, a funeral prayer to this king.
There's also a monastery, a nunnery, St. Catherine's. Oh, where is that?
I don't know where this is.
It's an Orthodox Christian monastery in a deeply Islamic state. I forgot where it is, but they have a letter from Muhammad. It says that do not let any harm come to them.
Yes. Yes. The Christians were under protectorate as like the Jews, as the Jews. The protectorate from the caliphate. But yeah, go ahead. We should talk about things. We should talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, flat Earth, man. Let's get back to that. So, flat Earth is a pagan cosmology. and it's a Christian cosmology. And it's a Hebrew cosmology.
Okay,
and it's an Islamic cosmology.
Well, I mean, we believe that we are very sure that the Earth is not the perfect shape of a circle, but I mean, it is like a squeezed lemon, like a squeezed lemon.
If you want to go at this topic from a religious standpoint, we have many Muslim flat earthers. There are 2 flat earth Muslim Discord servers. I cannot talk to you on this level because I don't know Islamic scripture and theology. I know Hebrew and Christian.
Bro, I don't. Well, flat Earth, bro. Like, if flat Earth would be true the case, then like the sun is like if it would be really a flat Earth, so basically the sun would be all there all the time, literally, and there would be no darkness whatsoever. Then, so there needs to be a shape of a form.
Don't be silly, dude. No. So,
if you look at the Greek, and if you look at the Greek philosophers, like not Aristoteles, Pythagoras,
Epicurus.
Yes, if you look at these Greek mathematicians, they actually did some tests, like literally, of in different times.
I'm familiar with Hipparchus and Aristarchus.
Yeah,
listen. We understand this, and that's why we're flat earthers. If you want to know more, please hang out with us and listen.
Okay, yeah.
It's okay. I mean, Hipparchus.
I cannot send you a friend request. I wanted to send a friend request.
Oh yeah, if I'm not open to that, did it go? Hold on.
You might have your profile locked, so only you can send them out to people.
Yeah, maybe only friends of friends can send.
No, like you can send people friend requests, but they can't send them to you. There's an option for that.
Yeah, just send me one. Thanks.
Okay, I sent you one, so.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, there were Greek mathematicians who actually did some tests, and like if you look at the ocean, for instance, if you look at the ocean with the horizon, then the ship is slowly turning away.
I don't really think that. Yeah, I got some big issues with that. I've never seen a ship disappear bottom up over curvature of the Earth, and I don't think anybody else has either. And I don't think anybody else has ever produced evidence of it. As far as I know, it's an urban myth, and I can explain how.
This is not the urban myth, bro. This is literally Greek mathematicians, bro. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, listen, I know Pythagoras envisioned the stars in a celestial sphere. I think he was the one that wrote poetically that the sky is a veil with holes, and the light of God is shining through each hole in the veil. So he envisioned the stars being in a fixed place that moves and rotates through the night sky. So if you're a modern person, you know that sounds like bullshit, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean the idea that that the Earth is like a shape, not a flat thing, was when it comes to the Greek mathematicians, the case, because they actually did some testing ground,
Well, they baked in some assumptions that they couldn't prove were true.
We've done tests too, my friend. We've done tests using lasers all over the world, as well as infrared long distance observations from the ground and from airplanes and from weather balloons. We're flat earthers not because we're crazy conspiracy theorists, not because we believe in God and in ancient cosmologies. We're flat earthers because we measured it and we know it to be true. We know that flat earth is true. We can prove it.
So wait, so regards to flat earth, so you think that Pearl Harbor, for instance, went
that
bro, so,
with the map,
bro,
with the map, because they put Japan on the right and Hawaii on the left on the map.
Yeah, you think,
you think we think that's true?
Bro,
you think we think Japan is on the right and Hawaii's on the left?
No, but I mean that your ships.
Okay.
No. That your ships, that the Pearl Harbor, bro. If this is really true, if this is really true, what you're believing in, that the Pearl Harbor is literally that they did not attack through the Pacific coast, that they sent their ships all the way to the Africa. To South Africa.
Nobody thinks that Japan is on the right and Hawaii's on the left, and they sent the ships from Japan across the Indian Ocean, underneath the Horn of Africa, up through the Atlantic, and then across underneath fucking Tierra del Fuego, and then back up underneath Hawaii. No, nobody thinks that the Earth is a square map with Japan on the right and Hawaii on the left. Nobody here thinks that, dude. Come on.
Bro,
listen, we are people from all walks of life. Okay, we are Christians, we're Muslims, we're pagans, we're Jews, we're whatever. We are all rational empiricists. Okay, we know what is true from direct experience that we can validate through measurements and through logic and reason. I mean, people talk about flat earthers all the time. You can go on the internet and you will read, oh, flat earthers are the dumbest fucking cavemen on earth. Flat earthers are stupid. If only flat earthers understood the globe. If only flat earthers, right? Again and again and again. You read about how flat earthers are the dumbest people on the planet. Well, I'm here to tell you, yeah, there are a lot of stupid freaking flat earthers out there. There are. We don't like them. Okay? You basically found yourself in the midst of flat earth Pentagon. We're like, we are the nuclear bunker
then
freaking of flat earth.
Please then explain to me then how did Pearl Harbor happened.
The boats went from Japan to Hawaii.
Yeah, in which direction?
That's it. Like, listen, you're confusing the map for the territory.
In which direction, bro? Are you telling me that through the Pacific coast? But because if the Earth is so flat, then this cannot be true. Then you need
No,
to go
it's
through
true. The ships went southeast from Japan.
Okay, then the whole idea of a shaped, like of like the Earth is not completely like a circle. Scientists say it's like like a squeezed, a little bit of a squeezed lemon.
Yeah, Earth
basically.
isn't a disc. Flat Earth is not a space pizza. Okay. There are many flat earthers out there who show flat Earth like a space pizza, and with an ice wall around the edge of the pizza, like a pizza crust. That's not who we don't. No, we measure the Earth flat. We know it's flat. We don't know what the entire world looks like from God's view. I don't think we can know.
Bro, we literally have people above the. Bro, what are you telling me? Satellite images, bro. Like,
I've got satellite images of flat Earth. Do you want to see?
And show it.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, I'm going to show you images from a satellite constellation. These are multiple satellites, okay, called CloudSat. CloudSat is a project between NASA and another American organization called NOAA, NOAA. NOAA deals with the oceans and the air. NASA deals with space. All right. I'm going to show you what is something called the limb view. Limb view, LIMB view. The limb view of a satellite is not a satellite looking straight down at Earth below, but rather the limb view is looking sideways at the horizon. And I'm going to show you 1,120 kilometers of a horizon from a satellite that shows a completely flat Earth. You ready?
Yeah, please show it. Just show it, bro.
Okay. All right, hold on. It's going to take me a sec.
I must say you have a lot of people in the Flat Earth Discord, like 24 people. Like, that's so a lot.
Plenty more where that came from. This is just one image, 14 minutes past the hour. This is a LiDAR scan. So the satellite basically shot lasers out. The lasers returned back objects that it hit. And the sensor collected the returns from the laser and produced this image. This image shows about how high is that?
40 kilometers, according to this, if this is really true.
Yeah. 40 kilometers high, 20 kilometers wide. Want to see more? Want to see more where that came from?
Yeah, expand it, please.
Okay, I'm going to send you some more from the same constellation, a different sensor. This is electro-optical infrared. So it's similar, but it's not the same. So it's going to look a little different. So what you're seeing, those blue streaks going up and down, and the purple blobs, those purple blobs are clouds. And the blue smudges going up and down, that is evaporation and condensation. That's water going up from the earth to form clouds, and the clouds condensing, the clouds forming rain, and the clouds raining down. Those are evaporation condensation lines. They are perpendicular to a flat surface, and they are parallel to each other. Again, this is the same view. This is about 750 miles across. 1,120 kilometers across.
Bro, what has this to do? What has clouds to do with the Earth? Bro, what?
Look at the horizon. It's flat. Look at the condensation and evaporation lines. They are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the flat horizon. I've got plenty more.
Okay, go ahead. Well, according to what I have read, basically, you have central figure, there's this thing called gravity. So, of course, if the Earth is being flat, the Earth needs to have a certain amount of gravity. So, from the surface, it can maybe look like that you assume it's like flat, but in reality, thanks to the gravity, etc. And if you go along of a distance, then yes, you eventually don't see, like, if I go to my house, basically, and go all the way to Munich, of course I don't see my house because of the...
Sprichst du Deutsch?
Yes.
Ja, ich auch.
Okay, interessant.
Cool, okay. I'm from America, but I used to live there.
Oh, you used to live there for...
Yeah, in Rostock. Mecklenburg-Vorpommern.
Mecklenburg, what have you done? Have you been to the military or what?
Hey. Als Professor und Student.
What do you mean, professor?
I taught semiotics at the Americanistic Anglistic Institute in Rostock.
Bro. It's a perfect bro. It seems interesting.
Yeah, I used to be a student under Helmut Leithen, who is the chair of that department.
Okay.
This was a long time ago, though. This is about 20 years ago.
So you are, how old are you?
I'm pushing 50, but I'm not quite there yet. So I'm enjoying my 40s as much as I can, dude.
Bro, you don't sound... if I'm honest with you, you sound 20, bro. You don't sound...
I know. Everybody tells me that. It's like, bring your kid to work day when I show up. No, seriously.
They're like, where's your dad?
Yeah, bro, gonna be honest with you, like, you sound not 50, bro. If I'm gonna be for real honest with you.
I grew up playing Pac-Man at Pizza Hut on tables that we ate pizza off of, and I played lawn darts and freaking laser tag, Captain Power, Teddy Ruxpin. I can go on and on, dude.
And Trench Farm, remember this?
Hey man, Transformers.
Transformers, freaking Wildcats and shit,
Thundercats.
You're gonna have to start talking like you're saying.
So my question is, what is then with the Antarctic, basically?
Sorry, what?
What is with the Arctic, the southern pole, with a lot of ice? So if you believe that...
Listen, dude, this is going to blow your mind, but as a flat earther, I think Antarctica could be an island on flat Earth. Just saying. It could be 2 islands, actually. In fact, it might really be 2 islands, and not just one.
Oh, bro.
Oh, yeah, there's an East Antarctica and a West Antarctica.
It's an archipelago.
Oh, how is this possible, bro?
No, go Google East Antarctica, and you'll find a wiki page on it.
Bro, you have been to university, bro.
It's the mainland.
Bro,
it's the mainland.
Been to university, bro. What are you kidding me? Alles was help me, God. Please help me.
Ja, Alter, es kriegt voll die Krise, ne?
Ich krieg die Krise. Bruder, ich krieg die Krise, Alter. Yo, that's some deep shit.
2 Euro Döner. Ja, gerne. No, man. Dude, I miss those days. I miss 2 Euro Döner. It was the best. XXL. 3 Soßen, ja. Knoblauch, Chili. Yeah. Oh man, those were the days. Well, so there were like these Döner kebab trucks. It's almost like gyros from Turkey. This dude knows what I'm talking about. Döner kebab in Germany is a Turkish freaking snack. And
It's
for like
Turkish.
$2,
This is Turkish.
for $2, you get this big honking piece of bread that's opened up, and they shove freaking mutton into it, lamb, beef, whatever, and then you get onions, then you get radish, maybe some lettuce, and then they drizzle these sauces all over it, and it's a freaking meal. It weighs like 2 pounds.
You can have tabbouleh and hummus.
You can add that if you want. And then you grab a beer for €1 to go with it. $3, man. You got yourself freaking dinner.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Döner cart. Do you live in Berlin? Any chance?
No, actually, South Germany.
Oh,
Next
okay.
to Austria. Yeah, South Germany.
Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, I used to spend a lot of time in Berlin. So there's a lot of Turkish bazooka there, you know.
Yeah. So I have a question.
Yeah.
I know it's a little bit off topic, but you said you're Orthodox, so I thought America is pretty much Protestant and like Catholic, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. There are very few Orthodox in America. Very few, but Orthodoxy is growing very quickly here. So, I mean, I grew up evangelisch, and I became Orthodox.
Protestant, basically. Okay. Well, yeah. What do you think, guys? What do you think of this whole Labubu thing, bro?
Wait, the what thing?
What?
You know the Labubu. You know the
toys.
We did a whole episode on Frontline Unfiltered. Not a whole episode, but we did a segment on it. Don't do it, bro. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, me neither, bro. Me neither. I won't do it.
Dude, am I a boomer? What the hell is this?
Stick to Pokemon.
Bro, you don't know what the Labubu is. You know, these are now currently. Basically, I will explain it to you. Basically, there was a Chinese guy who basically, how can I say this? Was inspired by Nordic folk pagan tradition, made a toy which has like a very sharp teeth and a very big smile on the face, and like a bear costume. Well, never mind. Someone can show the picture for the Labubu, basically, and this reminds of the former Babylonian god, which is the name Pazuzu, and this is basically. This guy was inspired by Nordic folk traditions,
Yeah, they make different versions of them, stick them in blind packages, and people go crazy over them, spending
also
up
the
to
Simpsons,
like $60 a packet just for one Labubu toy. It's crazy.
And also, and
okay, so it's the next Dutch tulip.
Basically, yeah. And the thing is, I'm always against, from my understanding, I'm always against buying something which you don't know what inside of it truly is. You should buy only something which you know. Yeah. No. The problem is buying something based on luck is basically gambling.
Magic.
It's basically
gambling. Yeah, I love gambling.
Well, it's worse than that, man. You're giving your attention and awareness to a higher force that may not be benevolent.
Yes, it is. And also it is. Basically, this guy was inspired by a pagan god. So yes.
I'm a collector, all right, and Labubus are out for me. I'm not going to touch them. They're just. I'd possibly consider reselling, but
yeah, and this is the problem.
Yeah, the market isn't the best for doing that because everyone's going to be doing it. And well, I said $60. That's for an average one. You could pay for the special editions ones. You can be paying up to upwards of $500 just for one toy.
Yes.
It's crazy.
What? $500? Holy crap!
Yeah.
It's like the next freaking Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yes.
Yes, but demonic.
Okay, so which is more evil, Cabbage Patch Kids or La Boo Boo, whatever?
Sure, bro.
No,
But yeah,
Labubu is more evil.
I dropped a link in the chat if you guys want to get like a little. You can hear me and Miggy and Indio covering it. Links in the chat, timestamps there as well. It's fucking.
Yo, what if I buy some of these and have my priest wash it with holy water? Would you buy one?
Don't do it.
No, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Well, that'd make it.
I mean,
that'd
I
give
can,
it more
I
value.
can tell you. I can tell you this.
It would make it more valuable, right?
I can tell you this. I will tell you this based upon my beliefs, my religious teaching. Everything which you buy, like I can tell you this. I don't know if you maybe can agree with me, but everything which you cannot know what's inside of it truly is, and you buy it for the sake of to get the item what you want, but in reality you get the other stuff. It's basically gambling. This is forbidden. Number one.
Yeah,
Second,
I agree.
you get addicted. Second, you get addicted. Also forbidden because you spend a lot of money on the useless stuff, which is called israf. And the third thing is literally a demonic inspiration. Yes.
Guys, let me just say something. Turkish Germans are cool as shit. You just met one.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. But yeah, sorry to go to this topic, but it's very important. I had some discussions with some guys.
But German Turks, forget it.
No, man.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, what's up?
Guten Abend.
Hello.
She laughed. She knows.
Are you German, Solaris?
What?
Are you German?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just know a few words.
Okay. So you have any questions
Dutch.
about
I mean, Dutch is basically like Plattdeutsch, no?
Oh, and actually, what are you discussing there in this chat? Like, I didn't understand.
normally flatter? Normally
Yeah,
flat
we are flat earthers. I mean, not
Not
this
me, not me.
Turkish German dude. He's not a flat
No, I'm not
earther yet, but
I'm
he's
not
cool.
I'm not a flat earther.
I'm a flat earther, proud of it. You want to talk about flat Earth?
So you're talking that Earth is actually flat, yeah? Or I don't
Yeah.
Oh,
Ja, genau.
nice. Okay. So why do you think so? Can I ask?
Sure. So 24/7 Flat Earth, we are an online community of flat earthers, and we have actually gone out and measured it flat. That's how we know.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's a big problem for the globe. It's a big problem for us individually. I mean, we have gone out there, we've measured it, we have examined the measurements of others, and it's an issue. It makes you really wonder what the hell is going on in this place.
Like in Discord?
Yeah, we talk about it here and in real life and other places.
Yeah. But you don't think that actually Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When you measure Earth flat, you know that it's not a planet in outer space anymore. So you got to throw all that stuff out. That means, what is the sun? What is the moon? What are planets? What are stars? We don't freaking really know.
Yeah, so you think that what actually do you think about our just universe? Is it exist or not?
Yeah. I mean, listen, when I grab a high-powered telescope and I look at a nebula, When I look at a nebula in outer space, I see the same thing you do, same thing everybody else sees. I just don't think of it the same way you do anymore. I don't. But I know it's there. I see it. And I might suggest that it consists of various elements due to spectroscopy. I might accept that too. But I don't think it exists the same way that you do. Earth, I don't think is a planet in outer space. It's kind of like the floor of the entire universe, because the universe of outer space is above us and not below us.
So can you repeat what's Earth in your understanding?
The floor of the universe.
The floor?
The floor. Das Boden.
The floor. Okay. And then, like after the floor, what do we have?
Well, if you dig really deep, things get denser, things get hotter. But if you go up, things get less dense and things get colder.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yep.
and what do you see after this floor?
I mean, nobody knows. I don't know. Perhaps it continues getting denser and denser and denser for infinity. I don't know. You know, and perhaps that gives us gravity, right?
Yeah, but after the gravity.
I mean, I don't think there's anything underneath. That's the thing.
So you think that actually we have only floor, so it's like a fundament, the Earth, right?
If I understood you correctly, listen, when I take my my little feet and I walk them to the ocean, let's say I'm in California. You know California, right? Beautiful coastline, California, Pacific Ocean. When I put my feet in the water of the Pacific Ocean in California and I look northwest, across from me, a long distance away, somebody else in Japan put their feet in the ocean in Japan, and they're looking straight at me. And the water that connects our feet together is perfectly flat and level the entire way.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Got it. Interesting theory.
Yeah, we measured it that way. That's why we know.
So, okay, what about the core of the Earth? Is it actually exist, in your opinion?
Not like you think it does. I mean, there might be something super duper hot way deep below, but it's not a ball, okay?
So where is it? Like, if it's not above, where is it?
Nobody knows. Do you know how deep? Like, if you want to know something for sure, you have to have an interaction with it. You have to experience it. The furthest anybody in the entire world, for all of human history that's been recorded, the furthest they've dug is about 7.8 miles, maybe 8 miles. That's about 13 kilometers. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
I know you've got lots of questions. It might be better. I mean, if you are sincerely interested in this topic, hang out with us, enjoy life, and listen to how we talk to other people that come in. We're not crazy. I can guarantee that. And the way I can guarantee that is I can point you to about 10 years of recorded audio. If you notice, we have some YouTube bots at the top of the channel. Okay. We are recording to YouTube. This is a live stream and it goes on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been doing this 10 years everywhere we go.
10 years.
Yeah. We
Bro, so
are
wait,
all.
this is the, wait a
Go
second.
ahead.
So this is a live stream or what? And which channel is this being made? Can I?
Yeah, you can
Can
tune
I?
into the live stream. So if you don't want to go into Discord, because hey, let's face it, guys, Discord wastes your iPhone battery like crazy. If you just want to tune into the conversation, you can go to YouTube instead of Discord and listen to us. And I think the YouTube links, you can find the links to the YouTube in those bots. If you go to their information, you can find the hyperlink there.
Yeah, I see it. One
We're also on Rumble. So if you like Rumble, you hate YouTube, you like Rumble, we're on Rumble too. And I think Spotify.
Yeah, we see it, yeah.
So we've been talking to people from all walks of life for 10 years. This includes, we've been talking to pizza delivery guys. We've been talking to warehouse workers, carpenters. We've been talking to computer science professors, HVAC technicians, aeronautical engineers, astrophysicists, and even astronauts. Nobody can prove that the Earth is a globe. Not a single one of them. We have the proof. It's in our live streams.
Okay, bro, that's so interesting.
But what if actually there is no Earth? Like there is nothing. It's just simulation.
Okay, maybe the simulation is flat because it's easier on the computer.
So basically we still like have a flat like Earth, like simulation.
Well, I don't know if it's a simulation, hon, but let me tell you what. We can see way too far for the Earth to be a globe. If the Earth is a globe, the horizon provides a physical limitation to how far we can see, right?
Yeah.
Because if the Earth is a ball and we're looking at the horizon line of the ball, everything after the horizon is dipping down and curving over the backside of the ball. But I'm here to tell you that we can see way beyond that. I've got a great observation using infrared. Why do we use infrared, guy? Why should I use infrared? What the hell's infrared? Let me tell you what. Infrared is really good to use because the wavelength is so freaking long, it doesn't care what gets in the way. Infrared just barrels through. It's like a fucking cannonball through a drywall, through a glass window. Infrared doesn't care what gets in the way. Infrared goes straight. So when we use infrared optics, and infrared optics is not that expensive. You can buy infrared optics today. When we use infrared optics, we would expect to see the curvature of the globe where it should be. But we can see way beyond that. And I've got an observation from an airplane in infrared of a land formation. And that land formation should be 180,000 feet below the horizon of the camera. But you can see it, and you can see beyond it. And this is one of thousands and thousands of observations that our community has put together over the past 10 years. Okay?
Okay.
I'll post it if you want to see it. I mean, if you don't really care, if you think we're crazy, then I'm not going to post it. But if you really want to take a look, I can show you.
Yeah.
Yeah? Anybody else? Can I get a second?
You can send me this in private chat. I will go to different VC, but it was nice talking to you, bro.
Oh, okay, Omar. Send me a DM and I can send this to you. Just ask me and I'll reply. I'm going to focus on the text chat. I'm going to right now post everything that I said.
I sent hello in the DMs. You will see me. Yeah,
Okay, Dankeschön.
You too.
I did post. Cheers, mate. I did post one version of it, the Kanagoo shot, but you probably want to post your own version. But yeah, and then
I was thinking of Kanagoo.
Yeah, I posted Kanagoo. Yeah.
Kanagoo's good too. I mean, we can focus on that. I have something that's over 700 miles away from an airplane
nice.
in infrared. Which way to go? Talk about Kanagoo or talk about the thing I was talking about?
No, post what you wanted to. I think it's the same thing that we're thinking of.
Ooh, no, this is from Texas to the Baja Peninsula.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
All right. Hang on, I'm going to grab the info and the images and I'll post it in a minute. All right, this is a ton of information all at once. So I just posted it in the side chat. This is, okay, the observer, he goes by Jay Tolan on YouTube. JTOLAN 1. Jay Tolan 1. Jay Tolan, he's a Romanian American. He freaking loves America. He is a radio frequency engineer, and he's also a contractor with the U.S. military. He has worked on ICBM guidance systems for big intercontinental missiles. He's also worked on long-distance infrared optics. His credentials are public. You can also email him. And he's an overall cool guy. He's got a great YouTube channel. He's a flat earther. And I love this observation because of how clean it is. He shows us from his airplane his GPS coordinates, his heading, the fact that he's an airplane, so his velocity and the window and everything. There's a YouTube link I can provide in a minute. And basically what he does, he takes a high-powered camera, he grabs an infrared filter. He puts the infrared filter on the camera and he zooms in out the window. He is over Northwest Texas. Okay, Northwest Texas, that's like the South Central United States. He's looking a bit due southwest out the window and he zooms in past terrain, past clouds, and he can see the Baja Peninsula from 760 miles away in infrared. He's using infrared because infrared doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. Like I said, it's like a cannonball shot through a window. It doesn't change direction. Infrared goes straight. It propagates very much in a straight line. So in infrared, we can see through weather. We can see through rain and fog. We can see through glare. We can see through all kinds of things that affect higher frequencies that cloud our eyes. So infrared is great because we can see further through everything that affects us in the weather. And he's seeing the Baja Peninsula. The Baja Peninsula should be below Earth curvature. Not just a little bit, but a lot. Okay, so in feet, he's about maybe 35,000 miles or 35,000 feet above the surface of the Earth in North Texas. And he's looking kind of southwest. in the Baja Peninsula shouldn't be at 0 feet elevation if Earth is a globe. If Earth is a globe, what he's zooming in on, and I posted a GIF, an animated GIF of this, what he's zooming in on shouldn't be at 0 feet elevation if the Earth is a globe. What he's zooming in on should be about 180,000 feet behind the curvature of the Earth. But it appears at about 0 degrees elevation because Earth is flat. Like, this thing is flat. This thing is right there on the horizon. It's 0 feet in height. You can see the terrain as he's zooming in from the airplane, from his location, going forward and forward and forward along the surface of the Earth, which should be curving, but it looks flat. If the Earth is curving, when he zooms in, you should see the curvature of the Earth dropping away from the camera, but you don't see that. You see it continuing straight, and then you see the Baja Peninsula. That's freaking bananas, guys. I'm just telling you. I mean, what is causing that? Some people are going to say astronomical refraction, terrestrial refraction, whatever refraction, okay? I mean, refraction doesn't even happen in a gas. But if we grant it, there's no way you're seeing that under standard effects. And besides, Jay Tolan is way up high. Okay, he's at like 35,000 feet or something. The air is much thinner up there. There should be less getting in the way to bend the optical rays of light to that distant location from up there. It should be relatively flat to begin with. And then just for good measure, he freaking pops on an infrared lens and zooms in. I mean, this is a total globe killer, guys. Like, there's plenty more where that came from. So the green image, it looks kind of greenish, right, with the green filter. That's actually infrared. If you tap on that, it's a GIF. It's animated. And he zooms in to the Baja Peninsula from the location that he shows. I'm going to present the link so you can watch the YouTube video. So just give me a second while I dig that up. Feel free to fill the dead space in the air while I go check this out. Hang on. Okay, link incoming, hang tight. There it is. Go check that out. Like his channel, subscribe. He's got his email. Send him an email. We want him to be more active. He's a great guy. Jay Tolan, everybody. I mean, so a bit about myself. Like, I used to work in a field that is, you could say, is alongside this guy. And so when he started posting this stuff, it really resonated with me because it opened my perspective to things I didn't think about before. Long range infrared out the side. I mean, people think about satellites, right? People think satellites, okay, I'm way up in space. I can zoom down to read a newspaper on the ground on Earth. That's awesome. Yeah. What happens when you look sideways with the same satellite? Well, when you look satellite, it's also flat. But what about NASA, right? Well, what about CloudSat? Okay, I posted that before. And hey, look at the time. 5:50. I have to go, so take care, everybody.
Oh, nice. There's no events going on, so if anybody's on PC that's a mod, if you want, you could start an event. Are any of the mods on PC right now?
Peach lemonade with peach
Sorry, mate, I'm not.
I don't know.
But come on, you can't take it too far. You have to understand that you say the Earth is flat.
Yeah, is it not flat?
It's
Yeah, but in the context of not so many believe that.
So minorities can't be right. Only the majority is always right. Is that what you're saying? You're saying you're going with?
But it was about what she was saying, the projection.
So if everyone here thinks you're trolling, then you must be trolling by your own logic.
Yeah, we're the majority. Yeah.
Nice one. Nice one.
You got him.
So you say that the silence means that you're right. No, but it was in the context of she was saying I was projecting. Huh? Do you know?
Well, guess
she
the
was saying I
Earth is
was
flat.
projecting.
Yep, Earth is flat. We got a clear majority here. Yep. Is there only one Glober in here that's gonna speak out for the Globe religion? So I guess you're outnumbered, Stoll. Guess the Earth is flat right now in this moment. August 6, 2025. Earth has been confirmed flat. Majority rules. Yay!
Why do you have that attitude? Why do you have a group where you and then you have that laughter? Yeah, it's like, is that all you
Stoll
have?
doesn't
It's
like me. Stoll doesn't like me. We've confirmed this
Come
already.
on.
You don't have to.
Come on.
What's wrong, Stoll? Tell us where the flat Earth lady spanked you. Come on.
That's a cool
Gone
voice.
quiet.
Nice, cool voice.
I love this. So what's wrong, mate? It's 2025 and you still believe you live on a ball. Have you gone out and checked it? Or you just accept the stories like we all used to? And check this out for honesty. Dandelion, were you once a glober like me?
Totally. Yep. Till I started researching it in depth and trying to find where that curvature was and couldn't find it anywhere. Definitely well educated in the globe, Stoll. Well educated in the globe lore. Yep. And now I've rejected it. You could too.
Let's just say, just in case that's a one-off. Hey, Crit, have you always been a flat earther or were you once a glober?
Yeah, I used to think the Earth was a globe, and then I tested it.
And Stoll right away.
Oh, yeah. You might have gotten to him there, Matrix.
Yes.
Wonderful. We were going to go to it anyways. He was so stubborn and kind of, I don't know. I don't want to talk too bad about him, but he's getting on my nerves a little bit.
He's got to get into an echo chamber quick to revalidate his worldview.
A lot of them will drop in here, and not just here, other channels too. Oh, flat earthers, they must be stupid if they think the Earth's flat. And it's like, well, we know it's flat because it's measured flat. It's not just some random religion where we're all running around believing things. No, it's actually measured that way. If it was measured another way, we would be called whatever that is. It's really that simple. So, yeah, sorry guys, it's measured flat.
Well, what about the NASA images? That's what he was saying the whole time. He's like, well, the
You can have
pictures
them.
though, bro. Why would they lie? Where's the edge?
Excellent.
Like, oh my gosh, dude. So original, bro. So original. Where's the edge? Oh, wow. I haven't heard that before.
Guys, I have a question. If we find out that the Earth is flat or round, what happens afterwards?
Then you know why.
Questions.
But like after that, what then? We know. Then what?
We all
Then you know why. You know why. What's up?
Great conversation.
Yeah, he ran off again.
What do you guys think about that? Like people that say, "Oh, well, why does it matter? It doesn't matter the shape of the Earth." There's so many people like that. A lot of Globers.
Excellent.
That
I love that.
Yeah.
If it doesn't matter and it won't affect my life and all the usual questions which you were just talking about, I dare anyone to drop in at Christmas dinner or some other large family gathering, sit down at the table and go, "Oh, by the way, boys and girls, the Earth's flat." And watch what follows. I can guarantee you. You better be good at running.
Yeah, it might matter then.
Oh, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It won't change anything in my life. Bullshit it, Will. You go and sit down at a family gathering and tell them you're a flat earther and watch what happens. Wow. I advise you don't. If you're a flat earther, don't do that in large family gatherings. Not good for their mental health.
I mean, I think people usually that say that it's part of their denial avoidance stage, like people usually say that when they're first kind of confronted with some of the more objective evidence. That's when I notice it coming out. Yeah, the why doesn't matter. Why does it matter? They get those same type of people get very annoyed about like confidence and certainty. It's usually the same kind of person, right? It's that same kind of person that that gets upset about, us saying it's 100% definitely not a globe, been confirmed with measurements. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's a fear mechanism that makes them say that. They don't want it to matter. They don't want to think about the implications. It's a thought stopping mechanism. Stacy, I've been waiting all week. What happened at the poetry competition?
My sister got into the semi-finals, which I'm really happy about. I didn't, but I had a video, and my sister was glad that I at least tried. Apparently, I can try again next week, but I'm not sure if that's being a bit greedy. So I might.
Totally should try again. Can you use the same poem, or do you have to have a new one?
I can use different poems, but I found based on last week that if I want to win, I should probably just have a really crude poem or a really LGBT poem or a poem about Palestine, and those would be the high scoring ones.
Oh, that's too bad. So it's not really the quality of the poem, it's whether people like the topic and it makes them have warm fuzzies because it's political.
I love the earth being a globe. I'm gonna win.
That's too bad. Yeah, that they're not being like more like, I don't know, objective in their judging. Like the topic of the poem shouldn't have anything to do with it, right? It should be like your performance, the quality of the poem. That's too bad.
Yeah, but it was good to try. And again,
I'm
maybe
proud of you.
Oh, and I even blanked out because I memorized it all. And actually, most people didn't memorize it, but I sort of thought if you go to a poetry thing, you have to remember it. And so I blanked out for a few seconds, and those were like the longest seconds. But I recovered.
Good. Yeah, you can't have it like written on your hand or anything where people notice if you're like looking down.
But that's what most people did. Like they just read and like didn't memorize it. And I thought that's sort of yes, it's poetry. It's not about the performance, but it sort of is about the performance.
Oh, you're saying that they didn't even mark people down for reading it instead of memorizing it?
No, not at all. It was...
Oh, I'm kind of upset about these people.
Yeah, I think it's because they just choose 5 random judges of who comes to watch. And then you also get judges who like have come in with someone who's performing, so then they obviously give those people more points. So it seems like quite unfair just by the nature of how it's designed. But it is what it is.
Yeah, well, I guess you could try again and maybe there'd be different judges and maybe they would be more favorable to your efforts.
Yeah, how about you come down the line and you can be one of the judges?
I know, I give you 10 out of 10.
But no, I've been more focused on work HR stuff, and I'm pretty sure that the guy I work with is now orchestrating agents to just find where I am after work, and I'm pretty sure yesterday he got someone to just talk to me. I thought, this seems awfully familiar, all this information you're trying to squeeze out of me. I wonder if you're going to report back to this guy.
Oh, yeah, that's too bad.
So I am dealing with a bad apple.
Yeah, I got to get that bad apple out or he spoils the whole bushel.
Such an Isaac Newton-y sort of thing. He'll probably come up with gravity.
Print out a Glober bingo card. Take it with you. And just tick them off. Let's see how you go.
That guy, but you heard him at the beginning. Well, maybe you weren't here at the very beginning of his little tirade about gravity, but he totally was saying, he came in and was saying, that Stoll guy was saying at the very beginning, yeah, flat earthers don't believe in gravity and doesn't make sense because you would fall off the flat earth if there was no gravity. Like, that's totally what he was saying. And then he was trying to deny that he said that and calling me a liar. I did not like that guy.
No. Very confident and assertive.
Well, he comes in and he makes the claim for flat earth and he's like, well, this is what you believe, now prove it. And I'm like, I never said I believe that. Why do I have to prove your claim? You're coming in and you're saying, oh, I know exactly what flat earth believe. This is what, like, no, that's not how that works.
He did the same thing to you because he did that to me, and then I was gone, and then he talked to you, so he just did the same routine to you. Yeah, that he probably is really a troll. That would be, yeah. I mean, he tried to act like he didn't know what he was doing, but yeah.
There's some really sophisticated trolls. Like,
yeah,
there's you wouldn't know. They'll tell you in like 3 days. They'll like infiltrate, and then people wonder how somebody could possibly be a shill. There's trolls that will literally sit here and troll for 3 days, and half the people in the chat won't even know about it. And then we're still wondering how possibly we could have a shill in the flat Earth community as it is today, with all these random ass shills popping up everywhere.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're getting better. They're getting like some of them. I mean, some of them are getting worse, but some of them are more sophisticated. I like Matrix cards there. Should we try that one tonight? I mean, probably already got several of them just from Stoll. I don't know. It depends on which one we're going to play. Yeah, because we had one a couple days ago, H4PPY Happy. That was, I didn't even realize till he left, like, that all of his like ridiculous tactics were like leading toward his one conclusion, and then he had to go real fast when he said the thing, which it's a thing a lot of them say where they say it's I've heard it actually more recently. It's like a more recent thing that a lot of them say where they say well, and when faced with a model that explains everything versus a non-model that explains nothing, I'm going to go with the model that explains everything. So that was his little thing, which is a certain type of Glober that does that. But like leading up to that, he was just like repeatedly asking the same questions about gravity, we got into density, buoyancy, the moon, the sun, We started out, of course, on the lack of curvature, but then he got into all this stuff and just kept asking these questions, pretending he wasn't making a claim. That's their other technique they use. This guy was actually kind of two different techniques. Pretending he wasn't making a claim. Yeah, right. Yeah. Because he was just asking questions like, I'm just doing an internal critique on the flat earth model. And then I would say, oh, so you're claiming there's curvature because that's the only way you could be claiming this Einsteinian gravity, and so on. And he's like, oh, no, I'm not making any claims. I'm just critiquing your model. I mean, this guy, he must have had like 3 or 4 of their techniques. He was very slick, but we got him. I mean, he did not succeed because we called him out on all his little, business, but he tried. Yep. He tried. Oh, yeah, Starlink. That was the other thing that guy kept bringing up. Starlink, satellites. You can't explain those either. Yeah, the usual.
I mean, I've got a fairly decent explanation. Obviously, they're using a lot of balloons up there. And there's some really small ones like they're almost impossible to see. And they use them for surveillance a lot of the times. There's surveillance balloons up there with like cameras. And I had a friend, hypothetically speaking, that like got into some server hypothetically and was like accessing these balloon cameras. And they're just like way up in the sky, and they have like the zoom feature, and you can like literally like zoom in on like people's backyards and like he didn't have anybody on the ground looking up, but I'm assuming if you're looking up, like you're not gonna see these fucking things.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's like that scene from Men in Black. I don't know if you ever saw that movie where he zooms in on his wife.
Yeah. And a lot of these
Who's
satellites also are
gardening.
very tiny. They're they're super small. They're using like micro boards and like those types of things. So like, we're not necessarily launching these big ass satellites like they're showing us in the CGI. If there are satellites up there with the balloons or whatever, they're usually pretty small.
Yep, Chief Kegwin's here. Globe Believer. Got any proof of curvature there, Chief Kegwin?
Got any proof of flatness there?
I got it. I know you've seen it. No curvature, no drop over distance, horizon much further than it should be on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Laser tests at 25, 28 miles. Yeah, the horizon's there, the apparent location where the sky meets the water. You got a problem with that? Should be at 3.46 miles for an 8-foot observer height, and yet we observe it as further than 10 miles in one example.
What about when you take into consideration the atmospheric effects?
Ooh. Is that on the bingo card?
Yep, I'm sure it is. Yep, it's not gonna.
I could have told you your answer for you, bro.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Well, what if we do take those into
if you-
account?
yes,
what does that
please.
change?
Well, we know that water can bend light. So, how far have we considered how much bend it can put in the light?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about refraction with water bending light. That's not. That's not going to make your horizon be 7 miles plus further than it should
Why
be
not?
in the particular
Why not?
black swan observation that we're talking about.
Why not?
Because whenever refraction is calculated or taken into account, I mean, even if we grant it to you, even though there's no reason to grant it to you, since refraction doesn't behave in the way. Well, because you haven't shown what it's going to do. Then draw me a ray diagram of how it's magically moving your horizon to a different location.
It's not moving the horizon to a different location. It's causing an optical effect of the horizon. That's a conflation that you're making.
The horizon already is an apparent location, so I don't. Yeah. So how are you trying to claim that refraction is moving the location of the horizon?
That's not what's happening. It's causing an optical effect at the horizon.
Well, I posted the image of the particular observation that we're talking about, and so did NWO Slayer.
Yeah, and I actually posted one with refraction. The first image is actually refracting, and it's like, oh my gosh, we can't see the bottom. That must be the curve. That's real refraction. The bottom is with very little refraction, and you can see both. I sent that one for you because you're saying, oh, well, it's because of the refraction. No, bro. Actually, like, yeah, there you go. Just take
Have any more examples at any longer distances?
Oh, I've got plenty of examples. I'll go ahead and send you some. Give me a second. Let's see.
You can say something to him if you want, and we haven't really. I don't know. We
This
haven't
is the
actually
best
officially started Ladies' Night. We're kind of starting it. We're kind of like semi-starting it, but we haven't actually officially started it.
Yeah, I can't seem to find the video. I don't know if anyone else has seen it. It's
What one are you looking for?
it's a still camera looking at like a bay with a mountain range in the background. And it's like either 24 or 48 hour time lapse. And the refraction is just nuts. Like it rises probably 10 feet throughout the day. Like the mountains in the background.
Oh yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah,
That's a crazy video. Because halfway during the video, the mountains are gone, and you'd swear, oh my gosh, there's a curve. And then the other half of the video, now they're gone because it was all refraction the whole time. But it's weird because this all supports the flat Earth, and this guy's trying to use refraction to support the globe model, which it really just doesn't. I'd say anything.
If you want more examples, look in the chat. There's a couple hundred.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think these are the videos I'm looking for.
100. It's all the same one.
No, it's a completely different person. Good try though.
Thanks for this, man.
But it's the same. It's
this guy for like 2 years has been going to. No, it's not. It's not even the same person. It's not even filmed from the same place. It's of the same oil rigs, yeah. So for 2 years, he's been going to the same parking spot, at USC St. Davis, and filming all the oil rigs panning left to right. Okay? Now, all the rigs should be cut off by the horizon.
Does it change throughout the year? I'm assuming a little bit.
I mean, obviously, you're going to get different observations at different times. Sometimes you get double mirages, inferior mirages, superior mirages.
Yeah, see, this is a good one. Like right here, I'm looking at one, and at least compared to the other videos, like the rigs are pretty cut off by the water, right? But when you go to the other videos, you can clearly see that it's just refraction all the time. You can obviously see both rigs.
It doesn't even matter, right? We've always said the horizon's optical. They're the ones that claim it's geometric and blocks the sun and blocks boats and blocks mountains.
What does happen to the sun then?
Well, apparently it gets blocked by an optical illusion.
What? But no, I'm asking you.
It gets blocked.
Me. I'm asking you. You see?
No, I'm not straw manning you. Is the horizon optical? Yes or no?
Not entirely. No.
What do you mean not entirely? What does that mean?
Like it's an optical illusion of a physical sort of.
An optical illusion of a physical. So when you see the sunset and it's half cut off, what's blocking the sun? The optical illusion or the physical?
The physical, but you're seeing an optical illusion of the physical.
So I guess like only where the sun is, where that line is, that's the physical, and then like as soon as like the horizon exits the sun, that's an optical illusion again.
No. It's the optical illusion happens throughout the situation, like because of the distances involved and the fact
that it was physical. Yes, you just said it was physical.
Okay, if you look at
can't win, dude.
If you have a contradiction, dude, listen. If you look at an object through a kaleidoscope, okay, is the kaleidoscope the object, or is the kaleidoscope causing an optical illusion of the object?
Okay, we're not talking about a kaleidoscope,
dude. No, we're not talking about a kaleidoscope. We're talking about the concept of lensing. Okay, there is a physical thing being lensed.
The concept of lensing.
Oh my goodness! Yes, it literally is a lens.
A kaleidoscope is a diffraction pattern. Genius.
Yes, on a lens, dude.
There's no lens in a kaleidoscope.
It literally is a lens.
Okay, kaleidoscopes are not lenses. They have a bunch of little pieces.
Is a lens, a kaleidoscope. Okay. The thing, okay, the bit that causes the fractals, it's a lens.
Really?
A piece of glass can be a lens.
So the little pieces of paper inside that cause the fractal patterns, those are lenses.
No, the thing that you see through is a lens that causes the light of the object you're looking at through it. The bits of paper inside it, they're just fun, okay? But the way it's fractal and you can see many versions of the object you're looking at, does
pieces of paper cause the kaleidoscope effect?
No, that's not. I literally just said that's not what I'm saying. And all you can do is straw man.
Listen, I'm not straw manning. The pieces of paper cause the kaleidoscope effect. You said they're in there just for fun. Did you not say that they're in there just for fun? Is that a straw man?
The paper isn't a lens.
No shit, Sherlock.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. You can look through a kaleidoscope with the glass has no refracting power, and you have little pieces of paper in there just like that, and you're going to get the same optical effect. It's not caused by refraction. I don't know where you got that idea.
I didn't say it was caused by refraction.
Then why you bring it up?
I'm basically talking about a fractal lens, okay? If you look at an
lenses
object,
imply refraction. You don't know what you're talking
what's
about.
causing the
You're just
fractal
talking
effect?
out
What's
your ass.
causing the fractal? So if you look at, okay,
The
if
back
you
is
look
a little
at,
piece of paper.
dude,
it's the same effect. I got to tell you, ask me a question. So you ever seen an eclipse? And then the light shines through trees, and you see a little bunch of half moons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's caused by diffraction, and it's the same thing happening with the little fractal things, the little pieces of paper, because all of those are diffracting the light. Just like the leaves in a tree.
You're missing the point, dude. So
You don't
all
have
I'm
a
asking,
point.
no, you're missing it. Is why the problem here. You don't understand it. What I'm asking is, if you look at an object, okay, say you have, what is it? What's an object that we can all relate to? A little Hot Wheels car, yeah.
How about the sun? Let's use the sun.
Okay.
Why would we do that, right? Why would we talk about the fucking thing in question? Why would we talk about that? We're talking about the sun and where the fucking water appears to end and the sky starts. The thing that cuts the sun in half is the fucking horizon. And it's either physical or optical. Pick one.
No, it can be both, dude.
Oh, can it be
This
both?
is what I'm trying to because of the effects involved. Okay, you're looking at something very far away. All right. And you're looking at it through the atmosphere, which we know from these hundreds of videos you've just shown us can change the way that light bends. All right. And so what's happening is, whether we say it's 93 million miles or we say it's 5,000 miles, okay, there's still going to be a time delay. So the sun, while it's moving physically below the horizon, or whatever you want to call it, while it's being obstructed by the horizon physically, what you're seeing is at least a delayed sort of representation of it. That's the optical illusion part of the physical
How
event.
much
Yes.
How much does air slow down light versus vacuum? Let me give you a hint. It's in the 7th fucking decimal place.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, fine. Your claim that somehow light is being slowed down to a degree that is perceptible by a fucking human being is utter horseshit.
Dude, it doesn't. No, I'm not saying that it's even perceptible. What I'm saying is that there is a delay. All right, no matter how small or large
Quantify
it is.
it.
No, but the quantity of it isn't what's
Quantify it.
important. Dude, the quantity isn't important.
No,
Oh
enough
my
of this
goodness.
narrative
You're not
nonsense, dude.
Oh,
No,
for
there's
fuck's
nothing to
sake.
get. You don't know what you're talking about.
Dude,
You're just
because I
trying to
don't know
fucking
the
speak
specific numbers
gibberish.
of a concept. No, it's conceptual thinking, dude. Like, we're not doing maths right now. The concept is still the same, no matter what the number is. All right.
Well, we don't deal with imagination here.
You're an idiot.
We deal with empirical evidence.
Yeah,
That's what we do.
why do you really give a fuck if it's 0.4 or 0.45? Like, what's the issue?
No, it's 0.0000.45.
Okay, what's the issue?
0.0000.45.
Okay, what's the issue?
So it
What
is
do you
a
mean, what's
delay,
the
yes?
issue?
So what's the issue?
The delay is imperceptible because it's something like
It's still a
the
delay.
difference
So what's the issue? It's still a delay.
So it's 300,000 meters per second versus
still a delay.
200,990.
Yeah, it's still a delay.
Hold on.
What's the issue?
Shut
What's
the
the
fuck
issue
up.
with
You
the
asked me a
delay?
question.
delay.
You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. It's 300,000 meters per second versus 200,999.
See, you're stuttering. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're stuttering.
Is a delay. So it is a
You don't
delay.
even know what you're talking about. You're
meters per
stuttering.
second.
Can you try answering the
that's
question
an
without
argument.
stuttering?
Yeah,
so
I
you
don't know
can
what I'm
actually
talking
know what
about
you're
because
talking
I'm
about?
stuttering. That makes sense. That's logical. Yeah, okay. Because speaking is related to knowing what you're talking about. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
You're
it is a
troll.
delay,
Shut the
yeah?
fuck
So
up,
it is a
kid.
delay, yeah? It's
It's
not
a
zero.
delay that's
It's not
imperceptible
zero.
because it's something like a
Cool.
millimeter per
Imperceptible
second.
or not?
It's a millimeter per second.
Okay,
It's something
I
like
get
a
that.
millimeter.
I
Shut
understand.
up, dude. Shut up. It's
I
like
get
a
you. I know what you're
millimeter.
saying.
It's like a millimeter per second. Okay, but light travels 300,000 meters in a second.
Does it? How do we know the speed
Okay.
of light? How do we know the speed of light?
Okay, do you want me to know? Want me to tell you?
Uh-oh.
Well, I'll tell you. I can tell you.
Go on.
Well, Fresnel measured it by using a fucking rotating wheel, right? That reflected it off a mirror, and because he knows the rotation of the wheel and the period of when the gap in the hole would form, he would interfere it behind him, and he could determine the speed of light by doing the calculation of how fast the wheel was rotating. But also, that's not the only way. The other way we know is from Maxwell's equations. So the square root of the electric permittivity and the electric permeability, or permittivity, the electric permittivity and the magnetic permeability, the square root of that in vacuum is the speed of light. Now, if you have air, it has its own magnetic permeability and electric permittivity, and the speed of light of that formula, right? If you can actually measure that, right? By one way you can do it was a capacitor, and another way you can do it was a magnetic field. You can tell how easily it polarizes or how easily it magnetizes, and then you put those values in the formula, take the square root, and then you'll have a number. Okay, that number in comparison to the speed of light will give you the refractive index of that material. I'm sure you know all this, though, right?
So
Why
there
don't
is
you
a
tell me
delay.
about how Maxwell's equations? Tell me all about Maxwell's equations.
Your brain
and how
is
they got
so
the speed of light
huge.
from it.
Oh my goodness. I'm in awe at how big your brain is. So there is a delay, yeah?
Yeah, 1 millimeter in 300,000 meters.
Cool. So a millimeter or 100 millimeters or 100 meters. Yeah, fine. It doesn't matter. You're still not seeing it literally there. You're not seeing the physical effect. You're seeing an optical illusion.
Okay. What's the sunset behind?
The Earth.
That was an optical illusion.
Oh my goodness.
It's either physical or it's not. You can't have both. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? No, you literally just described that there is
Either
a
it's
delay.
the physical edge. So I can
because the
destroy
sun
all of this. You know how I can destroy all this?
Dude, so it's not there, okay? So there's a millimeter, all right? So it doesn't exist or it does exist, and there's an
So let me
optical
ask
illusion.
you, can we have an apparent horizon that's like maybe closer than where the globe horizon would be? That cuts things off bottom first?
What do you mean?
So so you think that like things get cut off bottom first by the geometric horizon. Can that happen from an apparent horizon?
The apparent horizon is an optical illusion of the physical.
Yeah, can that happen from an apparent horizon? That same qualitative description.
What do you mean? No, it's going to happen. It's not. They're not two different things. They're just an optical illusion of the actual thing.
Dude, just keep digging, bro. They are two different things. That's why they're different words.
Oh my goodness, you're retarded.
Oh, that's an argument. Oh my God, what an argument! How am I ever going to recover? Oh my God.
No, you're not.
My God, how will I ever recover? He said you're retarded. That totally refutes what I said.
Because you're making a conflation. Like, yes,
Nothing's being conflated.
The descriptions of the two different descriptions, sure, all right, but the optical illusion of the physical event is not like you're still seeing what's the physical event just at a different time because of factors involved.
At a different time, you're still going with that one. It's supposed to be in a different place.
Yeah, a millimeter is a different place.
Oh,
is it not?
Yeah, a millimeter is a different place. We're talking about the distance from the person. So we're talking about if the horizon is supposed to be a mile away and it looks like it's 10 miles away, what is the sun set behind?
It doesn't set behind the horizon. The horizon is just like a conceptual description of sort of what we're seeing in a simplistic sort of in a concept.
Oh, dude, what sophistry! This is sick, dude. You're a sick person, dude. You know that, right?
No, but you know the horizon. The horizon is not the thing necessarily that's hiding it. The Earth is hiding it, and we call this this concept.
So that thing that divides the sky from the Earth.
No,
that's
it
not,
doesn't
that
divide.
water
It's
end,
not
that's
what.
not the
No,
Earth.
dude. It's a
That's not
description
the Earth,
of
right?
the divide. It's the horizon is a description of the divide.
Yeah,
not the
fantastic.
Thing that is
But it
dividing.
demarks. but it demarks where the Earth ends and the sky begins visually, right?
Sure.
Right?
In a colloquial sense, sure. Not in any precise sense.
Okay, so colloquially, ships disappear over the horizon, but not in any real sense.
What?
Yeah. When we look out at the ocean, we see water. And at some point, that water stops in our visual field and sky starts.
In
now,
our visual
hundreds of people going back
What do you mean? What do you
2,000
mean by
years
that?
at least to Pliny
What do
the
you
Elder
mean?
have said that seeing a ship disappear over the horizon is caused by the geometric edge of the Earth. That it's the Earth's water, a hill of water, blocking the boat, blocking the sun, blocking mountains, blocking whatever.
Yeah.
Now you have come along and said, that's not the case. Or that is
my
the case.
goodness.
Or it's both
Oh
of the
my
cases.
goodness, this isn't
I guess if
real.
you take every position, you can't be proven wrong. Because you just take every position.
Dude, really? Like, to say
I'm
something
gonna
is
permanent
disappearing.
law. Maybe
To say
people
something
feel
is
bad for
no,
me.
you're making a conflation of words, and you're. It's really weird. Like, to say something is disappearing
Comes the
over
meta.
the horizon.
Meta,
Like,
meta.
it's not a
So here goes the
precise
meta. The same shit
term.
as you guys always do. You can't refute or even address what I said.
I'm
So it's
literally
meta.
refuting. I'm literally describing to you how confused you seem to be, but you're not listening.
Well, tell me very simply then, when I look out at the ocean and I'm seeing water and that water stops, is that boundary the Earth?
If all it is a boundary of your vision of the.
But that's not the Earth. So that thing where the water stops, like it's dark blue, and then it starts to be there's this like line, and then it becomes light blue, and to me it looks like the sky, and then like underneath the sky it looks like Earth, and there's this dividing line. That's not the boundary of the Earth.
I mean, okay, yeah, in a technical.
Well, isn't that what's going to block the sun? So I look at this water, I see half a sun.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at the water, see half a sun and sky above it. But if I look besides where the sun is, I see sky around the sun.
Okay.
So is all that dividing line where the Earth stops, the thing that's cutting off the sun, and next to the sun where the water becomes the sky, is that all geometric, or is it all optical, or is it just where the sun is? Is that geometric?
You're not making any sense.
I'm making perfect sense.
What?
Where the water stops is at the boundary of the Earth, where the curve starts.
Sure, yeah.
Is that where the curve starts?
Not the curve is happening throughout the situation, but like with a curve, if you're looking at it, like once the top is after the peak, you're not going to be able to see anything behind it, like whether it's a wall or a curve.
Why? Why can't you see anything behind it?
Why can't you see through walls?
Oh, so it's physical.
Oh my goodness. Yes. It's
physical.
It's a conceptual sort of description of a physical...
Is it a wall or is it not a wall? Is it a wall of optical illusion?
I swear, you hire people that are like, this is great.
You think I hired him to be retarded?
Yeah, dude, this is great.
Look, man, he'd be like the most expensive like retard on Fiverr because no one can act this good on Fiverr.
That's what people used to say about Rumpus and like Ruhif and Brenda. Like no one would come in here and be that dumb, be that other clueless. Like they gotta be getting.
You can hear him putting it together. It's great. It's like
a skit. Yeah,
this might be real. This is a good bit.
If anything, you can say it's entertainment value. Are you getting some value out of it?
Let me say this. We can demonstrate not only a horizon that's too far, but a horizon that's too close.
You don't
and if
know
it's
what
too
you're talking
close,
about.
Okay, so say you have a lake that's 1,000 feet long and a camera that's like 1.5 inches high off the water. The horizon should be 2,400 feet away. So if you're looking at this lake, there should not be a horizon on it at all. You should see all the way across the lake to the other shore. Because that wall that's supposed to block things, it's 2,400 feet away, but the water ends at 1,000 feet away. But we've demonstrated that we can take a little RC boat and sail it across the lake, and it gets, quote unquote, blocked by a horizon. A horizon that shouldn't be there. If it was geometric, it wouldn't be there. It would be freaking another fucking 1,000 feet away.
When you invoke this geometry, are you also taking
Your geometry ain't my geometry.
This geometry? I don't care whose geometry. The geometry you're referencing that you're invoking, like you seem to be putting it in a vacuum on its own, as if there is not atmospheric effects also taking place.
Look, there are I wouldn't say atmospheric because you don't have a sphere, but
oh my goodness,
well, you don't. Can't have an atmosphere without a sphere.
Fine. We know what we're saying.
Yeah, the air does cause light to distort. Wait, air does cause light to distort. That's not in dispute. We know that. It's y'all who are in denial.
You're listening to the new Flat Earth Radio on GTA 6.
We're already live
Trump
streaming.
for president in 2028. Trump for president 2028. We need Trump in office in 2028.
Sounds like a Niagara's.
Looks like one. Anyway, fact of the matter is that either horizon's physical or geometric. It has to be one or the other. It can't be both.
No, it doesn't.
You all know, and we
Why
all
can't
know
it be
that it's.
both? So what is the horizon on a flat plane? And what is it when it's being affected by the atmosphere? In these hundreds of videos you've just shared, why does it appear in different places? What's happening there? Is it an optical illusion of a physical?
It's always an optical illusion. It's always an optical
not of a
illusion.
physical occurrence? It's the sea
The
and
only
the sky
thing
not
physical. The only thing physical. It's not blocking anything. It's just the angle from which you can't see beyond, right?
So
if you
blocking something.
Oh, listen to me. Listen to me. There's nothing being blocked.
What do you mean the angle you can't see beyond?
Okay, say you looked parallel to, say you brought your eye level parallel to the surface of a table. Would you be able to see that table surface? Parallel. Your line of sight is parallel.
Okay.
That means there's no intersection.
Okay.
Right? So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, you can't see it. Okay, so let's imagine we're going to be a little less than parallel, right?
You have
we're going to try
vision.
to find where we find the first point on the table where the angle is large enough where we can perceive it. We know what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. It's the angular resolution of the human eye. Okay? That, for a 6-foot man on the ocean, is 3.24 miles away. Oddly enough, that's the same distance as the globe horizon. Weird. Weird. Ain't it? If you do the calculation, 17,740 feet. That's the distance where your eye would intersect a flat surface from 6 feet above it at an angle of 0.02 degrees. That's the distance. Beyond that, no matter how large the plane is that you're standing on, it could be 1 billion fucking miles. That angle will be smaller than what the human eye can resolve, and you would never see it.
So why doesn't the sun change angular size significantly?
It does. Stop it, dude. You're just parroting nonsense. It does. It does. The only people that say it doesn't are idiots on the internet.
Show me an example.
Go on my YouTube channel. Look for the video with the solar filter that the astronomers took. It's called Solar Filters Do Not Accurately Predict the Sun. So the sun changes size by 13%. Just measure it. Just count the pixels. It's pretty simple. Everyone that's ever went and measured the sun for this and tested it has measured that the sun gets smaller. Every single person. You're just parroting McToon or some other retard.
Can't find this video.
Or who's puppeting you now? Is it Professor Phil? The sun does change angular size. All you have
I
to
didn't
do.
say that. I said significantly. Okay, so.
Oh, now it's significantly, just what you guys always do.
I literally said that. That was included the first time I said it.
Do you want to rewind the tape? And then if you didn't say
Go for it.
significantly, you're going to give me a Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'll suck your dick.
Oh,
All right, slow down.
always to the homoerotic stuff. Every single time, dude. Every
Earth
time
was
to the
always making it
homoerotic
gay.
nonsense. Always. Swear to God, they use anal beads that are all a bunch of globes on them. Dude's like, oh shit, they actually sell that?
So why doesn't it change size significantly?
Things get magnified at the horizon. This is well known. You can measure this yourself, dude.
No, they don't.
You can measure this.
They clearly.
Oh,
Not
there's
enough
only
to bring a boat
articles
back.
in
So why
scientific
does a boat
journals
disappear?
talking about it. Yeah, no,
So
so
what's this
there's,
angular size of the boat? Like, why doesn't the boats get bigger?
they do.
Significantly?
They get flatter and wider. They even have a name for it. It's called the flattening of the sun. The sun will get wider and flatter. The flattening of the sun, yeah.
There's no flattening of the sun. It's an
Oh, why don't you
optical
just type in
illusion.
Google flattening of the sun?
It doesn't mean the sun's going flat.
No one said it. Dude, you're just going on mute, dude.
So
You're
what's the
dishonest fuck.
significance? So what's the significance?
Just shut up. Go on
Why
mute,
bring it up?
dude. No one said the sun was literally getting flat. We're talking about the way it looks. God, where'd you guys dredge him out of?
Cooking school.
That's like pulling up a boot or a tire, man.
Love when the trash takes itself out.
It's both. It's not both. It's one. It's the other. It's all of them at the same time. Earth's a globe. Nah, 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 nah. Fucking freak. I'm gonna have to be mad at Dandelion for leaving me with that.
You just don't understand, Indio. The horizon is apparently physical. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, apparently. Just asking a question and answering it yourself thing is starting to get annoying.
If the Earth is flat, then what about all the universes in my fingertip?
I don't smoke weed anymore, so I don't know about that.
I do, and I still didn't get it.
She didn't smoke enough then. Just smoke more.
That's right.
All right, give me an hour or two.
Power moves only.
Might want to make a salad out of it too while you're at it. Just make sure you get there.
Indio.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Oh, I know. I didn't think you guys could hear me when I was talking before.
We couldn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was talking. I had a lot of things to say, but not going to repeat them. Yeah, but thank you for talking to that guy because I didn't want to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll take one for the team.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Anytime.
Well, you won't be getting a Christmas card this year, just to let you know.
Okay, well, I'm not going to return one back to you then. I am going to get my takeout. I'm very excited. Actually, I added baklava to the order just for Crypto's baklava channel. It's a cashew baklava, which I've never had. I'm used to having pistachios. I didn't even know they made it with cashews.
You know, it's mandatory that you take a picture and upload it to that channel.
I know, I'm totally going to. Yeah, because I don't usually go to places where baklava is available. But so yeah, and this is going to be a special one.
What, does she report it to the baklava police or something if she doesn't report it?
Yes, it's Crypto.
She'll be
He's
fine.
judge, jury, and executioner of baklava.
Yeah, we were desperate for Globers. That's why we started talking to that guy. But I don't know if there's any other Globe believers in here that have a question about the flat Earth. We're having a quasi ladies' night tonight. Equal opportunity ladies' night. If we don't feel like talking to them, then you guys can talk to them.
You're starting to act like Lois Lane.
Oh my gosh. Now I know how much you dislike her and you think she's a psychotic. So that's very concerning.
She is a psychotic. I think, what was the nicest she was to Clark Kent? Oh, when she sent him for pizza. And then she was like, she really threw him a bone when she was like, I'll pay for half of it. She tells Clark to get her a pizza, and then as a bonus, he only has to pay for half of it. Poor Clark.
Yeah, I think that was just the modern Hollywood slandering of her. I feel like her comic strip character was better.
Yeah, but Clark was using his X-ray vision to see her underwear through her dresses. So give some, take some.
Thank you, Jedi. Yes. The males are not perfect. Thank you, Jedi.
No worries.
He was checking her for lung cancer. Like, that's the only thing you did.
That's not Hollywood, that's real life.
Yeah, that's all he did. Yeah. He told her that she had pink underwear on, if I remember the first film correctly. Or was that the second one?
It was the second one. Did you see the stream we did on that? Me, Flat Lloyd, and AV? I did a whole thing on Superman 1 and 2.
Oh shit.
Lois Clark versus Superman. It's called Superman is a super simp or something?
Superman is a super simp. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
Can you
Dude,
remember,
like, I get
what
every
show that
scene.
was?
I get almost. I couldn't do the full every scene. But I get every scene from Superman the movie and Superman 2 in chronological order and just break them down. All the interactions between Clark and Superman, or Clark and Lois, and Clark and Superman. Dude, Lois is a degenerate, dude.
Wow.
Listen, if you watch it, I don't know if you want to watch the stream. I can give you the Crib Notes version. Okay,
Yeah,
so let's work it backwards. At the end, after he fought General Zod and all that, and he blows up the Fortress of Solitude, she says to him, she says, "It's my fault. I made you fall in love with me." She's like playing a game with him, and she pulls the gun on frickin' on Clark, and was like shoots him. Was like willing to blow him away to see if he was Superman. She like has no even though they're the same person, right? Clark and Superman are the same dude. Like she was going to kill Clark to get Superman just so she could freaking pat herself on the back. I bagged Superman. Like,
wow, I've never seen it like that before, man. But I think you're right,
dude.
I think you're right.
Dude, watch what I did, dude. Like I'll post it in the chat, dude. Listen. We were gonna do like comic book heroes or simps, and I was like, yeah, there might be a little bit on Superman. There might be a little like, but I'll have to like use Batman and Spider-Man and a couple other comic book heroes to like make a whole show. I started going through the Superman movies. I'm like, holy moly, man, this movie's crazy, dude. It should have I'm gonna say this. They should have called the movie Lois. It shouldn't even been called Superman because it was all about her.
I can't believe he's turned you. I can't believe he's turned you so easily, Jedi. I thought you were on our side here for ladies'
How are you defending Lois?
I mean,
don't defend her.
I'm looking at this, and it's going to be my next question to Indio: is there nefarious intent behind the way that Hollywood screens these types of movies to put man against woman or change the perception of masculinity and femininity over time? Is that what you're saying, or is it just because?
You know, because Lois is like a strong, independent, career-driven boss babe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Clark is like an effeminate simp,